Every time. Alrighty, I think we're live on YouTube. We good on YouTube? Can you guys hear me? Alrighty, there's that. I didn't even get to post. I don't think I get to post the update. I need to post that really quick. I still have that on my. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, guys, I'll be right back in 1 second. All right, we are back. Sorry, guys, for the quick delay. I just had to get this done. Oh, what? I think we're good. Oh, no. Okay. I'll get back on track here. Sorry, guys. I just had to get an update out, and it's taking longer than I thought it would. All right, so if you're just joining us, we have our first tornado warning. It's going to be a very, very long night here. That is about to begin. Okay, looks like we're back. Why do we have a network issue? Please work. There we go. Now we're back on track here. All right, now we're going to start our other broadcast. Beautiful. And, okay. We're still good, right? Yeah, I think we're good. Okay, great. Just updating this title. All right, where are we? We are in Missouri. Look at that snow returning on the radar. Oh, that'd be actually pretty helpful too. So let me see if I have like 18 things on my dashboard here. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We are now live with severe weather coverage. We have an active tornado warning in the United States here in Missouri. So we got a lot to track here. Just trying to get this together. One moment, guys. There we go. Okay. There we go. Beautiful. And there we go. Okay. Oh no, I wanted to do that. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my tabs organized and it's becoming an absolute mess. Okay. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We have an active tornado warning for Missouri here in south central Missouri. You can see on the screen here, tornado warning means an active tornado threat for your region. Let's see if we can get some velocity on here. And there you go, a little bit of broad rotation, actually towards Willow Springs. I put that as pretty tight. Heading towards Willow Springs. Seek shelter immediately in Missouri. I also now have implemented an emergency alert tag that will alert us. So actually, you'll hear the ping. Well, obviously, you'll hear it when we get our next tornado warning. But if we get a new tornado warning, we will be hearing an audio cue today. It's brand new when we get a tornado warning, just so we can stay weather aware on all the ongoing tornado warnings. So that's our current ongoing tornado threat. We also have a tornado watch across areas that just actually expanded into Illinois all the way through Texas, guys. This entire corridor now is within a tornado watch. It means conditions are increasing. The ingredients are there for severe weather, specifically tornado risk and high wind risk. Guys, please don't spam chat. Seeing a couple of people spamming. Right now, this is a corridor we're staying on. You can see our entire risk zone for today. For example, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania is going to be in a marginal risk for tomorrow. Not really expecting any crazy severe thunderstorms over there. Greenville, South Carolina is mainly going to see significant severe weather tomorrow. And here to answer you guys' questions. As this thing is developing, we're getting our first tornado warning, our active tornado threat to just southeast of Mountain Grove, Missouri. An active tornado warning remains in effect here for Willow Springs, about to cross over Willow Springs. If you are in Willow Springs, seek shelter immediately. Route 63, Missouri Road number 137, heading eastbound. Let's see how fast we're moving right now. Eastward at 45 miles per hour towards Mountain View and Summersville, Missouri. So seek shelter immediately. I want to go over what everything's happening right now, what things you guys need to continue to watch as we have our line forming. Look at this. An absolute massive squall line starting to form across the United States. It's going to be stretching all the way from Illinois down through Texas. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, as well as now one tornado warning within that area. St. Louis is another area we're keeping a very close eye on for tornado ability. This line is approaching rapidly. The western St. Louis is underneath a 60 mile per hour wind tag with a tornado possible tag as well. Guys, please don't spam chat. You will be muted. Thank you for the donation, Ben. Appreciate that. I'm here to answer you guys' questions. Make sure you guys follow and like and share just so we can get as many people on this alert as possible. This is the beginning of a very concerning couple of days here. But 48 hours, we're possibly going to be having a lot of severe weather. We're talking about many tornadoes, and I've increasingly become very concerned with large and dangerous tornadoes today. And the main reason for that, if you look at near-term models, we're actually just going to take a quick peek together at the near-term models. We've had a very concerning trend. Let's see if we even hop onto the hour 19. Yeah, look at this. Oh, wow, that's actually really surprising to see that. That really frontal firing. I don't think that's going to be... There we go. So we got that kind of prefrontal, but look at these supercells that are going to be firing ahead of our front. That's a very concerning trend. That will increase the likelihood of seeing a large and dangerous tornado, possibly violent, within this corridor here as we continue to monitor the forecast very closely. So that's a little bit down the road, probably in the next 3 to 4 hours. Currently, we have an active tornado warning here in south central Missouri, and here to answer your guys' questions, we'll continue to watch this very, very closely. So now we got a full kind of wrap up on today's threat. Still an active tornado, possibly on the ground here just northeast of Willow Springs, and probably going to need another tornado warning. This is going to be a very common trend, is we're going to have a lot of active areas that might be producing tornadoes just sweeping across the area. Lots of rotation, lots of areas to keep an eye on. How long until Indianapolis? We're talking about probably between 2 and 4 hours, depending on how fast our line continues to move. Right now, it's entering Illinois. We'll rapidly move into your region, currently just outside of a tornado watch in Indianapolis. What app do I use? It's Weatherfront. The link is in my bio. Here to answer your guys' questions. A tornado watch is not active for Alabama, but expecting later tonight. Tonight is going to be tornado watch most likely. Will the storm lose strength as it gets a bit more east? Actually, no, it's going to increase in strength as the storm continues to move into our enhanced risk zone. You can see our enhanced zone here in orange. I just circled. That's our highest concern zone for today. That is going to have more potent tornadoes, more potent instability, as well as high winds there. Continue to move eastward. The actual storms are moving eastward here. I'm going to put it in motion. We'll continue to track very closely. What are your thoughts in Williamsburg, Virginia? Definitely a high-end possibility event. Numerous tornadoes, some possibly violent in that corridor there, and high winds are very likely. Please stay weather aware. So if you guys are just wondering, we're just joining in, we have a couple of new things from my stream here. I have an emergency alert that does let us know when a new tornado warning gets issued. So you might hear it here soon. If you hear a tone, and let me know if you do hear it, because this is the kind of first test. Did you guys hear that? A new tornado warning. A new tornado warning has just been issued. This is going to pop off on the radar here. Can someone let me know if they heard that? And let me know if it was too loud or not. Was it too loud? Was it fine? What was the volume like? A new tornado warning or an extension on our tornado warning has been issued here. This is for Howell, Missouri. And continues to move eastward. National Service Springfield, Missouri has just been issued as fine. Okay, thank you guys for that. Yeah, this is a new thing that I just actually vibe coded. That is because there's going to be a lot of tornado warnings, so I want to stay on top of them all, especially as they continue to get issued. So this is a continuation of our active tornado warning in south central Missouri here for Willow Springs and Mountain View. Seek shelter immediately. Spin up tornado is ongoing. Needs to be a little loud. W vibe coder. Thank you, Ben. The vibe coding is really successful. I vibe coded that very quickly. So that is a new addition to the kind of stuff we're going to be displaying here for today, especially with this type of system where we're going to have multiple areas I'm concerned about for tornado spin-ups. I'm going to be watching very, very closely. What app do I use? It's a weather front. Link is in my bio. What are the chances for tornadoes in Maryland tomorrow? Pretty high out there. Numerous tornadoes possible, especially damaging winds. Please stay weather aware. Dangerous day, 4 out of 5. Moderate risk. How do you get that sound to pop up when it makes a new warning? I coded it on Python and access a public domain API. If you want an explanation, you feel free to DM me. Kansas is getting some snow. Yes, I know. If you look at these radars out to the west, look at this, guys. We have a tornado warning. Tornado warning here in south central Missouri. We also have snow on the same radar in Kansas City. Let's see how far away we have snow and a tornado warning. So snow and a tornado warning are about 150 miles apart right now. That is incredible. Incredible that we have a tornado warning ongoing, a tornado threat, and snow just 150 miles apart. If you guys wouldn't mind leaving a like and follow the stream, share the stream just so we can get the word out to as many people as possible. This is going to be an ongoing threat. The threat is just starting to increase, okay? So you have to bear with me. We're going to have a lot of tornadoes here and possibly some significant as well. Significant wind is expected. Thank you, Ben, for the continued support. Really appreciate those donations directly supporting me. Severe storms are definitely possible here. Actually, there's one ongoing in eastern Florida, by the way. Kind of all over the place, right? A very classic-looking thunderstorm setup. And we do have a new tornado. Oh, wow. We have 2 tornado warnings, issued in the span of 2 seconds. 2 tornado warnings issued. Now we have 3 active tornado warnings ongoing. A new tornado warning has been issued here in Missouri Road 17. This is for Shannon, Missouri. The area is Shannon, Missouri, heading eastward at 45 miles per hour, valid for 4:30 p.m. CDT, heading eastward at 45 miles per hour. Not a ton of people in this one. Let's go down to our southern one that was also just issued for Howard, Arkansas. Howard, Arkansas, that's the county involved here, just north of Texarkana. This is for Dirk's Center Point, moving eastward at 45 miles per hour. If you're in either of those zones, we now have multiple tornado warnings ongoing. We have 3 active tornado warnings, 2 in Missouri, and 1 in southwest Arkansas. This is going to be a very common thing, and I'm anticipating this to expand. I would not be surprised if we have up to 10, possibly beyond 10 tornado warnings across this entire line of thunderstorms. Take a look at this sign. The entire line has broad rotation. We're going to have multiple problems with spin-ups ongoing. You see 2 tornado warnings issued back-to-back, and these are heading towards some more populated areas here as well. What's the dark red outlines? The dark red outline is the current tornado watch. I'm actually going to drop the categorical outlook. I just don't want to make it too confusing there. So you can see Wow, look at that. A very, very huge update. Huge update. A new tornado watch has been issued for our Tennessee and Mississippi valleys here in some of the southern portions of the Ohio Valley. And this means tornadoes are now becoming likely in this corridor. And wow, that is a concerning look. A concerning look. Let's look at a more detailed forecast here. You can see right here, look at our details in this right here. Tornadoes, 80% chance of seeing tornadoes within this corridor, 60% chance of seeing greater than 90%, or 90% chance of seeing greater than 60 mile per hour winds. And also, guys, EF2 tornadoes are possible. So strong and dangerous tornadoes are possible. So if you are in Evansville, let's go over these new areas. We have tornado warnings we're going to go back to in just a second. We also now have a new tornado watch issued. This is a dangerous one, as well as a new tornado warning here for Calhoun, Illinois, Jersey, Illinois, and Lincoln, Illinois, and issued by the National Weather Service of Illinois. So this is going to get very chaotic very quickly, guys. I'm going to try to guide you through it. Let's go here. We're just north of St. Louis. We'll get back to the tornado watch here just in a second. Let's go over tornado warning. That's an active tornado threat here. This is for a lot of people. Winfield, just north of Brussels, Batchtown, Rosedale, Fielden, Otterville, and Jerseyville, as well as Route 67, are now underneath an active tornado warning just north of St. Louis, Illinois. And we do have a new active tornado warning for Howell, Missouri. That is continuing its active tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service of Springfield. Man, this is what is going to be happening, guys. We're going to be having a lot of tornadoes all at the same time. So please bear with me. We're going to be jumping from tornado warning to tornado warning. Lots of these spin-up tornado warnings. If you get one, please seek shelter immediately. So we do have north of St. Louis is an inactive tornado warning for Jerseyville, Otterville, Rosedale, Fielden, Batchtown, and Winfield. Seek shelter immediately. Let's swoop down here to our other active tornado warnings in south central Missouri. This is for Mountain View and just north of Summersville. Not a lot of people know those tornado warnings, but seek shelter immediately. As well as we have one in Arkansas, southwest Arkansas, Center Point, Dirks, underneath a tornado warning for the next 28 minutes as well, guys. Again, if you would do me a favor and like and share the stream just so we can get the word out. Now we have 4 active tornado warnings, and now we have a very dangerous tornado watch that has just been issued. See if this was a significant tornado watch. And another new tornado warning. If you hear that tone, that means a new tornado warning has been issued. We have several tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes likely across Memphis, Jackson, Jonesboro, Cape Girardeau, and Evansville in the surrounding area. This is a new tornado watch, guys. So if you're in this area, start to elevate your awareness of severe weather. Thank you guys for the support. Welcome to the Rainy Day Weather family. This is going to get intense very quickly. We're talking about a lot of tornadoes all at the same time. It's going to be very challenging for me to get to all of them, and we're going to keep cycling them. So I do apologize if I'm not as interactive as some of my other streams. My main goal is to get as much information out to you as possible. That's why we have these emergency tones too, so I can be a little bit more efficient getting these warnings out to you guys as well. So yeah, new tornado watch issued. Be very careful because, we already have tornadoes ongoing in our old watches or our current watches, but this new one has special wording on it where we have that very high risk of tornadoes, of some strong tornadoes, and all of the threats on the table. St. Louis, your storms are coming into your region right now. Here are your storms. Here is St. Louis. You can see an active tornado warning a couple of 40 miles, 30 miles to the north of you. This warning is for Jerseyville, Otterville, Fielden, Rosedale, and Batchtown. Seek shelter immediately as these storms continue to push eastward. Let me cut this down a little bit so it's a little less confusing. We'll do hour loops. You can see our storms are racing. They're moving very fast. You can see how far our tornado polygons issued. It's because our storms are moving about 45, 50 miles per hour. So these tornadoes will be moving extremely fast if they are on the ground here. See an active tornado warning here for southwest Illinois or southwest Arkansas, and we're going to do a big view real quick and answer some big questions. So red polygons you see active are active tornado warnings, and the large ones are tornado watches. Could a tornado happen in Charlotte, North Carolina tomorrow? Definitely. Indianapolis is going to see severe weather coverage increase over the next 2 to 3 hours. This entire line is making its way to you. Here are you guys. Here is the line. Now we have associated tornado threats along this line. This is a cold front driven line. But we also have the threats for a warm sector storm breakout. So if we have any tornadoes, specifically actually in this corridor right here, if anything forms ahead of the line, any convection right there, that's where we might see some strong to violent tornadoes due to supercells. So keep a very close eye on. If we get any storms in this sector here, guys, it could be very dangerous How long are you going to be live for? A pretty long time. I'm going to try to cover most of this higher end risk, especially associated with this watch area. So definitely going to be a long time. Thank you, Seamstress, for the support there. And thank you, Brittany. And thank you, Mama B. Thank you guys so much. Arnold, Missouri. Well, right now, southeast. Again, I'm going to try to get the warnings out. So I don't see you underneath a warning right now. If you are in a tornado watch region, oh, I just missed it. Arnold, Missouri. For Arnold, Missouri, the thunderstorms are about to enter your region. Looks like some of them are blowing out, so expect 60-mile-per-hour winds and possibly an isolated tornado warning to come through your region relatively soon here, relatively soon. Zionsville, Indiana is under high wind warning as of right now. Oh, geez. Yeah, that's non-associated with the weather. That's non-associated with the convection, but the convection is coming into these regions here. You can see our active tornado warnings, active tornado watches as well. Northern Illinois is, if you're anywhere north of Bloomington or the I-75? I-74? Yes, if you're anywhere north of I-74, county north of I-74, you're outside of the current tornado watch. Still isolated severe weather is possible. And we do have a new tornado warning. This is actually an extension on our Missouri tornado warning. This is for Shannon, Missouri, and Texas, Missouri counties here. Seek shelter immediately in Summersville and anywhere in this open field. So if anyone lives in the middle of the field right here, please seek shelter immediately in Missouri. Here is an active tornado warning, active tornado threat, and you take a look at rotation. Really hard to see here, but they're going to continue that threat. You can see the kind of kink in the line. That's the big thing is this line. If you see kinks in the line, guys, kinks in the line, that is not good because that means we're seeing rotation start to reach to the ground as we continue to watch our storm. Let's do a wrap up of all of our tornado warnings. We currently have 5 active tornado warnings. One for north of St. Louis. This is a highly populated one. This is for Batchtown, Rosedale, Fielden, Ottersville, and Jerseyville. Seek shelter immediately. That's about 30-ish miles north of St. Louis in Illinois. And other tornado warnings are in Missouri here for north of Mountain View, Somerville, and kind of surrounding towns. Really not a lot of populated areas there. Some good news. Seek shelter immediately there. And lastly, our last tornado warning is in southwest Arkansas for Dirks and just southwest of New Hope, as well as in Center Point. Seek shelter there. Are you going to be live tonight? Yes. I will be live. Can you explain Detroit weather? Local news is conflicting. You could see some isolated severe weather in Detroit. It's kind of lower risk than everything else that's going on as well. Yeah, this is bad weather everywhere. Yes, we've gone from 0 tornado warnings. Now we have 5 active tornado warnings. And guys, this is unfortunately just the start. So hang in there. If you have anywhere to go, make sure you drop a follow so you can come back, because guess what? Our core zone that I'm expecting our significant tornado risk to increase is this area. And there is a lot of people underneath this watch. It includes Memphis, Jonesboro, Jackson, Cape Codar, and Evansville, as well as any surrounding area within that red ball. If you see you're in this red zone, this is the area not with just only a tornado risk, but also a significant tornado risk and a significant high wind risk. So keep that in mind, guys. Significant means EF2 plus tornadoes. Very, very dangerous weather incoming. I see a question from Nashville, Tennessee. That'll be a little bit later tonight. As you can see, our line is right here, but we are expecting weather coverage to increase. Looks like we have a considerable threat tag. Yeah, look at this. So this is going to be more and more common. A 70-mile-per-hour wind warning here for Washington, Ozen, Belvins, Nashville. That's going to be Nashville in Arkansas and southwest Arkansas here associated with this squall line. So 70-mile-per-hour winds moving eastward in that storm. So stay weather aware and get off the roads for that one. Hey, I live in the tornado watch. Stay safe. Stay weather aware. Currently 5 active tornado warnings here across Illinois and Missouri, as well as Arkansas. So you can see all associated with our line in this corridor. If I'm driving from Little Rock, Arkansas to Fort Worth, Texas, will I be safe? No, you want to hold off on leaving Little Rock. You have a couple of storms that are obviously coming through your region. Here is the storms are moving eastward, and here is Little Rock. So driving towards Texas right now would not be a smart decision. I'd wait 1 to 2 hours. Once this line gets past you, once it gets to your east, you will be in the clear. But please hold off on travel for the next 1 to 2 hours until these storms pass. You want to be in a position in which you can seek shelter if you get a warning. Is there a downtrend in storms making it here to Alabama? Not necessarily, no. You've actually been kind of almost all added to the enhanced risk. So nocturnal tornadoes as well as high winds are very much likely within your corridor there. Looks like we're probably going to get a new tornado warning here in just a second. Jojo, yeah, Detroit weather is going to be isolated severe weather. Nothing to be super concerned about, but have emergency alerts on as well. Will Huntington, Tennessee be okay? Going to be in a significant severe weather risk. We're talking about significant tornadoes and significant high winds for today. And we do have a new tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service of St. Louis. Looks like we're going to be continuing this tornado warning here in north of, that's going to be north of St. Louis for Fielden, Ottersville, Rosedale, Jerseyville. That means the threat for tornadoes is continuing. You can see a rotation right about here. Not super strong, but continuing to move eastward. Please seek shelter immediately there. Immediately. Let's do a wrap up on all of our tornado warnings. We have tornado warnings here in south central Missouri, including Summersville, Road 106, as well as some pretty big bow echo segments. You can see bow echoes and then also tornadoes embedded with these. So not only do you have a tornado threat, but you also have the threat of 70-mile-per-hour winds associated with these storms. So please seek shelter and take these seriously as they continue to race eastward. And this is what we do not want to see, folks. This is what is really concerning me extremely. Look at this. We have some possibly early supercells firing here in front of the line. This is the last thing you guys want to see for this forecast. This is extremely concerning. The main reason for that, and you can see on the latest radar scan, we can see they're exploding. If these storms get into shape and they head off to the east here and stay in front of the line, they'll tap into the full dynamics of the atmosphere, and which can support violent and large tornadoes. So this kind of tornado warnings are unfortunately the appetizer. They're going to be more on the weaker side, and these are the unfortunate appetizer to if these larger storms, these supercells form. We're talking about some very, very dangerous weather, guys. So I want to put that alert out there. You see this embedded tornado risk right with our storms, and we do have a new tornado warning here issued for Missouri, an absolute cluster of tornado warnings now associated with the storm. This is unfortunately just kind of the early stuff. We might have a violent tornado here within the next few hours. So please stay extremely weather aware with this. A new tornado warning here in Missouri. Really not for a ton of people. It's for Dent, Missouri and Shannon, Missouri counties. This is heading northeast at about 45 miles per hour. And there you go. Another tornado warning here being issued for Arkansas. We'll get to that in just a second. If you are in Bunker or if you're on Arkansas Road number 19 or 32 or 72 within this corridor, seek shelter immediately. Danger storm with tornado producing capabilities is moving into your region. What app to use? This is Weatherfront, and tones you hear are based off my vibe coding I made just a few minutes ago. Okay, let's go to our new tornado warning. Actually, it looks like they're just so sometimes you'll hear the tone. That's when they reissue tornado warning or they chop it off. And there is actually another tornado warning issued for Dent, Missouri and Shannon, Missouri. So man, this is just an absolute mess here where we have multiple tornado warnings all overlaying each other from a very dangerous segment moving eastward here at 45 miles per hour. Let's go to the total radar. And now let me answer some more questions, guys. I'm going to do a balance of tornado warnings as well as questions. Thank you, Luna, for the donation. Appreciate that very much. So you can see our active tornado threat here underneath those really bright red polygons, as well as tornado watches out for this corridor here. This corridor is where we can see some violent tornadoes make their way eventually here as well. Potomac, Poolsville, Maryland is underneath a significant severe weather threat for tomorrow. Moderate, 4 out of 5. Be very weather aware. I will be live during that tomorrow. Olive Branch, Mississippi, going to see severe weather increasing as this line marches its way to you. Tornado watch is issued for the northern portions of your state. You should be ready for significant tornadoes as well as many power outages from high-end winds within the next 1 to 2 hours as the system continues to move eastward. I'll put it in motion so you guys can see how we're moving. Charlotte, North Carolina is going to have significant weather for tomorrow, isolated large tornadoes, as well as widespread power outages from high winds. Nashville, Tennessee, going to be a little bit later for it. You can see our line is right here, right? Line is right here, but Nashville, I'd also be very careful because look at this. We have a little bit of a pre-fire convection that's trying to be modeled out. This could be tornadic as well. So this is kind of a little surprise. It's a little bit ahead of our line, our actual cold front. Could cause some major issues along this line. So I'm going to keep you weather aware there, but you're not underneath a watch just yet, okay? St. Louis is underneath it is underneath a tornado watch. You have severe weather right on your doorstep. No active warning for the actual St. Louis corridor. However, a tornado warning is possible within the next 10 to 30 minutes as the system keeps coming and has that isolated tornado threat embedded within the line. Be ready to seek shelter. I'd be close to your shelter as these storms continue to push through. Current warnings on the actual storms that are moving into your areas is 60-mile-per-hour winds as well as a tornado possible tag alongside that storm. So please stay weather aware. Please don't spam chat, guys. Northwest Indiana underneath a slight risk for today. Could see some severe weather, a little bit on the lower end compared to all of our other risk zones. Isolated tornado can't be ruled out. Most likely risk is some high wind. All right, there you go, guys. So numerous tornado warnings as well as numerous tornado watches out. Let me answer some more specific questions. Centralia, Illinois. So for Centralia, Illinois, you are underneath an active tornado watch. That the tornadic producing line is moving to your area within the next 30 minutes. Be ready to seek shelter if you get a warning within your region. Tornado hit me. I'm dead now. Okay. Rest in peace. Can we get F's in chat for the chatter who got hit by the tornado and is dead? Clarksville, Tennessee is going to see a very high increase in coverage here in severe weather within the next few hours. Tornado watch is just on your doorstep. Here's Clarksville. Tornado watch is just to your west. The actual storms are moving rapidly into your area. Significant tornadoes are possible as well as likely to see significant winds, 70 to 80 mile per hour. Very much possible within that corridor there. Collier, Tennessee getting straight line or tornado activity. It could be, it's both. Both options are on the table, and especially for this corridor, I'm actually becoming more likely on the tornado side, less likely on the high wind side, more likely on tornado side. That's because our models are showing more of broken segments, more significant supercells. And if we look, this is what I'm so worried about, guys. This upscale growth. If these storms, they might look like little seedlings right now, but they are seedlings into a huge tree of problems if these become large, if these storms can become mature, because then they're going to be very, very dangerous. I hate to mention it, but back to the March 13th, March Pi Day outbreak, that kind of weekend there, that is a kind of similar event to what we're looking at right now, but there's a little bit less juice in the atmosphere, a little bit less instability. But if we have things fire off that are mature enough ahead of the cold front, that's where we have to keep a very close eye on significant severe weather incoming. St. Louis right now is underneath a severe thunderstorm watch to the west. You can see our thunderstorms are right on your doorstep, just mere 10 to 30 minutes from impact. You could see an isolated tornado warning, especially with some of these areas. I mean, look at this entire region. The entire line is rotating, at least broadly. So we got to keep a very close eye on for any tornado that does decide to spin up within that corridor. Be ready to go here relatively soon. You can see, all right, let's go over our active tornado warnings. We do have active tornado threats. So for north of St. Louis, speaking of St. Louis, an active tornado warning remains in effect for Ottersville, Jerseyville, Rosedale, and Fielden. Seek shelter immediately within this red polygon as this dangerous storm could produce a couple of tornadoes. We have those severe thunderstorm warnings shifting down to the south central portions of Missouri and eventually making a way into the southeast portion of Missouri. We have a handful of active tornado warnings. This entire kind of red polygon area, that entire storm segment could produce numerous tornadoes across Summersville, Eminence, and Bunker. Not a lot of people out here. Luckily, a lot of trees, so rest in peace to trees. But we do have that bow segment as well. So not only do you have tornado risk, but you have high wind risk of 70 to 80 mile per hour winds as well. Michigan. So Michigan has really decreased its tornado threat. Could see some isolated winds later today, but really not too confident on this one. Little Rock, my friends in Little Rock, just west of you, got a pretty damaging cell here. This is actually producing golf ball sized hail, so keep that in mind. The actual cells are making their way to you guys. Stay weather aware out there. We can see our full line of what's developing. We're keeping a very close eye on here. We got some moisture convergence within this zone, keeping an eye on storm initiation here. And anything that does develop could be very dangerous here. I'm in Centralia, Illinois. I want to know if we're getting a tornado warning. I can't tell you exactly if you're getting a tornado warning or not. It is possible as the line makes its way to you. North Georgia could see some nocturnal tornadoes later tonight, very late tonight. We're talking between 2 and 5 a.m. So stay weather aware, have emergency alerts on if you need to seek shelter. You can see our severe weather risk is really ramping up. And also just a quick reminder for anyone on the eastern coast, this will start to get some more problems because we have an upgraded risk for tomorrow. It's kind of insane. It's on average the eastern United States, the East Coast, as well as the Mid-Atlantic average about one moderate risk every 3 years. So it's very rare. So I want you to put that on your mind as well. All right, here to answer your guys' questions. Farmersville, Louisiana, should we be concerned? I mean, the entire state of Louisiana is at least underneath some severe weather risk, a couple of isolated tornadoes, as well as high winds. You can see how our actual line segment is starting to stretch down further and further south. It's going to continue to expand south and eventually push to the east as well. So we currently have, guys, if you're just joining in, 5 active tornado warnings. But no, we haven't had a new one in about 6 minutes. So they're all kind of continuing and ongoing. Greensville, South Carolina is going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow threat, guys. Dayton, Ohio is going to see some isolated severe weather very late tonight. Maybe some high winds, not really high-end threat. What is it doing in St. Louis? St. Louis right now is right on the doorstep, guys. So here's St. Louis. So you're right on the doorstep. We're watching very closely of a tornado threat here. That entire line has a capability. And actually, I do think there might be a tornado right here, just southwest of Pacific. You see those reds and greens on the right side of your screen. We want to look for reds and greens that are bright and right next to each other. And that's exactly what we have right there, keeping a close eye on that one, as well as an inflow notch on our reflectivity. So we have a little bit of a notch in our line. That's when you get a little suspicious of a spin-up tornado. That's going to be very likely within our band of thunderstorms. Spin-up tornado, very possible. Now moving into the St. Louis region. So I want to put that on your alert. I'll let you know the moment you get a warning if you need to take shelter. All right, here to answer you guys' questions. Got a lot going on. It's going to get a lot more active as we continue, especially if we get a violent tornado here within the next hour or so from any supercell that builds ahead of our line, keeping a very close eye on that forming. Here to answer you guys' questions. Make sure you guys leave a like and share as well. Follow. Main reason I ask that is so we can get as many people in here and alert as many people as possible. This is just the beginning. It's going to continue to increase in coverage, severe weather-wise. So get ready. This is going to be a long-term event over the next 48 hours for a lot of people. Western Ohio is going to see a slight risk for today. A couple of tornadoes, lower end risk, and a couple of high wind risks are possible very late tonight. Whereas the severe weather is really everywhere, stretching from Illinois down through Texas. So the corridor of severe weather right now is right in this region, but it is going to expand eastward over the next few hours. So you can see the full encompassment of our severe weather right there. There you go. So this is a pretty significant event to keep an eye on across this region. You see a really big warning polygon out here. You might be wondering what's going on. One golf ball sized hail incoming. And there you go. If you're just joining in, we do have a new tornado warning for Jersey, Illinois County. Let's move up to there and see what warning we do have. Okay, so it's still the same tornado warning that has been ongoing just north of St. Louis. This has been issued by the National Weather Service of St. Louis, and they're continuing to see the threat of rotation embedded within our line here. So seek shelter immediately. And they're continuing that on the inflow notch here with some broad rotation. Seek shelter in Ottersville and Jerseyville, Illinois. Yes, Dexter, I vibe coded a sound for any new tornado warning. So we're going to be very alert. We're going to have a nice alert ahead of time. So we are ready to go, and we know if the new tornado warning gets issued before it happens. Well, not before it happens, but when it gets issued, as fast as possible. Especially for a day like today, it'll be very helpful in knowing who's underneath a warning. Florida has a marginal risk across the entire state. The panhandle of Florida has an enhanced risk for severe weather. We're talking about a couple of significant tornadoes in the Florida panhandle and some wind probability over there. So stay weather aware. It's going to be very, very late tonight, so please stay weather aware. Let's go back to our tornado warnings active here in Missouri. A couple of active tornado warnings. Those look like they're going to get canceled here relatively soon. Good news is I don't really see a very tight couplet along actually any of these tornado warnings. Still seek shelter until they get canceled. Let's check on our singular tornado warning here in Arkansas. Looks like our broad rotations actually exited the tornado warning polygon, so that is something to keep an eye on if they reissue a tornado warning or not. So it's going to be interesting also just to see how they warn this entire system, because we're going to have a lot of opportunities for that kind of isolated severe weather, that isolated spin-up type stuff, in which you could have a quick hitting tornado drop down and up in just a few radar scans. It's kind of tricky to forecast and warn for that because, of course, they're very dangerous. You want people to seek shelter, but also you don't want to warn everything so people don't ignore warnings in the future. So you have to find the balance, guys. It's a very tricky situation ongoing. Since mobile homes are common in those areas, what should people be doing in mobile homes? It's a very tricky situation, especially with a chance of significant tornadoes. I think if you live in this region here, guys, if you're living in this region I'm just highlighting now, in our new tornado warning, in which has a very high chance of seeing a significant tornado, that's the area in which you may want to reconsider going to a more structurally sound place rather than a mobile home. These mobile homes are just unsafe. They are very unsafe during any significant tornado, or actually any tornado in general. So really take that in consideration. If you're in this red zone, you have about an hour max or hour minimum, a little bit less if you're on the western side here, you could have a little bit less time. So please reconsider your places of riding this storm out, especially across areas of Memphis, Jonesboro, Jackson, Tupelo, even into places like Greenwood, Mississippi, and through western Kentucky, even southwest corner of Indiana, all underneath an active tornado watch for the next 6 hours. So that actually goes until midnight tonight. I think that's a little long, honestly. I don't think the storms will be lasting for 6 hours. Birmingham is going to see an isolated to several tornado threat within that corridor. My main concern for your region is high winds. Possible significant tornado is there, but I'm really concerned about the high winds. Numerous power outages are possible within that corridor. Let's actually take a quick look at our power outage counter. So we have a power outage counter. Current power outage counter is at 406,000 customers without power right now. 406,000 customers without power, so a significant amount of people without power over in that corridor. No, Ohio does have a severe weather risk, especially for western Ohio. Could see a couple of tornadoes as well as high winds across the entire corridor, isolated damaging high winds. Stay weather aware, especially late tonight. Okay, so let's see. It looks like someone asking about the categorical risk, so I can show you across the board for today who has the higher end risk. And you can see none of the storms have made it into our enhanced risk zone. So that really goes to show we are just starting this event. And the enhanced risk is a 3 out of 5. That means widespread severe weather is likely, with some significant severe weather in kind of spread it out through that zone. You can see that stretches all the way from Indianapolis through Nashville, Memphis, all those large cities, and through the entire state of Alabama, most of the state of Mississippi, and western portions of Georgia. So we can see large tornadoes, high winds across that entire region. Thank you, Amanda, for the support. Appreciate that as it continues to move to the east. So we're moving in a direction in which we have much, much more support for severe weather, for tornadoes, all of this stuff, all the above. And unfortunately, that's going to cause for some major issues as we continue to push in a more favorable environment. Just started pouring here in Illinois. Yep, you must be in western Illinois. If you are in Jerseyville, please seek shelter immediately. You currently have an active tornado warning for your region. So a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings also have tornado possible tags on them. That means a quick tornado spin up is possible within these storms as well. In St. Louis, yeah, you can see St. Louis is really knocking on the doorstep of these very strong storms right here. Right here is where the storms are. Here's where the city is. They're moving eastward about 45 miles per hour. There you go. Hot Springs, Arkansas is clear. Won't see anything but the rain. Well, let's see where you are right now. Is that west or southeast? I think we're about to get a new tornado warning too. Hot Springs. Let me answer that quick question before I... No, Hot Springs is literally like right up for the severe weather. You have 60-mile-per-hour winds and one at Chale, as well as an isolated tornado threat if one of these things spin up. So I would not say you're not going to get anything. And we do have a new tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service of Springfield here in Missouri. This is for Dent and Shannon counties in Springfield. It looks like they're just continuing to issue warnings on this current polygon. They chopped it off. So still kind of same areas that are underneath threat. Stay in your safe place there. Yeah, guys. And oh, I have actually a brand new update for St. Louis. So St. Louis is now underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. And take a look at that tornado possible tag for St. Louis. This is for the next 45 minutes. 60-mile-per-hour winds are entering the region. A quick spin-up tornado is possible. That's what that means. You want to be off the roads for this now and be near your safe place, because if you get a tornado warning, you need to act quickly. These types of tornadoes come down and come up very quick. Radar scan from radar scan. So if you're now in St. Louis, you are now underneath a severe thunderstorm warning, as well as like anywhere west of St. Louis. So Wildwood, Eureka, I-44, Arnold, I-55, Concord, Oakville, Bryan's Mill, Imperial, Pevely, Hillsborough, Cedar Hill Lakes. All of these regions are underneath a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. And it looks like we just got a new tornado warning here down in Arkansas. Let's swoop down into Arkansas. Looks like, are they continuing this one? 4:30. Well, it looks like it's not on the radar yet just yet. It's coming up really soon. This is for Howard, Arkansas, and Sevier, Arkansas. New tornado warning. And this is really big concern, guys. Big concern. So, there's concern among this linear line, right? This is what we've been talking about for the past 40 minutes. We've had only tornado warnings on our tornado warning line here. But if we look at these cells here. These are really concerning. If these become mature out of front, that I'm going to highlight right here, if they become mature out in front, those are where we're going to be very concerned about a significant tornado in front of this line here. I'm actually not seeing the tornado warning. Actually, they just canceled. I don't know why they kind of issued that tornado warning. Well, we'll come back to that if it gets reissued or pops up on my radar. I don't see it. Look at our line is spreading so far south here. So even now we're down into Tyler, Texas, that has severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with its entire line that is now just absolutely growing as we continue to track this storm very closely. All right. So we've gone over the tornado warnings. We're continuing to go over the tornado warnings. Let me answer some more questions, guys. The questions you have, make sure you drop a follow and like the stream so we can get the stream out to as many people as possible. This is just the beginning, and now we're seeing some upscale development of some supercellular activity in front of the line, in which will increase the chance for significant tornadoes within our Mississippi, Ohio, and Tennessee valleys. Bloomington, Indiana tonight. It's going to be actually a little bit earlier than tonight. It's 5:30 right now. So I guess, tight. 7:30, 8 o'clock, that's where we're going to have the lines come through. Significant tornadoes are possible. High winds are likely. Numerous power outages are coming. Please be weather aware. Right now is a great time to charge your devices before you get in a tornado watch, and then conditions will start to deteriorate as you have a couple supercells fire in front, as well as linear lines as the linear line comes through. Louisiana is going to be currently the northwest corner of Louisiana, including Shreveport's underneath the tornado watch. The entire state of Louisiana is underneath a severe weather risk for today. Isolated tornadoes, maybe a couple strong, are possible. Numerous power outages due to wind are very likely. Yes, guys, of course there's people afraid out there. My main thing here is not to make you afraid, because being afraid is not very productive. I'm here to help you. I'm here to give you some expectations of what to expect over the next 48 hours, as well as things to arm yourself, to protect yourself over this threat, because this weather is survivable. All weather is survivable as long as you take the precautions. This is the biggest step, as you being here right now and being weather aware is a huge step into keeping yourself safe and your family safe. So the big thing is if you have any questions, I'm trying to answer specific spot questions. I know it's going to be really hard to give specific spot questions, especially once we start getting even more active here. I can promise you this. I'm going to give information about places that need to seek shelter. That's my highest priority. So if you don't hear me speak about your place seeking shelter, most likely is you're not underneath a tornado warning or a warning in which you need to immediately seek shelter. But please, of course, number one, take your warnings that you get on your phone number first. And then I'll continue to help you out on those questions as well. Looks like we are going to get a new tornado warning here. Last one didn't pop up on my radar, but I think it was a cancellation. So I think that was an accident on their part. Dropping tornado, yeah, that was pretty bad. Is it going to hit? Lexington, Kentucky is in our high tornado risk, as well as our very high wind risk. Double high. You can see our entire line is developing here and pushing eastward very fast. It's moving, is racing. It's already in central Arkansas, and it's already in southeast Missouri as it swings through. So this entire line is going to swing through the entire eastern and central United States here very quickly. And there is a, what's that, new tornado warning? Actually, it looks like they're going to chop this one. So, continued chopped tornado warning here for Denton and Shannon, Missouri. Seek shelter and continue to seek shelter until 5 p.m. local time. So that is another, what is that? It's another 26 minutes from now. So I guess, is an extension? I don't know. There's kind of a couple of weird warnings ongoing here. So we'll keep an eye on that. But okay, so it's calmed down a little bit on the line. It looks like they're going to be pretty conservative about issuing warnings on the line here. So, but the entire line is going to be dangerous with that high wind risk. It's just unfortunately getting started. Yeah, the tone goes off when a new warning polygon is issued. So that could be an updated warning polygon. So if the warning polygon gets shaped differently, or if a completely new warning gets issued. It does not sound for a cancellation in a warning. So we won't hear a tone for cancellation, but we will hear a warning if a new warning polygon is issued, either changing the current one or a completely new one, just for clarification on the tone. When it's coming to Middle Tennessee, within the next 2 to 3 hours, you can see our current corridor here, but also keeping an eye on some prefrontal convection firing off as well. So keeping an eye on that. That could cause some significant severe weather if it does fire off. How fast is the stomach moving? We're going to need a little bit more clarification on the question. All right, yeah, I got my entire left screen here is all the current tornado warnings and the updates as well that I vibe coded before. Oh, how fast is the storm? Storm is generally moving about 45 to 50 miles per hour eastward. You can see the actual rapid motion on these storms here. I can keep it in motion here, especially you get some really good view here in Arkansas where we have a big, huge movement as well. I think they meant storm, yes. When is the storm hitting Lexington, Kentucky? Well, coverage is expected to continue. I think really starting to peak around the next 2 to 3 hours in Lexington. You're just outside of a watch area. I'm expecting a watch probably to be issued within the next hour as our storms race eastward. Stay weather aware. Yes, it is going to hit Indiana. Currently, Evansville, Indiana is underneath a tornado watch. But the actual line is starting to make its way there. Big risk zones are Lafayette, Indianapolis, and Bloomington across the kind of central and southern portions of Indiana. Places like South Bend and Fort Wayne still have a severe weather risk for today. So yes, we have this risk is going to sweep across, guys. It's going to sweep all the way across. And tomorrow we do have a severe weather risk for the region. Let me do a quick outlook check so I can show you what we have. So here's what we have today. This is a severe weather risk for today and tonight. So you can see the orange areas where we could have widespread severe weather as well as isolated significant severe weather. And then our yellow areas where we could have widespread severe weather, not as much significant severe weather. And then anywhere in the marginal risk is where we could see severe weather just generally for today and tonight. And then also a big corridor. If anyone has a business or emergency management or schools that they need to manage here, you have a moderate risk. This is very rare. It happens about once every 3 years within our east, mid-Atlantic, and eastern coastal regions. We could see a few significant tornadoes as a very high, as well as a significant and very likely wind risk. Look how confident we are on the wind risk. Is very rare, and actually the first time since 2012 since we've seen a 60% significant hatched wind risk across Washington, D.C., and then Maryland, down the I-95 corridor, Fredericks, Richmond, Raleigh, Fayetteville, and Florence. That is going to be for tomorrow. So you kind of have the dual threat here today and tomorrow. I'll be live for that as well. I'm going to be focusing on the current event for your current questions, but we'll be answering more questions and posting more updates, of course, throughout today and tonight for that as well. Ocean City, Maryland is underneath an enhanced risk. Could see a couple of tornadoes as well as high winds come through the region. Illinois is just starting to enter severe weather, especially St. Louis is about to get pounded by 60-mile-per-hour winds from this line here. Could see a couple of isolated power outages pushing into the region, as well as an isolated tornado warning cannot be ruled out. If one of these cells start to spin, that's where we're really going to be starting to see concern. We can see these little notches here. See a little notch here, a little notch here. We'll keep a very close eye on the radar. All of those areas are where we can have just tiny spin-up tornadoes, but they still can be very damaging and possibly deadly if not taken seriously. Central Illinois is starting to see that severe weather. It's sweeping right across here. Bloomington is in the enhanced risk for today. Could have Lots of power outages from high winds, as well as possibly the tornado risk as well there. Isolated tornado risk. Maybe a few tornadoes actually there. Is this from all the wind I've had today in PA, or is it just windy? Actually, it's the actual wind is associated with the general storm. The actual storm is a deepening low pressure way centralized now, way kind of over here. So the actual draw, the surface low pressure is over here. So I have a cold front draping from it, but you have all this wind circulating around it. Very strong wind that is basically whipping around a toilet bowl, for lack of a better analogy, that is increasing the wind across the entire corridor. What's going to happen in Philadelphia? You have a significant high wind risk, in addition to a couple of tornadoes, possibly some strong, within your region for tomorrow. So stay weather aware in that area. You see some of these are staying pretty discreet. You see some of these cells here, you see that's not like a complete line. That's what we're really watching. If they stay discreet, then they have a more likely chance to become significant in nature, specifically for tornado risk. Here we go. Little Rock has now been added to a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail moving eastward at about 45 miles per hour. Also includes Mayflower, Conway, I-40, Bigelow, Vilonia, in Arkansas. So you don't want to be outside for this one. So seek an interior house or somewhere out beyond outside. You don't want to be outside for that high winds. And man, this is a really big concern, guys. So we have our line, right? We've been talking about our line a lot. Look at this. These two cells here, right there, are bad news. Bad news. We do not want these to become any more mature, because if they do, then we could be talking about a significant severe weather threat, specifically for a significant tornado. Because if they are on their own, they basically. I'm trying to think of a good way to explain this. If they're ahead of the front, they can tap into the full wind shear profile. They can do this basically their own dance compared to the storm and be more of a significant tornado risk if they are on their own. So that's why I'm monitoring those so closely ahead of the front. If anything develops, we could be talking about a possibly long track and dangerous tornado, and that's making me very, very concerned ahead of the front. So lots of moving pieces here, and we do have a new active tornado warning. Actually, this is for, going to be a big surprise, but this is actually for Florida. Florida is now underneath a tornado warning. This is incredible. This is for Seminole County, Florida, for the next till 6:15 local time. And look at this, completely rain-wrapped tornado. Actually kind of hard to see on radar, but let me highlight this for you. This is a big surprise. I don't even think Florida is in the tornado risk, especially Central Florida. Lake Mary, Winter Springs, Longwood, Heat Row, and Sanford. You have a tornado warning for your region. Oh my gosh, what is going on here? We have a really big rotation happening. I don't know. Let me see the development on this on radar here. What in the world is going on? That is quite the shocker. I think it's probably mainly collision based, but you have a couple areas, actually maybe a couple areas across that entire region there. We might have a couple tornadoes on the ground here. Basically, when you have this is a radar indicated tornado warning. This is for a lot of people. Lake Mary, Longwood, and Winter Springs. We are in Florida right now. Florida, active tornado warning just north of Orlando. You currently have an active tornado warning. You do need to seek shelter within this area. I was not anticipating this. That's why I looked over here. I'm like, wait, why does that say National Weather Service of Melbourne, Florida? Yes, we have an active tornado warning for I-4 and anywhere west of Sanford. And if you're in Longwood, Winter Springs, see if we have any more areas. Lake Mary in Florida, you need to seek shelter immediately. You have a kind of a spin-up tornado threat that could be damaging, and this is radar indicated. Also, do not go outside, because if you may notice on the left side of your screen, there are two circles there where I'm thinking there's rotation and possibly tornado on the ground. They're completely rain-wrapped. There's no way to see these tornadoes, so seek shelter. Go to your bottom level of your house, interior portions of your house, and yes, if you are in like downtown Orlando, you're okay, but the actual tornado warning is to the north of you for Lake Mary, Heathrow, Winter Springs, a brand new tornado warning issued for Florida, and that's why it's crazy. In weather is crazy sometimes. We currently have an active tornado warning for Florida of all places, and that's mainly happening because of collision. So sometimes you have big storms collide with each other, all the outflows, it can cause a quick spin-up tornado. A little bit different than a convection-driven one. But yes, the main reason it's rain-wrapped is because we're just dealing with a huge collision of rain and storms, and sometimes you get those collisions cause spin-ups. And actually, if I go about this entire thing, I have like 1, 2, 3, 4 across the entire line. I have 4 areas of circulation, which might be causing a tornado. And we're going to step away from that because these types of tornadoes will be very, very short-lived. So stay in your safe place here in Lake Mary, Florida. Yes, if you're just joining us, Lake Mary, Florida is underneath a tornado warning. Let's zoom out because we do have a new tornado warning here for a while. A lot of counties in Arkansas, a lot of counties for Arkansas. Look at this entire line. We don't even need the radar on to see where our cold front is. The entire line is now severe thunderstorm warned. And I believe our new tornado warning should be popping up here any second here. It is for Conway, Falconer, Perry, and Pulaski, Arkansas counties. Please seek shelter immediately. And we're actually just north of Little Rock. So here is your polygon, guys. This is now a lot of people in an active tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately. Here we go. Bigelow, Menifee, Conway, Greenberry, Holland, Twin Groves, and just outside Guy, Arkansas. So we're in Arkansas, an active tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately for the next 29 minutes. Also includes major route I-40. I-40 is underneath a tornado warning. Seek shelter. See if there's any more towns there. Be really big town here, Conway. Please seek shelter immediately with an active tornado risk heading into your region right now. Let me put this in motion here. It's moving 45 miles per hour to the northeast. Thank you, Marta, for the donation. Appreciate that. And there you go. Are you sure? I can't say for sure if a place is getting a tornado or not. I can tell you there is a tornado risk for your region in Lexington, Kentucky. If you guys wouldn't mind liking the stream and dropping a follow or a share. Main reason I said so we can get the word out to as many people as possible. Our significant tornado threat is just about to pick up, and now we have a tornado warning for a lot of people. Let's actually see how many people are within this area. This is a tornado warning for over 100,000 people. So please seek shelter. This is a big deal. A lot of people underneath a tornado warning. You need to seek shelter. This is just the beginning of a 48-hour event in which I'm expecting a lot of tornadoes, a lot of high wind reports, a lot of people lose power. I'm going to walk you through it. Main goal is to give you the life-saving information of an active tornado warning, which we have right now, as well as answer some of your questions to guide you through this process as well. Yes, all tornado warnings in Missouri have now been canceled. We do have active 2 tornado warnings, one in Florida and one in Arkansas, central Arkansas. Let's hop back to the Florida one really quick to keep an eye on it. Yes, if you're just joining us, we do have a tornado warning for north of Florida. This is for Seminole County, Florida. And please seek shelter immediately. We can see our spin actually still going. We still have some general rotation here. Nothing that's as actually strong as I once saw. This is heading towards Florida Road 417 east towards places like Sanford and Midway. They might see an extension on this tornado warning if the actual rotation holds on. The actual best guess of my rotation is right along just west of Florida Road 417 east of Lake Mary, Florida. Still seek shelter if you're within that corridor here north of Orlando. Active tornado warning for your region. I know, quite the surprise, guys. Quite the surprise. Can't the tornadoes reschedule? Unfortunately not. Man, we're just keeping a very close eye on these guys. I am quite nervous because if you looked at the recent modeling, I'm quite nervous for this corridor. And look at these supercells. They're actually already rotating pretty quickly here. So here's some rotation, and here's some rotation. So these are like premature supercells. If they're already rotating and they're not even tapping the full wind shear profile, it really makes me nervous. Because if they can really get in some shape here, I mean, we're talking about a significant event. We do actually have, oh wow, this is a really big deal, guys. A really big deal. I believe St. Louis is now underneath a tornado warning. This is brand new information. This should be popping up on my Polygon immediately here just in a second. St. Louis, Missouri and St. Louis City, Missouri. Please seek shelter immediately. And there you go. An active tornado warning has been issued for, let's see how many people. It's going to be a lot of people underneath the tornado warning. Over 800,000 people are now underneath a tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately. Possibly one of the largest tornado warnings we're going to see all day. And now you can see exactly actually where we have the rotation. I'm mostly concerned about is right here. You can see the hook here. Unfortunately for Kirkwood, Concord, University City, to see if any other places here. You're now underneath a tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately for over 800,000. My best guess here is the actual circulation is just south of Kirkwood, moving very quickly east about 45 miles per hour. This is hugging I-44 right there, but anywhere along the line could produce a tornado. So Crestwood, Marlboro, Webster Grove, Sunset Hills, these are all areas very, very high concern for active tornadoes. So seek shelter immediately. If you're anywhere within this red polygon, guys, we just got issued an active tornado warning. Warning means active threat. So warning means you need to take action right now. So that's correct. We do have now over 800,000 people underneath an active tornado warning for St. Louis, including everywhere west of St. Louis as well. Kirkwood, Concord, University City. There's going to be some more towns here. Creve Coeur, Ladue, Overland, Webster Groves, Kirkwood, I-44, I-64, I-55, I-270, or 270, Sunset Hill. Let's see if I have any more here I can zoom into. Maplewood, Richmond Heights, Wellston, Normandy, Jennings, Castle Point, Bellefonte neighbors, Cool Valley, anywhere in this region, guys, anywhere needs to be seeking shelter immediately. An active tornado threat, and I'm not liking this one. Possibly a tornado on the ground here just northwest of Sunset Hills, and anywhere along the line could produce a tornado due to the nature of this thunderstorm. So if you're just joining in, guys, if I can ask anyone who's outside the tornado warning polygon, if you wouldn't mind liking and sharing the storm. This is an extremely dangerous situation where we have over 800,000 people underneath harm's way. An active tornado warning, which requires active action right now. Tornado warning is in place. And actually, we just saw an extension has been given to our Seminole, Florida tornado warning. We're going to stick on our St. Louis one because it has quite a lot more people. If you're still in Florida, there is still an active tornado warning. And you can see exactly what I'm saying here. Look at this giant hook that is now developing just south of Kirkwood. Actual tornado, at least right now, and actually another hook right here. So you might be wondering why this is such a big polygon. Well, I think we probably have two active threads right here and right here that are moving east, northeast, about 45 miles per hour. Active tornado threat. Very, very dangerous tornado threat moving eastward here. And this is what we're going to be seeing, unfortunately, a lot for the next few hours, and possibly even more. So that's kind of how it's going. Respect to warning polygon, Waterloo, Illinois. It's near. Let's see here. If you did get alert, you must be really close to it. So we'll keep an eye on that. And actually did get a new tornado warning. This is actually in Texas. So we'll come back. We'll be right back to St. Louis. A tornado warning continues to be issued for St. Louis, all of St. Louis, and west of St. Louis. Underneath a tornado warning, please seek shelter immediately. As we continue to monitor that active threat, now we'll take a quick, brief moment to look down to the south, where we now have an active tornado warning here in Texas. This is for Longview, Texas. There's a lot of people underneath a new tornado warning. This is radar-indicated tornado moving eastward about 50 miles per hour, heading towards I-20. Let's take a look at rotation together, and there you go, rotation pretty strong here, heading towards White Oak, Longview, Gregton, Spring Hill, Longview Heights, and I-20. This is valid for the next 37 minutes. Please seek shelter immediately. New tornado warning has been issued now for Texas. Seek shelter right now. I'm a storm chaser in Springfield. Should I start getting ready to head out? Wait, which state? I know there's multiple Springfields, so I might need a state clarification. As you can see, we have the line and then also some supercells pre-firing in front of this system. So it's time to get ready across this entire region here. Now, Virginia is going to see weather later tomorrow. Oh, Springfield, Missouri? Oh, gosh. The line is pretty far to the east of you. You are a bit behind, I'm not going to lie. You're all the way back here, and the main severe weather is going to be happening to the east. So if you're not to put you down, but you're pretty behind the game, unfortunately. Okay, so now back to the warnings here. Again, we currently have an active tornado warning for St. Louis. All of St. Louis is underneath a tornado warning. That means you need to seek shelter immediately. This is a tornado warning issued here. And actually, I'm going to do an emergency update here on TikTok as well. 1 second, guys. Hang with me 1 second. I'm just going to reiterate, but I'm going to do like a little recording. This is something I wanted to do as well, kind of new tone. So if you guys are just joining me, an active tornado warning has just been issued for St. Louis. This is at 5:49 on 3/15/26. You can see our active tornado warning. We've had multiple active tornado warnings. The current situation is we have a very strong rotation just north of Concord moving eastward. But if you're in anywhere within this corridor here in St. Louis, please seek shelter immediately. Looking at a little bit of a bigger threat here, guys. Let's look at a little bit of a larger radar. You can see we have a very strong squall line that has fully developed now, stretching from Chicago all the way down into Texas. And we actually are having, you hear those tones, we are having new tornado warnings issued here, and we're going to go over all those. We have a new tornado warning here in Longview, Texas. Please seek shelter. That's radar indicated. We also have a tornado warning here just north of Little Rock. This is for Conway, Greenbrier, and Holland. Seek shelter within that corridor. And lastly, we actually have, I saw this was thicker, but I thought it was confirmed. We have another tornado warning for south central Missouri. This is for Winona, Alton, and Thoyer. So again, very active moment here. If you're seeing this on TikTok, I'm most likely live if this is not a couple hours after. So seek shelter. We have everyone here. Say hi in chat, guys. We're making a video. And please seek shelter immediately if you're in those regions and you're seeing this very recently. Okay. So you guys are just joining me. Sorry, guys, for the... I'm saying the same thing, but I do want to get the alert out that we have a current active threat across many, many areas. And, of course, this is a rapidly developing situation in which we're seeing a lot of stuff go down. All right, let's go back to St. Louis. So now we have tornado warning in Texas, Arkansas, Missouri, and Illinois. So actually, technically not in Illinois, but in St. Louis. And the actual line is now pushing to University City. Look at this bow echo as well. So not only do we have a tornado threat, but we also have that threat of possibly 70 to 80 mile per hour winds associated with that bow echo pushing into St. Louis. Yes, you have a tornado warning in St. Louis. Seek shelter immediately there. So please seek shelter. I know it's a very dangerous weather day, and this is unfortunately just the start, guys. We're waiting on some more significant severe weather to actually start up supercells ahead of the front. Please seek shelter to your lowest level in St. Louis. Still active tornado warning. This thing is continuing to move really, really quickly, so there's not a lot of time to react when you get a warning. If you get a warning, please do so and move immediately. If you don't know, the average time between an issuance of a warning and an actual tornado impact is around 7 to 9 minutes. So when you get a warning, on average, you have about 7 minutes to react. So you should react immediately and very fastly. Here in Arkansas, getting some decent rotation along my circle I have for you right here. This is moving northeast towards Holland and Greenbrier. Please seek shelter. Active tornado warning there in Arkansas. And look at our prefrontal firing here. Keeping a very close eye on those guys towards Pine Bluff. And lastly, guys, going over our tornado warning here in Longview. Not only do we have a tornado warning, but we also have golf ball-sized hail associated with these storms. Please seek shelter immediately. I don't know why I keep getting thrown into... There we go. Okay, so Longview, Hallsville, and I-20 in Texas is now underneath a tornado warning. Thank you, Marta. Thank you, Beach, for the support. Appreciate that. Monroe County, Illinois, might be a little bit helpful for city and state. I do believe Monroe County is underneath a tornado watch. This entire line is now marching its way into south and central Illinois. Of course, that is producing a tornado warning right now. So tornado warning is in effect for St. Louis, but tornado possibility is moving into this corridor here. Chicago going to hit. We could see an isolated severe weather threat. You can see some thunderstorms moving into Chicago right now, but they are below severe weather phase right now. So nothing really significant as of right now. This entire system really starting to get developed very quickly here. Any additional info on the tornado warning in St. Louis? Right now, it's still radar indicated. It's going to be very hard to confirm here. You can see, take a look at our depiction of instant rotation. There are two pockets in St. Louis which have seen rotation. Here by Kirkwood in the east, and here by University City. You see those brighter colors on the right side of your screen? That's our instant rotation kind of guess. And you can see where the kind of best guess of, okay, where do we have rotation? Where do we have a tornado threat? And you can also notice the entire line is kind of rotating. That's also not very helpful as well. All right, we do have an extension on our tornado warning here. This is going to, oh wow, we have another tornado warning as well. So let me get this tornado warning out first here in southeast Missouri. This is for Van Buren, Doniphan, Grandin, and Ella, Fremont, and Elsinore. Please seek shelter immediately. You have a tornado warning for your region moving eastward at 45 miles per hour associated with our line of thunderstorms continuing to move to the east. And there you go. There's the entire line. Everything is spinning. Unfortunately, the environment is very potent. It's very potent for spinning. Sorry, I'm just typing. include St. Louis. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I mean, fortunately, the environment's very potent. The only thing that's really saving us from a very dangerous tornado right now is we have a very linear line-like structure. But if any storm breaks in front, that's where we're going to have extremely large problems across that area. So please be on high alert. That's why we're monitoring very closely. If anything breaks in front, if any storm breaks in front, that's where we have extreme concern for that additional problem. Okay, there we go. Sorry, guys, just getting that emergency update there. I'm posting it right now. I appreciate you guys being here. But yeah, you can see current active tornado warning for St. Louis, about to cross actual downtown St. Louis. So still remain in your safe place here. You can see all of the places underneath the tornado warning. Tornado warning is right here. Actually, let's tap it because you can see a little bit easier. Oh, let me get it. Come on. There we go. Active tornado warning still for the next 14 minutes. You can see that's local time in EST. It expires at 5:15 local time in St. Louis. All right, so actually I'm seeing a new tornado warning possible spot here next to I-55 near Pevely. And unfortunately, it's going to be a very common theme. We're going to see a lot of areas that could have severe weather and tornado pop-ups. I mean, the entire line. Actually, here is an active tornado, guys. This is definitely a tornado. Look at this one. The blues, when it's blue and red right next to each other, that is definitely a tornado. I think it's going to get warned any second here towards Olympian Village. What state are we in here? I believe we're still in Missouri. Yeah, right on that Missouri-Illinois border. But take a look at this. This is heading towards Festus and I-55. So if you're near that area, I'm expecting that's going to get tornado warned here any second. I'm not going to lie. Because that is a very strong rotation couplet, as well as this one. Man, there are a lot of spots, and that's a big problem, guys. There's going to be a lot of spots in which are really suspicious of tornadoes, and that's just what we're going to have to deal with as we continue to move through this actual threat here. All right, appreciate you guys staying with me. There we go. All right, you can see our total threat zone. Let's see. Wait, oh, that's why it keeps moving. Okay, there we go. Let me move this to 1 hour max rotation. So you can see on the right side of your screen is our max rotation. This is kind of driven by, this is where you can see where storms are rotating. The more bright colors they are, like the yellows, the reds, it's the more rotations happening. You see our Longview storm is starting to really rotate. That's underneath the tornado warning. But look at all of these areas that have pretty decent rotation here in northern Arkansas and central Arkansas. We have a tornado warning that's north in Conway. You should be seeking shelter there. Not too much driven here. It's kind of also radar dependent, but man, look at these storms that are moving through St. Louis, and the entire storm segment is rotating across this region here. What's up, Abby? Good to see you. But yeah, I mean, that's unfortunately what we're going to have to be dealing with as we continue to track these storms very closely. If you're just joining in, current active tornado warning for St. Louis. The strong storms are now pushing right through the region. Should be seeking shelter immediately. If you guys are enjoying the content or want to share the content with more people so more people can be alert, if you wouldn't mind liking and sharing and following the stream, just so we can get as many people there, as well as, hey, we are less than 100 followers away from 70,000 followers. Thank you guys so much for the support. Really means a lot to me. Again, my main goal is to try to just help as many people as possible through such a difficult time. We're going to have a lot of severe weather in the next 48 hours here. Yes, currently underneath the tornado warning in St. Louis. I just posted an update about that. Also been tracking it very, very closely here. Looks like the actual rotation here that I'm mainly tracking is just in the north portions of St. Louis. Right here, about to cross into Granite City. Actually, I'm surprised we don't see a downstream tornado warning on this one yet. I might need to reset my API because I think it got throttled. 1 second. Let me restart my code. I think my code broke. That gives me alerts. I think I got big. So yes, we got a lot of threat here. Abby, that threat is going to increase in Indiana a little bit later today. It's not exactly gone to your doorstep just yet, but you should be weather aware as they continue. It includes tornado risk as well as a high wind risk. Charge those devices. A couple of significant tornadoes. Here you are. You're right on that border of a tornado watch. That means the ingredients are almost there for tornado capability. Please stay weather aware. The actual line is towards St. Louis and Springfield, Illinois, racing towards you about 45 miles per hour. Non-stop warnings for Midtown St. Louis. It's hell out here. Anyone in St. Louis, you should be in your safe place if you're in St. Louis, but anyone have reports from around the United States? GG, and thank you for the donation. Anyone have reports? As well as if you have any reports or damage reports after the fact, guys, please continue to put yourself in a safe place. But if you have any damage reports, if you wouldn't mind, or if you want to be featured with credit, my Discord is currently open on my bio. I have it open here on my page. If you submit a report down into my Discord, I will be featuring it live on stream to people here just so we can get alerts out as well. So thank you for your support. But if you have any pictures or photos or videos you want to share, but of course, please keep yourself safe. Number one priority, please keep yourself safe. Feel free to join the Discord. Link is in my bio. If you click my bio. Okay, thank you guys for the support. Okay, sorry, just posting some more updates. Looks like St. Louis, we're going to go into a severe thunderstorm warning east of this entire line. An absolute monster of a severe thunderstorm warning east of St. Louis, now moving our way into Illinois there. Illinois. All right. There we go. Thank you guys for the support. Okay, let's go through all of our active tornado warnings. We have 5 active tornado warnings. First, starting off with Longview. Longview, Texas does have an active tornado warning. And whoa, what in the world? Kind of a reverse supercell ongoing. Quite the weird look here. But look at those reds and greens right next to each other, heading towards Longview. Stay in your safe place, including Gregton, Spring Hill, Longview Heights, and I-20. I-20 in Texas. Seek shelter immediately. You have an active tornado warning. Let's continue to move to the Arkansas region. You have an active tornado warning here in Conway. This storm is really moving. If I had to place a tornado, probably be around this corridor here, heading towards Holland, moving northeast about 50 miles per hour. Actually, there you go. There's a new look to this one as we continue to watch very closely. Okay, looks like... Okay, cool. The tone is back on. Oh, wow. We're going to get a lot of... Okay, there we go. All those tones were from active tornado warning. So we do have 3... these new ones that were on the power bank there. So there you go. Very, very active, ongoing system here. And there you go, actually. I'm sorry I didn't catch this. I just update here. East of St. Louis is now underneath a tornado warning. So we went from a lot of people to, again, a lot of people underneath a tornado warning. This is for Collinsville, O'Fallon, Edwardsville, and a lot of people, Granite City, Troy, I-64, I-55, I-270, St. Jacobs, Highland, Grant Fork, Marine, Perrion, and the surrounding region north of Bellevue. You now have an active tornado warning. We also have a new tornado warning for Oregon, Missouri, and Shannon, Missouri, just issued by the National Weather Service here down to the south. I think that's just an update. So now a new active tornado warning. Our first tornado warning for Illinois has been issued. Seek shelter immediately. I can't find a way to join the Discord via bio. Like, if you go to the description, I guess it's the description or bio. If you go to my main page where you see all my posts, and you see it says my bio, it says extreme weather information, blah blah blah. It says join a Discord community down below. There's a link tree. If you navigate to the link tree, then scroll down to say where it says Discord. That's where you can join the Discord there. I'm 5 minutes from Columbia, Illinois. Geez, be safe here. Again, if you guys are just joining us, a new active tornado warning for a lot of people east of St. Louis. We're east of this giant line, an absolute monster line pushing east. It has a tornado threat, Collinsville, O'Fallon, Highland, Edwardsville. Let's see if I can get counties out for that. That is going to be Madison and St. Clair, Illinois counties. Please seek shelter immediately if you're within this pink polygon here. Pink polygon. I'm in Farmersville, Louisiana, and I'm in a trailer. Don't really have a safe place. What can I do? I mean, if you're in Louisiana, there's a chance of some significant tornadoes there. So if you have an area in which you can go to and have an alternate shelter, I'd really recommend it in the type of severe weather day like today as these storms continue to go through. And the good news is it's mainly going to be line-based that's going to be come through here. So it should be relatively easy to track and relatively not a super long-term duration event. So stay weather aware within that corridor. Again, guys, thank you so much for those who are supporting. Top supporter is displayed in the top right. That's just so we can get as many people here as possible to alert people of the active tornado warnings. And speaking of which, we do have a new tornado warning for Gregg and Harrison counties in Texas. This is a brand new tornado warning that has been chopped off here. So now Longview and Hallsville still in an active tornado warning. Please remain in shelter in this corridor here. Wow. And I just want to, so we've been talking about the line. The line segment has been producing a lot of tornadoes, but man, look at this extreme problem I'm seeing, guys. This corridor here. Anyone notice? We are seeing an upscale growth of supercells. Now that is really, really concerning here in southeast Arkansas. These are eventually going to be making their way into our higher scale tornado watch. So our higher scale tornado watch is within this highlighted region. This highlighted region, Jonesboro, Memphis, Jackson, Cape Girardeau, Evansville, and the surrounding region across the Mississippi, Tennessee, and Ohio valleys. Take a note of these risk probabilities here. The high risk of tornadoes, moderate risk of EF2 tornadoes. We're moving into a more favorable environment, even more favorable than we've been witnessing, unfortunately. So please, if you are within these regions, you just have not that much more time until we could see some significant severe weather. I don't think we've seen any significant tornadoes as of right now. I'm going to knock on wood for everyone in this corridor. But unfortunately, we are really moving towards an area in which we probably could see some significant weather here. Please don't spam chat. If you are hearing sirens in Illinois and you're in Bellevue, you should be seeking shelter, actually. If you're in Bellevue, especially in your northern portions, but you're so close to the Polygon, seek shelter either way. Please, Max, seek shelter right now. Thank you for being here. But it's time to go to your safe place right now. A very dangerous storm is moving to the area that's producing isolated tornadoes along the entire band. You can see, actually, I got one. I'll look at relative. Oh, wow, that's not, oh my gosh, this entire band is producing tornadoes. Possibly tornado right here, tornado right here, tornado right here, tornado right here. And that's what we're dealing with, guys. That is what we are dealing with. That's what the National Weather Service is dealing with right now, is multiple tornadoes possibly on the ground at the same time due to the same line. It's just an absolute mess to forecast for. And look at this. This is also probably a tornado on the ground. It's a really hard balance because these tornadoes in nature are very quick to go down and very quick to go up. So it's hard to issue warnings for them. And this entire line has the capability of producing tornadoes across. It's just printing tornadoes across this entire region. And speaking of tornadoes, a new tornado warning has just been issued for Faulkner, Arkansas. Faulkner, Arkansas has been issued a tornado warning. See where this is going to pop up. I don't think it's on the radar just yet. All right. So St. Louis, I believe downtown St. Louis is now in the clear. Anywhere east of St. Louis still remain in your safe place. You're clear from actual tornado if you're in central or west St. Louis. But if you are east of St. Louis, please go to your safe place. Active tornado warning is in effect. Little Rock. Yeah, Little Rock is underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. Right now, 60-mile-per-hour winds and a 1-inch hail incoming into the corridor, into the region. All right. Appreciate your support. Again, if you guys would help me out, keep liking and sharing the stream. I'm going to get as many alerts out as possible. I do apologize for any quick delays on my end. I'm keeping an eye on confirmation on the ground here as well as posting updates with you guys. So we're kind of doing dual things here. I'm a one-person team right now. We'll have more support this summer when we're going storm chasing in 50 days. But I'm a one-person team, so all the support really helps out a ton. Just to get the word out to as many people as possible. And man, I do believe our significant tornado threat is really about to skyrocket here. Look at these supercells firing off. I mean, anyone that becomes mature enough will become extremely dangerous. And they are moving into a very, very favorable environment. Continue to watch that very closely. Let you know the moment we get to a point in which we'll have a tornado, one of those, but it's time to prepare across these regions to be ready. Help me. Is Longview, Texas safe? Let me see if I can see. You can see our actual front is continuing to extend down to the south and west. That's not too surprising, very well modeled. Longview, Texas. Longview, Texas. Whoa, you're like right nearby. No, Longview, Texas is currently in an active tornado warning. You should be seeking shelter immediately. You're still in a tornado warning if you're almost out of it actually, so you're almost in the clear, but you're currently in a tornado warning, so please remain in your safe place. You should have about 5 minutes until you are all in the clear. Good news is from radar standing-wise, I don't see any significant radar presence for an active tornado. So, wow, look at this bad boy, guys. We got really big rotation just to the northwest of Pine Bluff. Whew. Gosh, we might be in for some big boys here really, really soon, guys. Was anyone? I know I've streamed. I've actually this is I think my 1 year anniversary streaming. Was anyone here for? Well, anyone remember the Pi Day outbreak? These types of supercells are making me very, very nervous here. All right, we do have a update on our tornado warning here in just east of St. Louis. This is for St. Genevieve, Missouri. Oh, actually, I think this is a new one. In St. Francis, Missouri. Actually, I think this is active tornado warning, right? 30 minutes, 45. Yeah. All right, so we do have an active tornado warning that's continuing here for Grandin, Ellensnor, Van Buren, and Fremont, continuing in the southeast corner of Missouri. Western Tennessee is going to see an uptick in severe weather and possibly significant coverage in tornadoes here within the next hour. If you're in Memphis, if you're in Drysburg, Jackson, Paris, in Tennessee, Western Tennessee, you should be ready for possibly large and dangerous tornadoes within the next hour. You're underneath a tornado watch. Indianapolis, Indiana is seeing this line race towards you. Let's do a big view so we can get a big kind of perspective of what's going on. Look at this. We have snow and tornadoes within 150 miles of each other. That shows you how strong this front is. An extremely potent front in which we have the entire front is now severe thunderstorm warned or tornado warned, kind of hand in hand. And then this is all moving to the east very fast. So the further east you are, the more time you have before the actual storms make it to you. Indianapolis is expecting the severe weather to make it there. Isolated tornado risk as well as a relatively high Max, you should be in your safe place. Please. Max FV in chat. You're saying you're in Bellevue and you're in Illinois. That is Bellevue. That is Bellevue? Belleville. Yes, Max FV. Please seek shelter immediately. You are underneath a tornado warning. If your dad says you're fine, you are. I can tell you there is literally a circulation. Just let's see how far away you are. It's better safe than sorry in this case. You are 8 miles away from a possible circulation. Please seek shelter immediately. You are underneath a tornado warning, especially if you're just in the northern corridor. But anyways, please seek shelter, guys. This is a serious... Someone said in chat, your data is wrong and not GNG. Oh gosh, yes, I would seek shelter. If you get a tornado warning, this is why they're out there. It's just so you can be better. It's better safe than sorry. I know you tend to be more on the weaker side, but they still can be very destructive and possibly cause pretty significant damage to structures. So that's why you should be in your lowest level of your house. Just spend literally 10 minutes there, have a snack, and then come out. But please be safer than sorry in this corridor. This is a dangerous severe weather day, guys. Dangerous severe weather day. No shelter is enough for what I'm seeing right now. That I don't see anything significant going on. Thank you, Claire, for the support there. Appreciate that. Max, do not listen to your dad. Take cover, bro. I mean, I hate to go against a chatter's dad, but yes, maybe you should take cover. And speaking of cover, we have a new tornado warning issued here in what are we still in Missouri? Yeah, a new tornado warning for Missouri. I-55 east of Park Hills, Weingarten, Bloomsdale, St. Genevieve, St. Mary, and I-55 again. I-55 here in Missouri, guys, right there. Please seek shelter. Active tornado warning is in place. Active tornado warning continues for the next 27 minutes. So we currently have 4 active tornado, 5 actually in Texas. 5 active tornado warnings continuing to march their way to the east here. St. Louis. So the downtown St. Louis is now in the clear. East of St. Louis is still underneath a tornado warning. Remain in place. Oregon, Missouri has just gone underneath a tornado or continuing tornado warning. So seek shelter or remain in shelter there. Good news is our Arkansas tornado warning has been canceled as of right now. Yep. And taking a look at the Longview tornado warning, it looks like it just got chopped off again through I-20. So lots to watch, guys. Whew. Everyone hanging in there? Please don't spam chat, guys. Please don't spam chat. I'll try to get to as many questions as possible. Again, I'm giving updates on tornado warnings first. Monroe, Illinois should be ready to go here relatively soon for active severe weather continuing to come through the region. And this is becoming a very, very potent severe thunderstorm line. That includes tornado threat as well as high wind threat up to 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. Guys, I'm in Dayton, Ohio. You have a marginal risk for today. Not a super high-end risk, but could see some isolated severe weather. You can see our severe thunderstorm warning down in Texas, eastern Texas, has golf ball-sized hail along it as well. Yes, Alice, you should be seeking shelter. You have an active tornado warning for your region in that Illinois area. Please, Alice, go to your shelter immediately. Active tornado warning. That is correct. You do have a tornado siren for your region. Let's go back there on live radar. A couple of kinks. You got to look at these kinks here. We're not really again. They're gonna be quick hitting tornadoes. Kinks right here. Kinks right here. If you're in is it Bellevue or Bellevue? Belleville. Don't think I'm saying it right. I do apologize for that. Across I-64, Collinsville, O'Fallon, Edwardsville, and Highland. Please seek shelter immediately in this red polygon. An active tornado threat is happening right now, so please seek shelter. Bowling Green, going to see Belleville. Okay. Active severe weather threat is going to continue to increase in Bowling Green. Going to be a little bit later today as these storms continue to push eastward. Expect severe weather coverage to increase in the next 1 to 2 hours. Be ready to take shelter from high winds as well as tornadoes. Anything for Florida? Yeah, Florida has a few severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Just a general lot of rain going on. Some very beneficial rain, but some severe weather. There was a tornado warning just in northeast of Orlando. That was about 20 minutes ago. No active tornado warnings there as of right now. Continuing tornado warning here for Monroe, Illinois and St. Clair, Illinois. Please. Oh, actually, this is a brand new tornado warning. So we have an expansion of a tornado warning here along this line. Let's take a look at the wind. And this is the exact area I was talking about, all these kinks here. So rotation here, rotation here. If you're now in Columbia, Muskota, St. Lebroy, and Waterloo, Illinois, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. Active tornado threat has just been indicated for your region. You need to be seeking shelter. You're in Monroe. Well, there you go. Oh, actually, this is that's not Monroe, but yes, you gotta be ready. Here we go. Stop listening to y'all's dads. They don't need to run. Yes, please seek shelter. If you are in Waterloo, Illinois, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. You have a circulation just a few miles to your west, right here, moving east about 55 miles per hour. So please go off the stream and seek shelter within this area. What's the weather in Pennsylvania? Severe weather is going to increase in eastern and central Pennsylvania tomorrow. No really immediate preceding threat for today or later tonight. Virginia is going to be tomorrow. North Carolina is going to be tomorrow morning into the late afternoon. With the tornadoes for northern Kentucky, yes, you are very much possible to see a few tornadoes, especially stuff like you're seeing right now with the line being a lot of tornado warnings. So expect this type of stuff. Expect this type of stuff as we continue to get through. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, or you want to, if you would help me out and help to share the stream with others, if you wouldn't mind joining the Rainy Day with their family, give a follow. We are less than 100 followers away from 70,000. Max, if you're not a safe place, the good news is, the bad news is about to cross. So this is kind of it for taking shelter here. Let's say, look at the relative velocity. You really need to be taking shelter on this one. You can see the kink. I think we have a tornado probably on the ground just next to Waterloo, Illinois. Probably tornado on the ground here just southeast of Columbia right there. And possibly a tornado on the ground just west of your location there. Just southeast of I-255, just west of Road 15. This is serious. We got tornadoes come up and down, up and down. They could be very serious, so please seek shelter. That's this entire tornado warning. That's the big thing to also note, guys. The tornado warning is not just issued for one tornado threat with this type of threat here. It's issued for multiple threats, all ongoing at the same time along an embedded line. That's why we have a massive tornado warning ongoing for all of East St. Louis and multiple suburbs along that corridor as well. I check Little Rock, yes, of course. Little Rock is about to see the severe thunderstorms move through the area. Northern Little Rock has a 60-mile-per-hour wind severe thunderstorm warning. Other than that, no active tornado warning. You are in a tornado watch, but once you get past that line, your tornado threat and severe weather threat does decrease. So hopefully you can get on to the other side of that. Muskota, Illinois needs to be seeking shelter right now. You're also in a tornado warning. Just added. A new tornado warning has been issued for Madison, Illinois, and St. Clair, Illinois. That's continuing tornado warning. So if you're in Madison, Illinois, or St. Clair, Illinois, and if you received an emergency alert, you need to be seeking shelter. That is valid until 5:45 local time. Virginia is not good from tomorrow's threat. Tomorrow's threat could be very significant in Virginia. What time will it hit Kentucky? It depends on where you are in Kentucky. That's a vastly different answer. Western Kentucky is going to be about an hour. Central Kentucky about 1 to 3 hours. Eastern Kentucky about 3 to 5 hours as the storm continues to bulldoze its way to the east. A very long duration event. Please don't spam chat, guys. Please don't spam chat. No need, no need. Continue to monitor the situation very closely. And man, look at these cells out here. If anything develops in mature wise, that's when we're talking about some problems. Looks like most of our tornado warnings are right now on the Missouri and Illinois border across this corridor right here. 4 active tornado warnings east of Illinois, east of St. Louis, and we also have tornado warnings out for Bloomsdale, I-55, Weingarten, Ozara, and St. Genevieve. Please seek shelter as well as this corridor right here. Seek shelter as a tornado-producing storm continues to move eastward 50 to 40 miles per hour. Jackson, Mississippi, going to be seeing severe weather increase a little bit later today. You're just outside of the current tornado watch area. Expect severe weather to increase in coverage here relatively soon. 1 to 2 hours is when your threat levels are going to start to really pick up here, okay? Hold in there. Springfield, was that Springfield, Illinois? Yeah, it's different than Springfield. That's a little bit further north, right? Why am I not remembering Springfield? There's too many Springfields, I'm sorry. Can you give me the cardinal direction? Oh, wait, no, there it is. It's underneath the severe thunderstorm warning. 70 mile per hour. Wow, this is a really big storm coming through your region. Really powerful storm, 70 mile per hour. Hold on tight. Do not go outside. Down trees and power lines are very much possible. Looks like we just got a new tornado warning here for Carter, Missouri, and Ripley, Missouri counties. Seek shelter immediately. That's issued by the National Weather Service of Paducah, valid till 5/24 as well. Looks like this is kind of a reissuance of this active tornado warning here. So let's do a little bit of a big look. A lot of people joining in. Welcome to the Rainy Weather stream here. I'm a student meteorologist, Ethan Myers. Been doing this for over a year on severe weather live coverage, and we are continuing to monitor the situation here. We currently have 4 active tornado warnings, 2 in the southeast Missouri and 2 in southwest Illinois. You can see them in the bright red polygons. If you're wondering what these red polygons are, they're really large ones. These are tornado watches. And I really want to draw your attention to this other polygon I'm going to draw here. This is a tornado watch that has an increased risk of significant tornadoes, in which we're monitoring very closely. So right now this is what we've been seeing over the past hour and a half. I believe we've been over 20 tornado warnings so far, lots of embedded tornadoes. They're going to be a little bit weaker, but still very dangerous inside the line we have. You see the giant line. It's a cold front driven tornado risk. What is now about to happen within the next hour is in front of the cold front here, we're going to have cells fire off on their own. They're called discrete supercells. These are a special type of storm in which are the ones that produce our large and violent tornadoes. And if they get fully mature, we're talking about some serious issues. And that is why this tornado watch within the area I just clicked is a significant tag with the high tornado risk. The EF2 tornado risk is 50%. The 60 mile per hour risk, you have just higher overall elevation of a tornado watch. So you should be very, very careful and ready to go within that region. Some notable cities: Evansville, Cape Girardeau, Jonesboro, Memphis, and Jackson. Okay, that's kind of the wrap up of what's all going on. I'm here to answer you guys' questions. I do want to take a moment to go down towards Texas and Shreveport, because look at this. Wow, look at that storm. I'm surprised it's not tornado wind, but actually not rotating too much. We have significant tags, 70 mile per hour winds on these tags in eastern Texas, moving across east of Longview towards Shreveport in Louisiana. 70 mile per hour winds. Expect some power outages alongside those storms. Okay, let me answer some more questions. Montgomery, Alabama, going to be a lot later tonight. The nocturnal tornado threat as well as high wind threat. St. Louis. Okay, so downtown St. Louis right now is now in the clear from severe weather. East, if you're anywhere east of the downtown core, you're still underneath a tornado warning. Remain in your safe place. I'll let you know when that gets cleared, but you're still in a tornado warning. Embedded tornadoes within our movement here is very much possible as they continue to fly. I mean, look at this. If I had to point out tornadoes on the ground here, it'd be right here and just east of Waterloo, right here. Let's see if anywhere else. That's kind of the main corridors I'm looking for tornadoes. This is heading towards Hecker, New Athens, Smithton, Freeburg, Rensselaer, and Muskota in Illinois. You should be seeking shelter immediately from these storms. They're racing quickly, 45 miles to 55 miles per hour east. Any storms coming to San Antonio? No, I don't think so. You're gonna Form to the east of you, I believe. Form to the east of you. What should schools be doing tomorrow for those of us in the risk? It's really tough. It's a really tough question because the entire risk really encompasses a day. If schools choose to have students, they should have a plan in place if they get a tornado warning in the school. I think it's a big number one. And we're talking about tomorrow. Of course, there's no school today, so don't really have to worry about that. But tomorrow, if you're a school planner, any faculty, you really should go over with your faculty as well as your students what to expect if you get a tornado warning, because you shouldn't just wing it. You shouldn't be like, oh, we got a tornado warning, what does everyone do? No, if we get a tornado warning, your faculty, your staff, your students, they should all know what to do, and every chain of your kind of hosting the children as well. So picking them up from school, there's a tornado risk in the morning, there's a tornado risk during the day, and there's a tornado risk on the way home across the entire time. So there should be plan in place for the bus drivers, faculty, staff. That's my main thing. And if they don't have a plan in place, and this is a really rare risk for the eastern United States. Moderate risk is only issued once every 3 years on average, so maybe it's time to really consider how vulnerable the actual school is to severe weather. That's my official stance. If anyone needs special consultation from a student meteorologist or a professional, feel free to DM me or let me know. As I guess goes for business as well. If you have a business that needs special consultation, feel free to reach out. Of course, no charge, because I run my free ship here with rainy day weather here. Been doing this for a while. And now continuing to track this live severe weather. Okay, let me answer some more questions. We got active tornado warnings. We got active tornado warnings. There's one heading towards Poplar Bluff in Missouri, by the way. I'll let you know if that gets continued for that region. How only did tornado drills in elementary school, not high school? We have windows, so many windows. Yeah, I mean, that some of the areas I feel like they're possibly invincible. Thank you, Abby, for the support there. And thank you, Suniva. Thank you, Suniva. Appreciate that, guys. Very kind of you. We do have a new tornado warning for Ripley, Missouri. Ripley, Missouri, now underneath a tornado warning. Please seek shelter immediately in that county. Let me put this in motion so you guys can see how this is developing very, very quickly. We're moving very quickly here. We've been alive for almost about 2 hours. We've started at like the western portion of Arkansas. We're now working towards the eastern portions of Arkansas. So almost through an entire state within about 2 hours. Abby, not right now. You are in a tornado risk, so you don't have an active, immediate risk, but you have an overarching risk that it may happen. It may happen. That's the current stance. So please stay safe. You hit 50K. We're very close. You can see the exact number there, but technically, if you look at the page, we did hit 70K, guys. But we need 23 more. Wait, no, math. 33 more people. Math is hard. It's funny because I literally took differential equations in Calc 3 to get to my junior year of college. You think I'd be able to do simple math? Now, you lose your simple math when you get into college if anyone else has done that. But yes. Okay. Guys, I'll stop the tornadoes. So if you want to join the Rainy Day Weather family, guys, help me out. Like the stream. Join the Rainy Day Weather family. Now we need 32. I'm going to try to stick to my mental math as best as I can. Let me answer some questions here. So chances Springfield, Illinois will have a tornado. Wait, let me get a pinpoint on that. Sorry, I know I think I let that one get past me. Springfield, Illinois should be... oh, you're right on that edge. Okay, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning right now. 70-mile-per-hour winds and tornado possible tag actively. And that's actually going right over you. So there is a chance tornadoes embedded within that entire mess. It's not a huge one. So remain in your safe place if you're in Springfield. Don't be near windows. You don't have to go to your lowest level of your house, but stay weather aware. And be careful of power outages and downed trees as well as power lines after the fact. That's something to also consider as we track these storms. Max, you are... Let me see, Max. I know we track it very closely. Actual storm is just gone over you. So you're almost in the clear. About 2 minutes until you're in the clear from any rotation-derived tornado. So stay away from those windows if you're still at home. Of course, you're probably feeling the strength of the storm right now. But stay alert over there. Still active tornado warning across your region. Let's take a look at the supercells that are developing here. Will Indiana get hit? Yes, there's a pretty large risk in Indiana, especially south and central Indiana, and that is going to be starting to see conditions within the next 1 to 2 hours. Look at this, guys, a new severe thunderstorm warning here. This is for ahead of our frontal boundary, guys, the frontal boundary, keeping a very close eye on if a supercell does form here, keeping a very close eye if a tornado forms as well. Take a look at our velocity. our storm drive velocity. You have a couple storms that are rotating relatively rapidly across Arkansas, keeping a very close eye on those. If anything does form into a supercell, that's some problems, right? You know what's really crazy is we have a tornado warning and snow about now 100 miles apart. That's insane to me. That is crazy. Same radar is currently seeing a tornado and a snowstorm, as well as snow squall. Snow squall warnings are in Joplin and in Springfield. We have tornado warnings on the eastern side of the state. Just absolutely insane. Software, it's going to be an app on Apple products. You can find the app. It's called Weatherfront on my link in my bio, my TikTok bio. So we've got, how many scans we've got? We got 4 minutes without any new tornado warnings. Probably won't last much longer, unfortunately. Someone said, yo, how's it going? Muskota, no. Muskota is still underneath the tornado warning, and the actual line has not gotten there yet. And, man, still seeing some pretty strong rotation right over Smithton. So you still got a little bit time to go. Probably the next 10 to 15 minutes until that line fully gets to you. It's moving quickly, but it's still right on that edge. I do think we're going to need a new tornado warning here. Looks like we have pretty tight couplet here just west of Red Bud. I believe that is Illinois still, yeah. What time would it hit Union City outside of Cincinnati? It's going to be pretty late tonight. Maybe towards your midnight hours. Your midnight. Okay, hopefully Max is okay. Of course, if you see one, I just hope he went to a safe place. So it looks like we just got a new tornado warning here, guys. This is an extension. So this is an entire wall. You look at that. It's almost like I know what I'm talking about, because we just said Red Bud should be underneath the tornado warning, and they just went underneath the tornado warning by the National Weather Service. So this entire line of thunderstorms now is underneath a tornado warning here in Illinois. So basically the entire southwest corner of Illinois is underneath a tornado warning for numerous tornado threats. This includes Evansville, Sparta, Steelville, Marissa, Red Bud, St. Lebroy, Muskota, east of now Belleville. My gosh, hopefully get past this town. Highland also underneath a tornado warning. Looks like this northern extent: Edwardsville, Collinsville, O'Fallon, Troy, St. Jacob, Marine, Grand Fork, Lebanon, and Glen Carbon. All are still underneath tornado warnings, as well as I-70 and I-64. Should be in your safe place across that entire corridor. We have spin-up tornadoes off and on the ground. Should be in your safe place right now. Just an absolutely potent line of thunderstorms in which we are worried for. And also a new tornado warning continuing on for St. Genevieve, Missouri, continuing for the next until 5:45 p.m. So Louisville is going to be definitely a little bit later tonight. It's the next 2 to 3 hours until that list line starts to march towards you. All threats on the table: large tornadoes, high winds are the most likely thing, multiple power outages. It's a day to stay weather aware. Cortland, New York is not going to be till tomorrow. Danville, Indiana is going to start seeing severe weather increase here in the next 1 to 2 hours. The line is now in central Illinois. You can see how we're in perspective here, and is making its way to the east pretty rapidly here. Thank you. Goodbye for the donation. Appreciate that. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to refill my water. Literally 15 seconds. 15 seconds. I'll be right back. Appreciate being here. I'm going to put the radar in motion. You can see the current tornado warnings in red. Okay, we're back. What have you all seen about Alabama? Alabama isn't a severe weather threat for tonight. Tonight, you have all threats on the table: tornadoes, high winds, and some isolated large hail. That's going to be very late tonight, so stay weather aware. Monroe, Illinois, and St. Clair, Illinois still remain in an active tornado warning that was reissued by the National Service of St. Louis. Someone said, don't ever leave again. I do need to refill my water, so I'm like a ghost right now. Can I stop? Exposure, stop, please. Thank you. I do apologize for leaving, but yes, I do need water. Hopefully that wasn't too long. Wheatfield, Indiana, going to see severe weather coverage increase here in the next 1 to 2 hours. 1 to 2 hours. Anything for Wisconsin, other than a blizzard, not really. Blizzard warnings are in effect for most of Wisconsin. Thank you, Rand, for the donation. Appreciate that. Why did you leave? I needed water. I needed water, guys. Gotta stay hydrated. So we have 2 corridors mainly of tornado warnings. Look at all these tornado warnings here bunched up on the southwest corner of Illinois. If you're anywhere in the southwest corner of Illinois, I mean, you have a ton of tornado warnings. So this entire area should be underneath some shelter here, as this area is seeing some really strong rotation embedded with our lines. And what's exactly going on? Well, our lines are what's called a QLCS has formed. It's a long linear line of thunderstorms. And what's happening is oh my gosh, look at all these. This is definitely a tornado on the ground here in Hecker, by the way. So they're small but relatively strong tornadoes moving east and very quick. So the nature of these QLCS tornadoes are they're quick, and they still can be very dangerous. They're usually on the smaller side, but they still can be very dangerous. So that's why you have to seek shelter. And they're usually numerous, multiple of them throughout the zone here. And it looks like a new tornado warning has been issued for Carter, Missouri, and Ripley, Missouri here as well. So, I mean, if you get a tornado warning, please take it seriously. We'll have multiple areas of circulation along multiple warnings, and it's just going to be an entire mess to warn. There'll be tornado warning, tornado on the ground and off the ground like that very quickly, very quickly. Farmington, Missouri was underneath the tornado warning a few minutes ago. It has now been canceled. Canceled tornado warning for that corridor. This is so far playing out as I've expected. Most of the first couple hours of the threat was going to be linear lines, as well as now we're kind of working a way into now we're monitoring what's called our supercellular threat. If one of these cells becomes supercellular ahead of the line, that's when we're talking about a serious tornado issue. That's called a significant tornado possible along outside of our QLCS threat. So that's why we're so concerned of something like that happening. Continuing to watch the forecast here relatively closely. We just got a new tornado warning here for Logan, Illinois, and Sangamon, Illinois counties. So seek shelter there, and look at that. Actually, here, this is just northeast of Springfield. This is for a lot of people. New tornado warning issued, and this is quite the thing to look at, but I'm going to highlight it in deep red so you can see it a little bit easier. Don't see, oh wait, let's go to relative. Yeah, I kind of see it right here. Circulation just north of I-72, heading northeast-east, about 55 miles per hour towards Mount Pulaski and Dawson, just southwest of Chestnut and south of Lincoln, Illinois. Seek shelter immediately. Oklahoma's okay for today. Thank you, Sammy, for the donation. Appreciate that. And there you go. Another active tornado warning here ongoing. I don't know what the heck this is. Sorry, something's popping up on my TikTok. I'm trying to get rid of it. So yeah. Oh wow, look at that. The rotation, actually, the latest rotation scan is pretty concerning here, just north of Dawson, relative rotation. Alrighty. Okay, there we go. All right, sorry, just trying to get this stuff out of here. Cool. Now we're good. I was just trying to get that out of the way. Colway, Kentucky, expecting severe weather coverage to increase within the next few hours. Currently, do we have an extension? No. Okay. We currently just have the same thing going on. Springfield, Illinois. 70-mile-per-hour winds coming through the region northeast of their active tornado warning ongoing. Look at all these tornado warnings. Let's do a full look out, a little zoom out, look, guys, right now. This is what's all going on across the country. So right now, our corridor of severe weather is mainly happening along our line of a cold front. Cold front is situated right now across Illinois, eastern Missouri, eastern Arkansas, and eastern Texas, as well as northern Louisiana. It is moving east about 55, 40 miles per hour, kind of in that range there. And will be continuing to increase in strength. It's actually moving into a more favorable environment here as we continue to progress into the evening hours now. That means high wind likelihood is going to go up, as well as a significant tornado outlook is going to continue going up. So keep that in mind. What cloud features indicate rapid intensification of supercell? Tallness. The taller it is, that is definitely the biggest indicator on how strong it is. And then if you're just on reflectivity, it's how deep the reflectivity is becoming, how heavy is the rain. Philly is going to see some significant weather for tomorrow. Significant tornadoes as well as significant winds are possible for tomorrow. Be ready, guys. Be ready out there. South Mississippi, okay. South Mississippi is underneath a risk for today. Could see some isolated tornadoes as well as some high winds. Note how our entire line is driving so far down to the south here, almost stretching towards like places like LaGrange. Is actually the line has formed as far south as College Station right now. It will continue to push south and still hold on to that eastward movement towards places like Houston, as far south as like Lake Charles. So if you're down towards the south, your event is going to start just a little bit later than everyone else. What time for Nashville? Probably the next. It's a little tough. 3 to 4 hours here. 3 to 4 hours. We do have actually, this is a new tornado warning. Is that Arkansas? Yeah, Arkansas here, just west of Jonesboro. Take a look at this one. This is for I-57, Walnut Ridge, Minturn. And take a look at rotation. We can hear that tone. What do we got? Sorry, just looking what I got. New tornado warning. Okay, cool. Looks like we're okay. Wow, that's actually a really strong rotation on it. Hold up. I need like a better look at this one. This could be significant here. Wow. Okay, we might have a really big problem here. I can't really get a good view. The rotation's a little bit messy on this one. We're a little far away from the radar. I'm trying to get opinion. You know, we might have a pretty decent tornado risk. Maybe our first large tornado risk heading towards mid-turn. We're getting a lot of updates on this one. I'm reading the update, Carter, Missouri. Okay, we're getting a lot of updates on the tornado warning. So here in Walnut Ridge in northeast Arkansas, you should be seeking shelter immediately. Not like in this rotation couplet. The largest rotation couplet I've seen so far today. That means a possibly larger and stronger tornado than what we've seen so far. And man, looking at the actual couplet, possibly major problem happening here, crossing Road 367 and about to cross I-57 here in northeast Arkansas. Tornado warning in effect for the next 29 minutes. That's just northwest of Jonesboro, Arkansas. So please seek shelter within that zone. And we're continuing to track that storm because in a lot of these storms, wow, look at this. This is not a good look here. We got the rotation, guys, rotation, and then we got a hail core on the supercell. So intensifying supercells ongoing. St. Louis area, okay, yes, the downtown St. Louis area is now all in clear, and take a look at this. So we're going to start seeing some more downstream watches. I do believe a tornado watch will probably be issued here for this gap. We have a severe thunderstorm watch now issued for South Bend, the northern portions of Indiana, Fort Wayne, and the northwest corner of Ohio are now involved in our severe thunderstorm risk. And take a look at our storm just south of Chicago on the I-80 corridor. This includes a tornado possible and 70-mile-per-hour winds coming right across I-80 towards Chicago Heights and Hammond in the southern Chicago suburbs, pushing very quickly 55 miles per hour to the east. Oklahoma 980 risk, Nashville definitely tornado risk for later tonight, as well as a possible significant tornado risk in embedded supercells. Waterloo, Illinois, are we getting a tornado? Okay, so Waterloo, I think you were in a tornado warning. Let me see if you're still are. Actually, you are now no longer in a tornado warning, Ben, so you are all clear, luckily. But you were in a tornado warning a little bit earlier ago. And just a reminder, if you ever get a tornado warning again, you seek shelter at the lowest level of your house. These are quick-moving and quick-hitting tornado warnings we're dealing with so far today. Okay, I don't know what. Again, like TikTok things pop up on my screen, so I don't know what this is doing. Okay, sorry guys. I'm just like clicking through this stuff. It's like harassing me. Okay, there we go. We do have a new tornado warning here for Jackson, Arkansas, Lawrence, and Randolph, Arkansas. Whoa, hold up. Okay, we have our first, guys, breaking news. If we can get some likes here just to get this word out, we have our first observed tornado on the ground here in northeast Arkansas. We have an emboldened red box. You should be taking this extremely seriously. A confirmed tornado on the ground here has been issued in the northeast corner of Arkansas for Walnut Ridge. It looks like, unfortunately, our circulation is right over a town. Let's see if I can get a noticeable look on this here. Not liking the circulation here. Very small town of like 2 houses. Hopefully it does miss there, but we're heading towards more well-populated areas like Walnut Ridge. And you can see our rotation. Wow, possibly a large and dangerous tornado here on the ground as well. Look at that. Right there, guys, heading eastward about 45 miles per hour. So if you're just joining in, our first confirmed tornado of today is moving eastward about 50 to 45 miles per hour towards I-75 in the northeast corner of Arkansas. If you're in Sedgwick, O'Keene, or Walnut Ridge, seek shelter immediately. Tornadoes today could be, best guess is EF2. And look at that. Wow. Whoa. Look at that extension. Holy. That tornado warning is huge. Tornado warning. Oh my gosh. This tornado warning stretches about 60 miles long. And the main reason for this, I was actually anticipating this to be today. An observed tornado is currently on the ground. These storms are moving about 50 miles per hour, almost highway speed. So we got to get as much heads up time for our friends here in Arkansas. So just north of Arkansas for Walcott, Bono, Paragould, Cardwell. You're hearing the tone go off because we're getting a lot of these now, a lot of tornado warnings. You have a confirmed tornado on the ground heading towards your region. Seek shelter immediately. This isn't a QLCS tornado. This is a little bit more of a serious threat. Any tornado warning should be taken very seriously, but this is a little bit of a larger scale threat. And look at that tornado on the ground here, just about to cross over I-57 in northeast Arkansas. Georgia's going to be tomorrow, or late tonight risk, and tomorrow risk as well. So we're no immediate pressing threat on that. Now I'm looking at this threat. We actually might have twin tornadoes, guys. Twin tornadoes might be on the ground. Twin tornadoes in northeast Arkansas might be on the ground here, moving eastward about 45 miles per hour. An absolute monster of a storm. Let me see if I'm missing any other tornado warnings. We got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have a tornado warning here just northeast of Springfield, Illinois. We've been over that one. We have a couple of tornado warnings a couple of miles south towards St. Lebroy and Marissa in Illinois, in the southwest corner of Illinois. So seek shelter in that region. I'm really keeping an eye on. If you're just joining us, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground here. Tornado on the ground just north of Jonesboro, Arkansas, including towns of Bono, Walcott, Paragould, Marmaduke, Rector, Senath, Cardwell, and Hornersville. All please seek shelter immediately. Seek shelter immediately. So there you go, our first observed tornado of today. Wow, another double tornado warning here for Perry, Illinois, as well as Monroe, Randolph, Illinois, and St. Clair. All Illinois counties are now underneath and continue to be underneath an active tornado warning. Please seek shelter. That is a radar-indicated tornado. No, I'm expecting to increase in coverage as we head towards Tennessee, including as well as Knoxville. So we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground, guys, in north of Jonesboro. Let me see if I can get any more updates on these. A lot of, we are getting spammed with these tornado warnings. This is insane. A new active tornado warning for Logan, Illinois. Logan, Illinois. Please seek shelter immediately. That's county. Logan, Illinois. Yes. We have a very expanding increase of risk ongoing with possibly numerous tornadoes on the ground now here within this warning zone in the northeast corner of Arkansas. We got a lot going on, guys. A lot going on. Continuing to watch these extremely closely. We have now numerous tornado warnings across northeast Arkansas, southeast Missouri, southwest Illinois, and central Illinois here. So let's go over every tornado warning that's currently active. Mount Pulaski. Pulaski is underneath a tornado warning here in central Illinois. Seek shelter immediately. Stretching down, we have an extension on our tornado warning here down towards the south here. This is right here. There you go. This tornado warning really doesn't cover any major towns, but if you're on Route 51 or Road 127, seek shelter. This is in Illinois. Going to be downstream tornado warning for this corridor here that has a history of producing QLCS tornadoes. Stretching down to the southeast corner of Missouri, currently tornado warning for Naylor and Fair Dealing, Missouri. And lastly, we have our confirmed tornadoes, or tornado, I think it's tornadoes honestly at this point, on the ground just north of Jonesboro, Arkansas, right in this corridor here. Should be seeking shelter a lot of towns, some a little bit larger, some a little bit smaller. O'Keene, Walnut Ridge, Walcott, Bono, Paragould, Marmaduke, Rector, Cardwell, Senath, and Hornersville, all underneath an active tornado warning with an observed tag on it. Active tornado warning with an observed tag on it. Please seek shelter right now. And thank you guys. I did not even realize that. I heard the tone. We just hit 70,000 followers. 70,000 followers. Thank you so much for that support. You guys are absolutely amazing. I know this is a terrible timing. It is terrible timing as we have a confirmed tornado on the ground heading northeast in Arkansas. But I just want to take a quick moment and say thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. It means so much to me for you guys to be here. And yes, there is an active tornado on the ground towards Paragould, so you should be in your safe place. This has been an observed tornado, so you should take this extremely seriously. You're actually right in the warning polygon right here, so please, if you know anyone or if you are in it, please seek shelter. So right back to business. One last say, thank you so much, guys, for 70,000 followers. Congratulations on being the first 70,000 followers, part of the Rainy Weather family. I cannot thank you enough for being here and possibly for the next lot of hours, as this is going to be a very long stream covering severe weather today. And I'll see you guys again tomorrow when we have even a higher categorical risk for severe weather for tomorrow. Kind of hard to say, or kind of crazy to say for the Mid-Atlantic and the East Coast. But yes, we could see on the order of 100 plus tornado warnings and possibly many, many confirmed tornadoes, especially with these QLCS tornado warnings. I mean, these are printers of tornadoes. Speaking of which, we have a new tornado warning for Clinton, Illinois and Washington, Illinois. A new tornado warning has just been issued. Seek shelter if you're within those counties. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you guys all for the kind words. The congratulations on hitting 70,000. That is really crazy. When I started my first live stream about 1 year ago today, I had about 134 followers or something like that. It was so tiny. It was crazy. We've grown over 70,000 followers. And literally, your guys' support has enabled me to get funding and be able to self-fund my own storm chase research this summer in just 50 days, in which we'll go out and storm chase some of the largest storms on Earth like these ones. All right. That's my harping, and now we're back to business, even though I'm going to change the goal on you guys. I'm sorry for making you work so hard, but of course we can't let you get off easy. I will be making the goal a lot harder. If you somehow complete this goal this stream, I'll give away a $100 gift card to someone in chat. But if you can get 10,000 followers in how many hours, then I definitely would give like a $100 gift card. You can hold me to that, but that has to be this stream. I don't think that's happening, but... Okay, back to business. A new tornado warning has been issued for Illinois, and it's a lot of towns here. I-64, this corridor right here. New tornado warning has been issued for Illinois. That's going to be Nashville, Illinois, just for clarification. Nashville, Illinois. Ashley, Irvington, Centralia. I did see someone from Centralia earlier in Illinois. You're underneath a tornado warning now. Carlisle, Bartoloso, and the I-64 corridor again, guys. So a new tornado warning has been issued. You can see where they're taking this. They're just going to warn the entire line. They don't really want to warn a specific spot. So let's work through this together. Again, continuing to see a lot of QLCS tornadoes. So if you get a tornado warning, it's going to be I can give you some really good news here, and I really like when they do this, is they were giving really big polygons. You might be wondering, why are they giving such big polygons? They want to give you as much time as possible to react, to get to shelter, to gather your pets, to gather your turtles, maybe not your snakes, but if you have like a cat or something or a dog, grab them, grab your family, go to your lowest level of your house and seek shelter as these storms continue to move eastward at a very rapid pace. So continue to monitor the situation over there in Illinois. Now we have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 tornado warnings, but currently, 3 zones of tornado warnings. Just a little point. You might be wondering, what is this blue polygon over here? That's a snow squall warning. We have a snow squall warning and a tornado warning in the same state right now, just about 150 miles apart. I mean, that is crazy. Crazy. Not the snakes. Bloomington, Illinois. Bloomington, Illinois is just away from the severe thunderstorm warning. You're just getting absolutely pounded by some sub-severe storms. Could see, looks like a little bit of rotation nearby. A little bit of rotation. Currently underneath, no active warning. Stay weather aware. Once this line gets past you, your weather threat will be going down, and then you'll be going down to like 30 to 20 degrees. So have fun with that. Have fun with that. Maybe some snowfall out there. All right, let's head back to our currently only confirmed tornado on the ground, which is over here in northeast Arkansas. And whoa, not a good look, guys. Not a good look. Right towards a town, possibly a large and dangerous tornado on the ground next to Sedgwick, Arkansas, heading northeast about 50 miles per hour. Walcott, Paragould, Oak Grove Heights, Laugh, and Cardwell, as well as some other surrounding areas. You guys need to be seeking shelter. This is a serious couplet, a lot more serious than what you see in a classic QLCS. I think this is being derived because it's a little bit more discrete cell, so you should be seeking shelter immediately. Thank you, Honey Buns, for the support. Appreciate that. So that is honestly the most concerning couplet I've seen so far. And actually, we're going to take a little bit of a deeper look in this couplet. We're going to see if we have damage indication on this. Damage indication. The good news is I don't see it on the last radar scan. I see it a little bit on a previous radar scan. See some greens pop up. Anywhere you see purple is more rain. Any other color than purple is usually debris if it's along our rotation couplet. So we're going to keep a very close eye on that. And it looks like there's multiple rotation couplets. So that's a chaotic environment we're dealing with, unfortunately. Observed tornado on the ground continues to move eastward. All right, let me answer some more questions. Does this go big zoom? Big zoom, guys, big zoom. Big zoom, tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, many and plenty. And let's answer some questions now. I'm going to put it in motion so you can see. Anywhere you see bright red polygons, active tornado warning. Bright yellow polygons, active severe thunderstorm warning. Those larger red polygons you see kind of right here, those are tornado watches, meaning ingredients are there. And then in the northern portion, you can't really see it that well, is a severe thunderstorm watch ongoing. Memphis is going to see severe weather increase very, very soon. That line is just now entering your region. I'm still concerned about any cell that can break away and become supercellular. Would not put you out of any significant tornado threat is very possible through Memphis. So stay weather aware. You're going to get through this here. Next hour or two, that's when you're going to get through this. How reliable is debris ball on radar? That's a really great question. The closer we are to radar, the lower it looks to the ground, so it can be more reliable. But once we get a little bit far away from the radar, it can be a little bit less reliable. And it's kind of two sides of the coin, because if you're far away and you have a debris ball, that means the debris ball is much, much larger because it's lofting stuff way up in the air. So sometimes it's not a given. I usually lose velocity, and the debris ball is like a full-on confirmation there's a tornado on the ground. You foresee an outbreak reminiscent of 2011 this year? That is a crazy question, and honestly, speculating on that's a little disrespectful to 2011. I mean, it's been a very active start to the season. The next 2 weeks are going to look a little bit calmer, but I mean, we'll see how it goes. I'm more of a short-time forecaster than a long wish-casting forecaster for that type of stuff. It is those types of outbreaks are basically impossible to predict because they're so unique and dangerous. We have a new active tornado warning, new tone here. DeWitt, Illinois, Logan, Illinois, and Macon County, are now underneath a tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately. That's probably associated with a huge line of stuff that's going on. So if I got a warning during school tomorrow, should I take shelter no matter what? Hopefully your school has protocol. I mean, usually legally schools have to have protocol for insurance-wise. So if they get a warning, they should take shelter. They should, of course, have a plan in place. That's at least what you'd hope for. We're talking specifically here in the eastern United States. I mean, obviously not really much people in school right now. We do have a new tornado warning for a decent amount of people here just north of Decatur in Illinois. This is for north of there, I-72, Kenny, Chestnut, Warrensburg. Right here, you can see we're still seeing that very classical look. Multiple areas of rotation, little couplets, rotation. And there's a new radar scan. It's all along there, which you have a tornado on the ground and off the ground very quickly. So we're just going to warn it all. Go to your safe place. Better be safe than sorry. Take a snack with you. Hang out in your basement for a little bit and maybe put on a show if you don't like listening to me too much. We're going to, yeah, sorry guys. Our streamer brain is getting to me a little bit for these pronunciations. As we continue to watch these storms. Decatur is underneath north of Decatur is underneath the tornado warning. We just got back-to-back tornado warnings here. Let me get these out here. St. Clair County, Illinois, now underneath the tornado warning. Arkansas County. There's an Arkansas County, really. Jefferson County, Lone Oak, and Prairie County in Arkansas are now underneath a tornado warning. Let's see where those are. Those are not our current ones, are they? Thank you guys for the follows. Welcome to Reindeer Weather family. We just hit 70,000 followers. Amazing. So much support. Really appreciate you guys. If you wouldn't mind liking the stream and joining the Reindeer Weather family, and wow, I think we're going to see a tornado warning. I literally called that. Did you see that? I said tornado warning for this here, and it just got tornado warning. Holy, hire me National Weather Service, because we actually have dual tornado threats along here. And now this is our first one that I'm going to get very nervous about, guys. Very nervous. So this is where we should start really taking this seriously. Of course, this threat has a lot of issues here. Now we have a very significant threat because we have a supercell that has broken away from our line, an active tornado warning, and this actually includes 2 tornadoes, at least 2 tornado threats for Arkansas, just northeast of Pine Bluff, Arkansas. You can see Stuttgart, Ulm, Humphrey, Wabaska, and Ulthamer are now underneath active tornado warnings. Seek shelter right now. And I cannot stress enough, for these tornado warnings, you really need to seek shelter, because these are the types of storms that could be significant tornadoes. The EF2 plus, the large and violent tornadoes, are not out of the question for today. And hearing all these tones here, we're going to be continuing to keep up with all these active tornado warnings that are continuing to be issued here. And we got a lot of them now, So I mean, that's honestly, this tornado warning here is heading towards, if you're on like Memphis and anywhere on like the western Tennessee region, eastern Arkansas, you should know a couple supercells are becoming very mature and are going to tap into the wind shear profile, guys. This is going to start being elevated in risk, in the amount of high-end tornado risk. It is getting urgent. So please, if you're within this region, get ready. All right, let's go up north to south. Let's restart up in the northern, kind of south of Bloomington here in Illinois. An active tornado warning is in place for basically just a bunch of spin-up places that we're keeping a very close eye on. If you're anywhere in here, don't wait for a radar signature. They actually can outpace radars, because radars scan about every 4 minutes right now. And the actual tornadoes can drop and come up in that time frame. Crazy enough, they can be very quickly. So immediately get ready. I got a good question. What radar signatures signal imminent tornado genesis? Reds and greens right next to each other. You also can see reflectivity hooks on reflectivity. That's kind of a good sign to see if a tornado is developing. You see reds and greens are right next to each other. But of course, right now what I'm seeing is you're looking for reds and greens right next to each other. You can see there's a lot of gray between here. That means we're really close to forming a tornado, but we just don't have it yet. When you have reds and greens right next to each other, that's when you're like, oh, that's where we probably have a quick spin-up tornado possibility. And that's why this entire line is underneath a tornado warning here in central Illinois. Seek shelter immediately. Then we go down to the south here, kind of pretty far south of St. Louis here, heading towards I-64. This is this entire huge polygon is a tornado warning. It's very large. A lot of smaller towns, Centralia, Irvington, I-64, Nashville, Illinois, Oakdale, Ashley. That entire corridor here is underneath the tornado warning. A lot of people, the same scenario as the northern tornado warning as well. An active tornado warning for the southeast corner of Missouri. That's for Sedgwickville. My gosh, mouthful. And not too many other people. And then our current confirmed tornado on the ground here in northeast Arkansas, and there actually might be multiple confirmed tornadoes on the ground, is for Paragould, Marmaduke, Rector, Senath, Dopamine, and just south of Noble. Stay weather aware and get ready to seek shelter. Seek shelter in those places. Get ready to seek shelter around those places. New tornado warning has just been issued for Perry, Illinois. And lastly, let's go to my most concerning tornado threat right now. Of course, tornado warning that's confirmed. That's actually at top of the list. But we have these supercells that are producing tornadoes now here in just northeast of Pine Bluff, Arkansas. You can see our tornado warning polygon within this red here as well. Seek shelter there. Okay, there you go. There's the full roundup of the current active tornado warnings. We got a lot of them. We're expecting them to not only increase in coverage, but also increase in strength over the next hour. I'd say we are really in a critical zone, guys, in which we might see some significant tornadoes here within the next hour, because we're getting significant supercells that have broken. They have broken from the line. They've broken up. They're done with the cold front. And that is going to let them be stronger. So please take this very seriously. This is why our tornado watch in this polygon right here is a higher end tornado watch than our other ones. This is what was expected. Now we have a large scale view. I'm going to take a quick pause, answer questions. South Mississippi going to be seeing later severe weather, mainly going to be isolated tornado risk, as well as a core high wind risk. Pennsylvania tomorrow. Central and eastern Pennsylvania is my most worrisome area. You could see a few tornadoes, maybe some strong, widespread power outages from very strong wind, also very likely. Kansas City not getting involved in this storm, only going to get some cold air and some snowfall. Southern Illinois, about to get crossed over by that very strong line of thunderstorms. It's going to be that QLCS tornado threat, the weaker end tornado threat, but tornado warnings still are possible, still actually very likely, because there's a lot of them here moving into your region. Be ready to seek shelter here relatively soon. An additional threat to the tornadoes are 70-mile-per-hour winds alongside this storm threat. Thank you, Brittany, for the donation. Appreciate that. Raleigh is going to be mainly tomorrow, and we're talking about a high-end risk for Raleigh. If you have any businesses, any school, any kiddos out to school, please, have a plan in place, and maybe even ask the school, hey, what is your plan if a tornado warning gets put in place? Because the tornado threat exists Monday through late afternoon for Raleigh and the entire eastern seaboard. So please stay weather aware. You're hearing those tones, guys. Those are new tornado warnings and redrawings of tornado warnings. Let me give you a little bit of update on what counties are currently underneath tornado warnings. Logan, Illinois just went underneath a tornado warning and redrawn tornado warning. And Lawrence, Arkansas, that's going to be Logan County, Illinois. Lawrence, Arkansas, and Randolph, Arkansas, still underneath an active tornado warning. They canceled. Actually, I did not hear that. They canceled many schools for Central North Carolina. Anyone else here? Schools get canceled for the specifically East Coast. I'm wondering. That's actually great news in my books. Virginia, significant severe weather coming tomorrow. Man, look at all these tornado warnings, guys. Getting a lot of them now. Northwest Alabama has a significant tornado threat for later tonight. It's going to be later tonight, probably starting the next 3 to 4 hours, as well as a high wind threat. Eastern Pennsylvania is going to see significant weather tomorrow. You're prepared? That's good. It's the main reason why we're here, to help you guys be prepared for significant severe weather that's happening right now, as well as that is coming tomorrow. We'll be live tomorrow as well. If you're in the eastern seaboard and like, well, why am I here? Well, if you have a question, feel free to ask about the eastern United States, as well as you have a moderate risk and even higher risk than those currently issued. And obviously, we have a lot of tornadoes ongoing, so you can just see the severity that we're expecting as well as tomorrow. Okay. We're good. How's the Jonesboro storm doing? It's still a confirmed tornado on the ground. Let's do a zoomed in look at our current tornado warning. Oh my gosh, the actual radar is such a mess here, because there's so many areas in which I probably could say there is a tornado or there's something going on. It's just an absolute mess, to be honest with you guys. But basically, you should be in your safe place no matter what here in Paragould and Marmaduke, because we still haven't observed. No, it went down to radar indicated, so that's good. However, I mean, the entire line is rotating rapidly, so stay in your safe place. Jonesboro is now underneath a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as a tornado possible tag on that one. Keeping an eye on that. Oh, man. Looks like DeWitt, Illinois, and Macon, Illinois are still underneath the tornado warning. In Clay, Arkansas, Craighead, Greene, and Dunklin. Actually, that's Craighead, Arkansas, Greene, Arkansas, and Dunklin, Missouri are now underneath a tornado warning. Where did that get issued? I feel like that's a new box. Unless they just reissued the confirmed one. Macon, Georgia, that was for not Macon, Georgia. Macon, Georgia is going to see severe weather later tonight, much later tonight. So you can see our warning polygons. Let's go through all of our current active tornado warnings here, guys. So 2 active tornado warnings here in central Illinois. Just north of Decatur. You can see nothing really picking up my eye, but stay in your shelter here in Marua, Argenta, Arona, Warrensburg, Forsyth. As that storm continues to push eastward, I think this tornado warning is going to be canceled here, pretty far beyond the line. Moving southward, we have a couple of tornado warnings, a pair of tornado warnings here for the southwest corner of Illinois, including Nashville, Illinois, Barcello, Irvington, Ashley, Centralia, and Oakdale. Seek shelter immediately. Active tornado warning for your corridor there. Moving over to the southeast corner of Missouri. This is an active tornado warning for Sedgwickville. I'm just making sure my radar is up to date here. Okay, we're good. Seek shelter down there, and then down towards Jonesboro, Arkansas. North of Jonesboro, Arkansas, we have a radar indicated tornado, which was confirmed, guys. Was confirmed about 5 minutes ago, but now has been degraded down towards radar indicated. Some good news. Paragould, Marmaduke, Rector, Seneth, Cardwell, and Hornersville still seek shelter, even though it's radar indicated. Still a tornado risk, tornado warning. Still seek shelter. Take it seriously. And lastly, our last current active tornado warning is just east of Pine Bluff. You can see a very large one. There are 2 supercells that has some circulation. Both of them have got a little bit more broad. Some good news over there too. Continuing tomorrow, the absolutely supercellular environment that is really developing ahead of our storm front. Look at our actual cold front is really starting to give up on becoming a corridor of just a straight line. That will decrease the high wind threat overall, but it will increase the significant tornado risk in this region. So we've got to watch that trend. And I was really worried about this happening while looking at the latest models. And if you might have joined, honestly, from that video I posted, because let's see. Yeah, the video I posted in which the RRFS went crazy mode has 65,000 views just in the past like 3 hours. So obviously that's why I was so concerned. I'm sure a lot of you joined from that. And unfortunately, it actually is verifying pretty hard right now, in which we're switching from a linear line to more of a discrete cell as well. Okay, there's our full information out for current active tornado warnings. Let me answer some more questions here. Thank you guys for following. We're just a few followers away from 150 new followers. Come join the Rainy Weather family. And main reason I asked for any likes and follows, guys, that those directly help the algorithm know this stream is not garbage, and helps life-saving information get out to more people. So thank you guys so much for the support. It really means a lot to me. And of course, it means a lot to the people trying to get information, life-saving information for today. All right, that's continuing to track this weather. Jay, over in your question to join, I'm wondering why you want to request. When will Franklin, Kentucky get impacts? Let me take a little bit of a closer look here. Oh, that's Franklin, Tennessee. Oopsies. Franklin, Kentucky is going to start to see some severe weather relatively soon here. You're just outside of the current watch area. I'd say the next 1 to 2 hours, expect severe weather to increase in coverage. All threats on the table. Lots of wind, lots of tornadoes, possibly some significant tornadoes are on the table. You can see an absolute, the entire line is warned for at least something, so be ready for that. And look at this, a significant severe thunderstorm warning has been issued just in Jonesboro. This has been upgraded. 70-mile-per-hour winds is ongoing with this corridor. 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is across the entire northeast corner of Arkansas. Really showing off the strength of the actual winds here. March 16th, New Jersey, not today, Pierce, tomorrow. Are you able to see when it will hit Baltimore, Maryland, like tomorrow? I guess we could do a quick radar check. Let's do a quick future radar. I think the actual RRFS might have ran. Oh yeah, 18Z ran a couple hours ago. Okay, so let's take. If you guys want to see a quick future radar, this will be helpful for not only today but for tomorrow. You can see it's actually validating pretty well here. We're keeping a very close eye on how this environment is going to develop over just literally the next course of the 30 minutes. As we might have some isolated supercells that could produce that very high-end threat. You can see it's not going to last forever, right? Is by the time it gets to the central portions of our risk zone right here, it becomes very linear. So that will decrease the actual tornado threat, the high-end tornado threat, but it will increase the high-end wind threat, the 70, 80-mile-per-hour winds. So keep that in mind. But the kind of kicker to this is that won't be the case forever. Because look at this. This is 4 a.m. supercells again, printing right in our southeast corner of our zone. And there you go, more severe weather. But again, the question was for New Jersey, so we'll move it a little bit further in time. Severe weather is possible, beyond our early or morning hours, and especially down in the southern portions of the risk. Then we have a reinvigoration of the risk of our squall line towards the evening hours. This is now towards 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and then we get a long line of thunderstorms, possibly very high winds crossing the region. This is around 10 p.m. local time, plus or minus a few hours, because movement of these storms could be very much different. We have a new tornado warning out for Christian, Illinois, Macon, Illinois, Moultrie, Illinois, and Shelby, Illinois. That is going to be valid for until 6:45 local time. Let's go over there and get back to our tornado warning. So hopefully that helped out. Obviously, we got a lot going on here. So this is a brand new tornado warning here. So we now got Decatur sandwiched between two active tornado warnings. Quite the sight here. You do not want to be in here. And man, it's crazy. I mean, look at this. I think another tornado warning honestly needs to be down south. Look at this stuff, guys. And we don't see this very often. Well, QLCS is pretty common, but where we have such a emboldened QLCS. So what you're seeing on radar right now is the entire east side of the storm is moving towards the radar. The radar is kind of up here. The entire south side is moving away from the radar. Let me use a better color than red. We're just going to use away as blue. We have a battle zone across this entire region right here and right here, where we have tornado warnings in which those quick spin-up tornadoes are extremely likely. Just think of like two things whipping like right next to each other. They're going to spin up very quickly. That's what we're dealing with right now. What are you using to see this? This is going to be Weather Front. You can find the link to the app in my bio for premium code. and that's what we're using on the right side of the screen. Right side of your screen is going to be your storm relative velocity. So that's what we're seeing coming towards the radar, and the left side of your screen is reflectivity. How strong is the rain falling within that corridor as well? Good news for an active tornado on the ground is it has been reduced to a radar indicated tornado. I do see, so if you're like wondering where I think there's an active tornado right now in our zone, just west of Assumption, Illinois. I do believe we have a tornado on the ground here because of our radar couplet. We're looking for those rising greens to touch each other. Once they're touching each other, that's when you really start to think there's a tornado happening, or if there's a little bit of more of a kink defined in the line. Augusta tomorrow could see some significant weather. It's going to be for tomorrow, high winds as well as large hail, high winds, isolated large hail risk, and tornado risk. What state is this in? This is in Illinois currently. Numerous tornado warnings in Illinois. 4 tornado warnings actually in Illinois. 1 tornado warning in Missouri. And a tornado warning in northeast Arkansas. Let's take a look at the actual full view here. Look at this. This storm is huge. The actual storm it spreads. Let's see how far we got. So actual storm association here is all the way up to Canada. We see snow all the way up to here. And we have a pretty significant ice storm happening in central Michigan as well, so we'll shout out to that. And then we have our severe weather threat all the way stretching from Chicago down and through Texas. Just an absolutely massive storm. And that's what we're dealing with, a very strong storm. We do have a new warning out for Clay, Arkansas, Greene, Arkansas, and Dunklin, Missouri. I believe that's just a redrawn on our tornado warning. Yeah, it's a new drawn tornado warning here for Rector and just north of Paragould. Brooke says I just got a warning. Definitely seek shelter if you just got it. I'm curious where you are. I haven't got any. Maybe you got then the redrawn warning. Houston is going to be seeing some of the severe weather. Look at the actual threat. The actual line of thunderstorms is stretching all the way to LaGrange now. Your core threat here is going to be some high winds, maybe an isolated tornado as the storms continue to develop as well. Man, okay, let's go through all tornado warnings, guys. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 6 active tornado warnings. So we have 2 tornado warnings in central Illinois, north and south of Decatur. These are all QLCS tornadoes that can be quick hitting and down and up very quickly as well. Looking at storm relative velocity, a couple of areas that are concerning in which we could have a couple tornadoes on the ground, so stay weather aware and seek shelter immediately. Moving to southwest Illinois, kind of spatially the same situation, a little bit more of a bow echo threat here, a couple of high wind threats, 60 to 70 mile per hour coming through the region as well. And whoa, look at this thing, hold up. Okay, the actual other radar presentation looked a little bit more mean. But I think we probably, wow, look at that. Might have another tornado on the ground here just next to Sedgwickville, Arkansas. We're right on the Arkansas, northeast corner of Arkansas. That's Sedgwickville, Missouri. Then our Arkansas warning, a tornado warning here is for Marmaduke and Rector right there as well. There you go. Those are all 6 of the warnings. Right now, if you were to ask me where do I think there's a tornado on the ground, well, it's kind of a tricky spot. All these warnings are warnings that have been issued for tornadoes that are being quick hitting, down and up, and very not on the radar for long. So if you get a warning, please seek shelter. Be on the safe side here. Georgia, Alabama getting ready definitely later tonight. It's unfortunately going to be a very nocturnal threat. Western Alabama is going to start seeing some severe weather here within the next 2 to 3 hours. And then Georgia is going to be more 3 to 4 hours. It's going to be pretty late before you're going to start seeing severe weather. It might even see even later severe weather depending on how far and how fast we have propagation of our cold front. Yeah, Kentucky definitely could see some tornadoes. And whoa, okay, well, this is extremely dangerous situation here. We actually have an upgrade. You might see this the first polygon of the stream here that is orange, and that is because we have a severe thunderstorm warning with a destructive tag on it. The first of its kind for the severe thunderstorm threat. 80 mile per hour is indicated. That is above hurricane force winds are now indicated across Jonesboro, Truman, and the northeast corner of Arkansas. Treat this as a tornado warning. That's how dangerous the storm is. A severe thunderstorm warning with a destructive tag on it is equal to an EF0 tornado. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Please seek shelter as if you are in a tornado warning now. If you're in Jonesboro, if you're in Kennett, if you're in Corning, if you're in Paragould, if you're in Truman, if you're in Lake City, if you're in Hornersville, if you're in Cardwell, if you're in Bragg City, if you're anywhere within this is a large severe thunderstorm warning. I know it might be weird, but you should be taking this as a tornado warning. 80-mile-per-hour winds now in the northeast corner of Arkansas. Seek shelter immediately. Decatur, Illinois, getting sirens. I mean, you're right between, depending on if you're north or south Decatur, you should be seeking shelter. You're basically sandwiched between two tornado warnings, so it's kind of a tough spot to be in. Kansas City is okay, yes. Wow, this is not something this is not what I was expecting. An 80-mile-per-hour wind tag, and a severe thunderstorm destructive tag right now ongoing. There's and a new tornado warning now issued for Paragould. So if you're in Paragould, tornado looks like possibly on the ground here towards Brooklyn. But anyways, even if you are not on a tornado warning, just across the area, even if you don't get a tornado, you're getting 80-mile-per-hour winds. 80-mile-per-hour winds, which is equal to EF0 tornado anyways. So this entire zone, guys, is underneath a destructive tag. This is a very rare destructive severe thunderstorm warning in which you should be seeking shelter in the case of an active tornado warning. Of course, most of the polygon is also underneath the tornado warning, so you're probably going to get double alerted. But anyways, if you're like in Truman and you don't have a tornado warning, you're still going to get an emergency alert because of the 80-mile-per-hour. So this is a destructive tag for a current severe thunderstorm warning, 80-mile-per-hour winds, radar indicated. And that will be knocking out a lot of power, guys. It'll be knocking out a lot of power. It'll be equivalent to an EF0 going across the entire corridor of northeast Arkansas. And man, that is a dangerous storm that is moving towards areas, more populated areas. Now I want to put Memphis on alert for something similar like that, because we have a storm that looks pretty similar to that style moving into the region as well. So lots of areas. This is what we're talking about. If the storm can stay linear, then it's going to tap into some very high level winds, and also it's tornado warned on top of all of this as well. So just an absolutely strong system now, really flexing all of its muscles. We have a couple of new tornado warnings. Let's go over all of them here. All right, starting off with north central Illinois, we have a tornado warning north and south of Decatur, not actually in Decatur. You can see our active tornado warnings in the red polygons here. Seek shelter. There's a QL. Ooh, that one's probably on the ground right here. Let me look a little bit closer here. Yeah, probably tornado on the ground here, east of Assumption, Illinois, moving east about 45 miles per hour towards Bethany, Findlay, Sullivan in Illinois. Seek shelter immediately within there. And then scooting down towards the southwest corner of Illinois, you got a couple of bow echoes, really producing some high-end winds, but also tornado warnings. Not really a lot of places. Centralia, Irvington, remain in your safe place. Active tornado warnings there. And then we do have dual tornado warnings here. And whoa, got a couple of strong rotation spots here towards Millersville, Oak Ridge, Pocahontas, Altenburg, Grand Tower. And also Cape Girardeau is now underneath a tornado warning. So a pretty large town. Dutchtown, Whitewater, Gordonville, Delta are now underneath a tornado warning here in southeast Missouri. Active tornado threat. Seek shelter immediately. Burlington, North Carolina, going to see some significant weather for tomorrow. Let's talk about significant tornadoes and high winds. Pretty similar to what we're seeing today, but actually more significant, more dangerous as we continue. Lastly, if you guys are just joining us, we have a significant destructive tag, severe thunderstorm warning within our orange color. You should be treating that as a tornado warning no matter where you are, but we also have tornado warnings embedded within this. Those tornado warnings include Steele, Hornersville, Seneth, Kenneth, Bragg City, Cardwell, Lake City, that's a pretty well-known name, Jonesboro, Paragould, Marmaduke, and Rector. If you live in any of those regions, you should be seeking shelter, as well as Truman. Truman's inside of that destructive tag, 80-mile-per-hour winds, that's above hurricane force winds, moving in very quickly. How do I tell there's rotation? On the right side of your screen, greens and reds. If you have green and red right next to each other, that indicates rotation, like right here towards Lake City. And a couple of these regions actually right along the line, and which really are concerning for spin-up tornadoes, as well as this one. Look at this possible strong rotation here towards Rector. So, and I mean, that's the problem with these QLCS tornadoes, is there could be multiple tornadoes on the ground within just a few miles with each other as well. Juliet Ware, guys. Give me city and state. City and state, please. And Memphis, now you're just outside of our severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible tag just to the west of you, so Very large populated areas now are getting closer to significant weather, guys. And look at these. These are not good news. A couple of really strong supercells. Keeping a very close eye on for a possibility of a significant tornado within that corridor here. And man, we are seeing a lot of active weather. The current radar looks like an absolute Christmas tree with alerts and craziness going on. We have snow squall warnings in the same state as we have 4 tornado warnings. Just absolutely insane weather ongoing. Memphis is getting approached by some pretty significant weather, so you should be ready to go here soon. Indianapolis is going to be approached by severe weather here relatively soon, next 1 to 2 hours. Get ready to seek shelter. New tornado warning is continuing for Macon, Moultrie, and Shelby, Illinois. Please seek shelter immediately within those counties. Significant severe weather continues, guys, continues moving eastward. Okay. 1 second, guys. Yeah, New Jersey's not till tomorrow. 1 second, I'm going to refill my water. I'm just going to put this in motion so you can see the weather developing. We currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10 active tornado warnings right now, okay? We're going to get through this. I know things are getting a little chaotic. And actually, before I go, 1 second, because I want to get this new tornado warning out here. We do have a new tornado warning for Texas. This is for Nacogdoches and St. Augustine, Texas counties are now underneath a tornado warning. The tornado warning is radar indicated in St. Augustine, Cherno. Please seek shelter immediately if you're within this region in pretty strong rotation within a bedded supercellular rotation. Please seek shelter in eastern Texas. All right, 1 moment, guys. I'm going to step away to refill my water, and then we'll go right back onto the tornado warnings. I'm going to really quickly here. Right back. All right, we're back. I turn the air conditioning in here. It's getting a little hot. All right, thank you guys for the support. Again, I just ask if we have a lot of tornadoes, tornado warnings and severe weather alerts. If you wouldn't mind liking the stream just so we can get the word out to as many people as possible. I mean, we've gotten so many alerts, and unfortunately, this is just the beginning of a 48-hour severe weather outbreak. So we're going to continue to track these very quickly here. Nothing for Indiana, but you're getting very close to a tornado-producing storms here the next 30 minutes. All right. All right, let's get back to the current 10 active tornado warnings across the United States, starting off with our northern threat. We're going to stick with our current tornado warnings. I'm going to give you guys heads up of where the current tornado warnings are. Current tornado warning in north central Illinois, just north of Decatur. You can see not really a lot of people in this one, but still remaining your safe place. I-72 involved in this one. A couple of troublesome spots within this one, south of Decatur, heading towards Bethany, Sullivan, and Findlay, Illinois. Seek shelter within that corridor. Moving towards southwest Illinois, we have a tornado warning, which I think is going to expire, so ignore that one. Then heading towards southeast Missouri, we have 4 active tornado warnings. Actually 3, they actually merged those ones. This one is not good. We probably have a tornado on the ground here, just northwest of Oak Ridge, Missouri, about to cross I-55. I-55, about to see a tornado towards Pocahontas and Altenburg. Seek shelter there. An active tornado warning as well. Moving down to this northeast corner of Arkansas, possibly a major tornado on the ground here, north of Lake City. Man, that is a place that got absolutely slammed by a tornado last year. And now we have a very strong threat. Not only do we have a tornado risk for here, and a tornado risk on the northern corner here on here towards Malden, Bragg City, Kenneth, Piggott. We also have a orange severe thunderstorm warning, which means significant level tag. That's 80-mile-per-hour winds are tagged with that severe thunderstorm warning. You should treat that as a tornado within that region. 80-mile-per-hour winds. It's above hurricane force. Treat it as a tornado. Ohio's going to see severe weather later tonight. Going to be see isolated severe weather. Definitely not as widespread as these ones. And there you go. Actually, one more tornado warning here for San Augustine and Chernero, Texas. An active tornado warning is in effect for the next 41 minutes, moving eastward about 30 miles per hour. Please seek shelter immediately. We continue to track these storms. St. Louis is now all in the clear. You can see our new active watch boxes. Let me turn on our full radar. This is our new active watches. So you can see St. Louis has been chopped out of the box. Anywhere that is east of our line is in the threat zone. Anywhere west of our line, anywhere east of our threat, actually. Anywhere east of the line is in a threat zone. Anywhere west, I guess west is that way near. Anywhere west is underneath no risk. So keep that in mind. East, west. If you're downstream, got to be alert. If you're west, you can take a break. There we go. Let me answer some questions with the radar on the full screen here. Chicago, seeing it now. Yeah, you're definitely getting some severe, sub-severe weather down there in Chicago. And southern Michigan's now underneath a severe thunderstorm watch. You have a pretty low potential over there. But there we go. Stay weather aware. All right. We're going to film a little update here. I think that's probably pretty good here. All right, let me film a little update where we have our few tornado warnings as well as severe thunderstorm ongoing. So this is the 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time update. Okay, there we go. We are currently live tracking. Oh my gosh. Sometimes I do this, guys. Okay, there we go. We are live tracking storms right now, tornadic producing storms at 7:30. This is kind of our early evening threat update. We have multiple tornado warnings in central Illinois. This entire line is producing isolated tornado risk, as well as across Jonesboro and northeast Arkansas. We have a severe thunderstorm warning with 80-mile-per-hour winds in 1-inch hail. That is orange because it is a destructive tag. You should treat that as a tornado warning, as well as our 2 tornado warnings associated with that. There's more tornado warnings in the southeast corner of Missouri as well. This is all entering very populated areas, as well as we have a tornado warning in eastern Texas. So this entire corridor here is underneath threat. This is going to continue pushing eastward overnight tonight, and threats are only supposed to increase. We're talking about very large tornado and possibly violent tornadoes increasing in threat zone, as well as high winds increasing as our storms continue to progress eastward. You can see the development on radar. We're currently live on TikTok. We'll probably be live at least for the next 3 hours as these storms continue to push through. Please stay safe and let me know what questions you guys have. Okay, thank you guys. And I'll be continuing to, it's moving really fast, right? We've only been live for about 3 hours, but we've now almost gone through all the way through Arkansas. So pretty rare to see the storm motion this fast, but that's what's also kind of giving you the hint of, hey, what is going on, how these going on, how these tapping into so much energy. Well, the energy is pushing them along very quickly as well. So it's just a pretty tricky setup that we continue to track extremely closely. Cape Girardeau is underneath a tornado warning in Missouri. Here's your tornado warning here. Okay, let's see. It looks like we just got an extension. So you got the tornado warnings here in Grand Tower, Oak Ridge, and Jackson, and that's going to be for southeast corner of Missouri. Seek shelter immediately. So we got a very tricky situation ongoing. Severe weather is just absolutely all over the place. What time hitting Birmingham? Pretty late tonight. Going to be nocturnal threat. We're going to probably be beyond 11 or 12 at night. So be weather aware. Be ready for very late night stuff. Missouri, I think you got your states wrong. I believe. Okay, yeah, there we go. Storm update. Okay. There you go. Sorry, guys. Just getting a quick update out, too, to the followers so we can get as many people alert as possible. If you guys don't mind, quickly here. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning ahead of all this stuff. We are about to enter the states of Kentucky and Tennessee, as well as Mississippi. So if you're in any of these corridors here, western Kentucky, western Tennessee, northern and western Mississippi, start to get high alert, because this is where we're going to start moving into some more significant severe weather, of course. And there we go. So we're gonna, of course, you know, your chances for significant weather is increasing, and I'm really watching these. Look at these guys. Look how large that supercell is. I'm actually surprised. That's getting tornado warned. That actually needs a tornado warning. Whoa, what is going on here? We have a large rotation couplet on this heading towards Tiller and Winchester. We possibly have our first large tornado today. Yes, there's been at least one observed tornado on the ground. I haven't checked the actual update yet on Storm Prediction Center website. All right, this is storm. Okay, 1 second. Storm update for March 15th. We have numerous tornado warnings across the Tennessee, Ohio, and Mississippi valleys, with some being confirmed tornadoes as well as 80-mile-per-hour wind thunderstorms. Stay up to date and follow for more updates. Okay, sorry guys. I'm just like voicing over a quick caption so I can get that out there as well while I'm doing. This is what happens when you're a one-person team. So I want to get the updates as well, because it's extremely concerning that we have numerous supercells now, guys. This is, if you've been watching, I've been chatting about this for probably about an hour now. Watching these what's it called, prefrontal firing supercells, and unfortunately, what this will do is fortunately, it will reduce our wind threat, but it will not. It will increase our violent tornado chances, and I really want to put southeast Arkansas, northern Mississippi, and western Tennessee and western Kentucky in those concern zones for possibly violent and large tornado potential increasing. That is a very near-term risk here, so please stay weather aware. Of course, I will let you know the moment a tornado warning gets issued, but I do think this thing needs warned here. I think we're going to get a new update here in just a second, but I think this storm needs warned in the southeast corner of Arkansas. Let me answer some more questions here as we look at the full radar. Again, multiple tornado warnings ongoing. Continue to track them very closely as we have possibly our first large tornado risk ongoing. All right, there we go. Okay, there we go. All right, yeah, we have numerous storms, and we have just a lot of actual. There you go. Actually, wow, look at that. The moment I say that, we get a new tornado warning for this very large supercell here, heading towards Tiller, Winchester, and McGee. Please take this extremely seriously. There's our new updates on there. That's going to be a new warning polygon right here. Please seek shelter. This has the potential to be a violent tornado, so we're going to be watching this very closely as it marches its way into Mississippi. Those supercells have a pretty long track, and there's really not much holding them back. So unless they get caught up to by the line, which is honestly failing to initiate, we're going to now start increasing our significant tornado threat for the next 2 hours here. Next 2 hours across western Tennessee, western Kentucky, and Mississippi. A new tornado warning continues in St. Augustine, Texas. So they're continuing that tornado warning. But yes, if you're just joining us, brand new tornado warning for southeast Arkansas. Please seek shelter immediately. How's bad is it supposed to get in upstate New York or South Carolina? Pretty bad here. And look at that. A brand new tornado watch has just been issued for Louisiana here. Louisiana, including Beaumont, Alexandria, Monroe, and Winsboro. Of course, all the other surrounding communities. Tornado chances are increasing in the near term for your corridor there. Please don't spam chat. Tennessee is about to see some possibly significant tornadoes here very soon, especially western Tennessee. The actual warning polygons are right on your border. So please be weather aware in this region. Okay, there we go. Oh, gosh, there we go. Okay. Continue to watch this stuff. Let me see if I can answer any more general questions as we track these storms. I'm going to do a roundup on all the tornado warnings here in just 1 second. Southern Illinois, Southern Illinois, specifically Cape Girardeau in the southwest corner of Illinois, is seeing a current tornado. Just about to enter South Illinois. Carbondale, Vienna, Harrisburg, Illinois should be on high alert for tornado risk incoming into the area. So be ready to go. This is going to really start to pick up, guys, very quickly. So stay alert here, very closely. Okay, there we go. Cape Grudeau, that's correct. Cape Grudeau is underneath a tornado warning. If you are in there, please seek shelter immediately. You have an incoming storm that is producing tornado conditions, and you need to be seeking shelter. No time for delay. Thank you guys for the follows. Again, if you wouldn't mind liking the stream and dropping a follow, join the Reindeer with their family so we can get the alerts out to as many people as possible. If you're just joining in, the latest I have for you is we are unfortunately increasing in chances of a violent and strong tornado because we are transitioning our storm structure. Storm structure is becoming less linear and more discrete, which decreases high wind threat, but rapidly increases our large and dangerous tornado threat. So please be weather aware. And man, look at this corridor here. Just an absolute monster storm heading into all of Tennessee. We have a couple tornado warnings about to enter Tennessee, but also we have severe thunderstorm warnings. Oh, I think they messed up the polygon. Look at this. What is this polygon? Do you guys see this? That is a really weird polygon. I don't think that's a mess up. Of course, mistakes are going to happen here. 70-mile-per-hour winds is basically the minimum about to enter western Tennessee, with the maximum being possibly a violent tornado. Please be ready to go and take shelter in this region. Okay, there we go. Okay. Sorry for the quick pause, guys. I'm just getting every hour and a half. I try to get another post out just so we can get more posts and information. We do actually, speaking of this area, so let's take a look. Someone was just in southern Illinois. Well, we now have a brand new tornado warning for Jackson, Union, and Wilmington County, Illinois. This is for Grand Tower, Sonoma, Carbondale, Marion, and Heron, as well as I-57. A brand new tornado warning has just been issued. Seek shelter right now in southern Illinois. Please seek shelter. This tornado warning has been ongoing for a long time. You can see we keep getting new updates here. Every time you hear a tone, a new tornado warning is getting issued, and we do have a new tornado warning now for central Illinois. Man, look at this absolute robust bow echo. This is going to produce some pretty hefty winds, but now we also have a tornado warning here for Lovington, Hammond, Atwood, I-57 again, Ivilsdale, and Pestleton. Please seek shelter immediately. An active tornado warning is in effect for central Illinois, so please take shelter. Is Kutztown or PA going to get bad? Possibly tomorrow. Bloomington, Illinois, is now beyond the core threat. So you're getting some high winds right now, but core threat has passed. Some good news over there. Charlotte, North Carolina, I can already tell you significant severe weather coming for tomorrow. Let's continue to move south here. So a couple tornado warnings in the northeast corner of Arkansas. One tornado warning here in the southwest corner. Man, not liking this look, guys. I mean, this might turn into a large and dangerous tornado really quickly here in southeast Arkansas. I mean, we have to get ready for this as we get more and more discrete supercells, and that is what we are so concerned about for today as we transition into a significant event. Thank you, Sarah, for the donation and for reaching the goal. Appreciate that. That's what we're talking about today. Is we're now transitioning away from a linear line, especially in the southern cells here, a more discrete line. So we are going to be working our way, unfortunately, into a significant severe weather threat here very, very soon. I'm here to answer more questions as we continue to watch this stuff here. Heck, I don't even know what these do. Okay. Sorry, guys. There we go. College Station, Texas is currently, you're out of the threat zone now. The squall line has moved to the southeast. Here to answer your guys' questions. If you wouldn't mind leaving a like and dropping a follow. Hey, we're almost at 100 new followers above the 70,000. You guys are rocking it right now. A new tornado warning has just been issued for, we have a new tornado warning for Kentucky. Our first tornado warning in Kentucky. It's clipping the edge of Kentucky. So this is for Fulton, Kentucky, New Madrid, Missouri, and Stoddard, Missouri. A new tornado warning now out for I-55. Portersburg, New Madrid, and Parma right here. New tornado warning has just been issued. Now, I wonder if I can turn up the sizes of the cities. I'm thinking about this right now. Let me see if I can actually turn that up. The sizes for the cities, I actually don't know if I can change it or not. Shoot. Oh, wait, no. Are the sizes of the cities, would it be helpful if they're larger? Can anyone let me know? When will we see our first tornado emergency? Tornado emergencies are extremely rare, so I'm not going to speculate on that. And I really hope we don't have one. I'm gonna increase the size of the. Actually, oh, that's a lot better, I think, for you guys. Is that better? Let me know in the chat if that's better. I, of course, want to know your opinion. It's gonna make it a little bit more noisy, but I think it's a lot easier to read. Is that okay? Perfect, great. Okay, I don't know why that took me that long to figure out for you guys. I do apologize. It's a learning process, right? We do have a new tornado warning out, a continuing tornado warning out for Clay, Arkansas, Duckland, Missouri, and Pemscott, Missouri as well. All right, let's talk about some very, very populated areas. Now Memphis underneath a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, actually incoming from this pre-fire cell. So this is cell down to the south. The main corridor of severe weather threat is entering the region, western Tennessee. Those are producing 70-mile-per-hour winds and isolated tornadoes embedded within lines. Currently, the greatest tornado risk, I believe, is down in southeast Arkansas, which we have a couple of deviant supercells which have broken away from the line and could produce large and dangerous tornadoes. This is towards Tiller. We currently have an active tornado warning on one of these, towards Tiller and McKee. Just north of Arkansas City. So a lot of these smaller towns, please be extremely weather aware, as some of these could be significant tornadoes as well. New tornado warning. Mississippi. Okay, this is for Mississippi County and Arkansas, by the way. Duckland, Missouri. Looks like a continuation. But yeah, it looks like we have like, I don't know, like 20 severe thunderstorm warnings and 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 9 tornado warnings, so absolutely crazy stuff. Lufkin, Texas. Let me see. Lufkin, Texas is now beyond the severe weather threat, so you just have been exited, thankfully, by a severe weather threat. If you know any friends in St. Augustine, though, current active tornado warning to your east. That is moving away from you toward crossing Chenero. Cape Girardeau, Missouri, still underneath the tornado warning. Yeah, this is chopping off the tornado warning. You can see the active tornado warning here. And, ooh, gosh, not liking this look here. Possibly a large and dangerous tornado really wrapping up here towards Grand Tower, just entering southern Illinois. If you're in Carbondale, Panoma, Makanda, or Cartersville, please seek shelter immediately. Just joined live in Jackson, Tennessee. What are our stats? Basically, the storms are about to enter Tennessee, and you should be ready to go. Jackson is underneath a tornado watch. You have a high chance of seeing a tornado, and also you have a chance of seeing a significant tornado, EF2 or plus. What I'm really monitoring, especially in Jackson, is these cells to your south. If one of them is to become large enough, they could produce a violent tornado that we're keeping a very close eye on. If that does not happen, you still have the embedded tornado risk along our linear line of storms, and they're producing about between 70 and 80 mile per hour winds without even a tornado on them. So please stay weather aware in that corridor. Expect impacts from at least one line of thunderstorms within the next hour or so in Jackson. Clarksville, Tennessee will be a little bit longer down the road here. You will see similar type of conditions, maybe a little bit less of a widespread tornado threat, the violent tornado threat, but depends on how our actual evolution of the storms go. Expect at least some isolated tornado risk, especially embedded within our line. That is coming relatively soon here, in the next 1 to 2 hours. Memphis is underneath a severe thunderstorm warning from actually a cell that's to your south. It's producing about quarter-sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds. And then after that, there's another storm coming that has the isolated tornado threat, not current tornado warned, but has a 70 mile per hour wind tag on it. So damaging wind possible here. Keep up the questions, guys. Keep the questions. Really good questions, and a lot of tornado warnings happening here. I'm about to do a recap on all the current tornado warnings. Let me answer any more questions we have. Every new tone is a new tornado warning in the corridor, so stay weather aware. Make sure you guys join the Rainy Day Weather family. There's a lot going on, posting updates, as well as live streaming. Alrighty. Thank you, Avery, for the follow. Appreciate that. Murray, Kentucky, you see some increase in severe weather. Let me get a little bit more exact wording on that. What site are you using to track? I'm currently using Radar Scope. Thank you, Big Wayne, for the support, for the donation there. Actually, I'm using Weatherfront for core radar here. You can find that on my link tree in my bio. That's going to be Weatherfront. It's going to be an Apple app. So it's actually not a site. At least not yet. Cape Girardeau is currently underneath Let's see if you're still. Yeah, you're still underneath a tornado warning. Please seek shelter immediately. Remain in shelter. DC area tomorrow is underneath a rare moderate risk. You can see a significant tornado, very high winds. You should be taking it very seriously, especially if you have any kids going out to school, any activities. And if you're in your workplace, it's going to be during the workday, morning, afternoon, and even into early evening during that entire time. You have a threat for all of those things. Please take tomorrow seriously. I will be live as well for tomorrow, posting more updates. What I wanted to see. Oh, yeah, Murray, Kentucky. One moment. For Murray, Kentucky, you should be, you're getting really close to the actual severe thunderstorm threat here. Tornado warning storm is just a few miles to your west. So you're right here. Here's the actual tornado warning. About 30 miles to your west. It's approaching quickly, so you should be ready to go to your safe place relatively soon. Would not be on the roads anytime soon here as we continue to see a very, very potent line continue to push eastward. How high is a 4 out of 5 for tornadoes? Like, nervous should I be? So there's no reason to be nervous. I don't want to cause anxiety in a very obviously stressful world as it is. The main reason I want to draw attention to it is I want you to be prepared. So tomorrow you should be very prepared. A 4 out of 5 only happens about once every 3 years in the mid-Atlantic region, so it's very rare. And what we're talking about is some EF2 plus tornadoes, so some significant tornadoes as well as winds in the 70 to 90 mile per hour range. And we're talking about widespread damage, so not just localized. So please stay weather aware. We do have our first tornado warning for Tennessee, so I'm going to step away from tomorrow's risk and head back into the current ongoing tornado warning, our first of Tennessee. This is for right here. Let me go a little bit closer. So we're Arkansas stretching into Tennessee. Right in this corridor here, this is for Manila, Blytheville, Dryersburg, and Halls. Please seek shelter immediately. We're crossing from Arkansas into Tennessee. Surprisingly or not surprisingly to you, tornadoes do not care about borders, and actually a couple of tornado threats within here. Right here's a couplet, and right here's a couplet in which we have potentially multiple tornadoes within the polygon. It's very common for this QLCS setup. Please seek shelter immediately. Our first tornado warning that has been issued for Tennessee has officially gone out. Southern Indiana should be something to worry about. Yeah, I should be worried about the QLCS line that's developing that has numerous tornadoes, and now we have another tornado warning here for Illinois. This is for just for clarification, this is in Illinois, Atwood, Tuscaloosa, Illinois, Arcola, Arthur, and I-57. You should be seeking shelter immediately within this region, including Villa Grove as well. Include Villa Grove. You can see a very strong bow echo, embedded tornadoes within that line. It's going to be extremely difficult or impossible to see tornadoes, guys. Stay in your safe place. Go in your safe place immediately there. Let's go back down to our tornado warning in Texas, just south of St. Augustine. Tornado warning still active here. Not really a ton of people here, so stay in your safe places. Move up to the north. Still have a tornado warning, and you're still having a pretty significant hook here just east of Tulare in the southeast corner of Arkansas. And then looking a little bit more towards Memphis area, keeping an eye on rotation. Memphis is currently underneath a severe thunderstorm warning, 60 mile per hour winds. And then heading up towards the northern portions of Tennessee, this is where we have numerous tornadoes possibly happening, all about to enter. So look at this entire line from Malden all the way down to Osceola. We have a basically wall of tornado warnings. That means there's many pockets of tornadoes happening that are more on the weaker side, but still are very dangerous or possibly deadly if not taken in consideration. Lee, Arkansas, and Phillips, Arkansas have also just gotten underneath a tornado warning. So if you're in Tennessee, get ready, guys. And look at that, another tornado warning issued here. Just this entire line is just such a problematic line because it's producing many tornadoes all at the same time. And that's why it's so tricky to forecast for this. North Mississippi, we're expecting very strong supercells to enter the area in the next 30 minutes. You should be very alert for possibly large tornadoes entering the region. The good news is I have right now is there has not been one that has been produced. The bad news is the trend is not your friend, in which strong storms are moving into your region. Yeah, this is getting This is getting very, very difficult to cover. So stick with me, guys. I do apologize if it's getting a little hectic. We're going to keep working through here. Marvel, Helena, Alexa, and Rondo are now underneath a tornado warning. That is for eastern central Arkansas. Please seek shelter immediately. So anywhere you see a red polygon, guys, we actually have an addition tornado warning here in Illinois. This is for Rentoul, Fisher, what is this road? I-74, Lake of the Woods, Mansfield, Foosland in Illinois, just east of Farmer City, also included in tornado warning, so seek shelter for that one as well. Yeah, this is incredible, right? There's a lot of tornado warnings ongoing. You can hear my tracker going off every second here. Just a ton of tornadoes all happening. We currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 active tornado warnings ongoing in the United States. So if you guys would not mind and liking the stream so we get the word out, this is a very dangerous and potent line. You can see the full potent line right here. You can see the extent. Every red polygon is an active tornado threat. Every yellow polygon is an active severe weather threat. 70 plus mile per hour winds ongoing here. Yeah, you got to be very careful of these tornadoes, because if you're in a vulnerable spot, they could be still very dangerous, especially even if they're embedded within these lines. So please take the QLCS tornado warning seriously, even though you know they might be a little bit on the weaker side, because that is kind of what happens. They still could be EF2 maximum, in which you should be taking them seriously. Still seek shelter if you get a warning, guys, because again, there's a lot of them ongoing. So we just got our first one for Tennessee. We just got our first one for Western Tennessee, Western Kentucky. They're now moving closer to Indiana. Indiana is probably about 10 minutes from receiving its first one. So new states are now getting involved in this severe weather, this tornadic threat, as it continues to march to the east. Columbia, Tennessee. Where is Columbia, Tennessee? I'd have to look that up a little bit closer. Columbia, Tennessee should be expecting coverage in severe weather to increase within the next 2 hours. You see the line is just entering Western Tennessee. Yes, if you're in Dryersburg, you should be in your safe place right now. An active tornado warning is in effect. I mean, you see kind of the core of Dryersburg is just outside the warning polygon, but I think you should still seek shelter because you're right on that edge. So please seek shelter. An active tornado warning is in effect. That entire line has been producing a couple of tornadoes all at the same time. You look at the actual lines here. Look at that tornado warning right here, tornado right here, tornado right here, tornado right here, at least to my best ability for guessing here. And that's a problem. There's, even in one polygon, there's numerous tornado chances happening right now. Looks like we're going to continue a tornado warning in St. Augustine, Texas. That's just getting chopped off here. I can see St. Augustine, Texas, still ongoing. A pretty large supercell producing about 1.5-inch hail, golf ball, a little bit smaller than golf ball sized hail associated with that storm and tornado threat. Clarksville, Tennessee is going to see severe weather increase very soon here, very soon. Not ongoing, but next 1 to 2 hours. A very strong, potent line of thunderstorms producing many, many tornadoes all at the same time is moving into the area. Wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado watch go out for Indianapolis and Bloomington and Lafayette very soon here, maybe even Louisville. As you can see, we don't have a watch area out for them just yet, but our actual storms are getting relatively close to their boundary. So I actually would not be surprised to see that within the next 5 minutes, a new tornado watch here. Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and also an area that's going to be increasing in severe weather threat next 2 to 3 hours as this line continues to march to the east. All threats on the table: high winds, isolated tornadoes, maybe some strong tornadoes as well. Look at that, guys. We have a tornado risk as well as snow happening. I mean, the crazy thing is St. Louis was under a tornado warning about an hour and a half ago. It's about to snow in St. Louis. Crazy weather, guys. Crazy weather. How cooked is Chesterfield, Virginia for tomorrow? Pretty cooked. Carbondale, Illinois is underneath a tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately. Let me look at DuQuoin, Illinois. I cannot find that one. Oh, wait, there we go. I was spelling it wrong. I do apologize if it's taking me a second to get to your question. It's obviously a lot going on. Just north of Carbondale. How far north? Oh, yeah. You're underneath the severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds coming through the area. Tornado possible tag, but tornado risk is really rapidly decreasing in the corridor, in the region there. You guys are enjoying the stream. If you wouldn't mind leaving a like, we're almost at 30,000 likes. Also joining the reindeer with their family so we can get as many people their alerts as possible. We have an active, I believe, over 8 tornado warnings ongoing across many states. This is going to be a long-term outbreak, and guess what? This is not even the highest risk day. Tomorrow, I'm expecting even more of a potent day coming to the eastern United States. We'll also be live for that one. We continue to answer your guys' questions as well as transfer us around all the active tornado warnings as well. So we're going to have the live radar on. Lots of tornado warnings ongoing. Winchester, Virginia, that's going to be tomorrow. Please don't spam chat, guys. This is practice for the tornadoes. Oh, gosh. That's kind of scary. So the same for Louisiana. Yeah, the northwest corner of Louisiana is getting slammed right now by some severe weather. Tomorrow does have the potential to be worse, unfortunately. It's hard to fully say tomorrow's going to be worse when we have a lot of tornadoes ongoing here, so it's kind of up in the air. Urbana, Illinois. You're very close to this possible tornado warning. Oh, yes, you're just smashed in between like 3 tornado warnings. You're not in one just yet, but I'd be ready to go into your safe place here relatively soon. You have a couple of areas of circulation that are starting to wrap up. You can see there's probably a tornado on the ground right here and maybe right here. They're kind of in your general direction. You actually might get a tornado warning here within the next 3 minutes, so get ready to seek shelter there. And, okay, this is St. Augustine. Keep the questions coming, guys. City and state really helps me out, as well as if you leave a like and follow. That highlights your comment in chat to make it easier for me to go along. Let's actually do a full tornado breakdown again. We got a couple of new tornado warnings to go over as well. We're going to start all the way down in the south. You can see you have a tiny tornado warning here in Texas. Not really for anyone, so not going to care too much about that. Moving up towards the southeast corner of Arkansas. This is a tornado warning for a supercell that has been ongoing and developing here. Rotation's still pretty strong. Whoa, rotation's very strong. We just got 3 tornado warnings all at the same time. Union, Illinois, just went underneath the tornado warning. Fulton, Kentucky, New Madrid, Missouri, Stoddard, Missouri, all underneath tornado warnings. Champaign, Illinois, and Douglas, Illinois, also underneath tornado warnings. So 3 tornado warnings at the same time. And also a tornado on the ground here in southeast Arkansas. Good news is it's not really impacting anyone really right now. Bad news is it's a solo supercell heading into a pretty populated area of Missouri, heading eastward about 45 miles per hour. Get ready for possibly a couple of strong supercells to enter Missouri, especially in northern Missouri. Excuse me, not Missouri. Ooh. Mississippi, guys. That's correction. Mississippi. Ooh, my gosh. My bad on that. See, I would say streamer brain, but I've been streaming for 3 hours. It's unacceptable. So Mississippi, guys. Northern Mississippi. Please be weather aware. We got possibly a couple of strong tornadoes increasing in threat. Now moving up to the north here in east central Arkansas. Marvel. Guys, please don't spam chat. St. Louis is clear. Please don't spam chat. If you will spam chat, I mute you guys because it makes chat really hard for me to read. Helena West and Helena also underneath their tornado warning. Please seek shelter, as well as Lexa Rondo. You can see a new tornado polygon on that one. Memphis, Tennessee, not underneath tornado warning, but special mention. There's a couple of strong storms coming through the region already. 60-mile-per-hour winds ongoing, as well as a storm to your west that's producing 70-mile-per-hour winds close to hurricane force. Now moving up to the north of Memphis. This is kind of on the Tennessee-Arkansas border. We have tornado warnings, 2 tornado warnings. Current tornado threat is right where my purple line is going to the east. So if you are in Blytheville, Halls, or Dryersburg, get ready to seek shelter. Dryersburg, seek shelter. Halls, seek shelter. The current tornado risk is right here, rapidly moving towards your region, about 45 to 55 miles per hour. Maybe even more tornado warnings are honestly needed within this corridor, seeing a couple of troublesome areas. Moving up even further north, this is now towards the Kentucky border. And we have got Catron, New Madrid, and Martson underneath the tornado warning. This crosses into western Kentucky. In addition to the tornado warning, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning with 70 mile per hour. So will I be live all night? Not like all the way overnight tonight, but I'll be live pretty late. In addition, we have a couple of pair of tornado warnings here in southwest corner of Illinois. This includes Carbondale, Heron, and Marion, as well as Cobden and I-57 as well, right here. New tornado warning. There's also a new tornado warning here for southwest Illinois. Then looking to north central Illinois, we have 3 tornado warnings ongoing. These are looking pretty nasty here for Mahomet, Fisher, Rantoul, Ludlow, north of Champaign, and then as well as Tusco. Oh my gosh. Tuscola, Camargo, Villa Grove, and Arcola in Illinois. Please seek shelter in that region. Current active tornado warning. Very, very potent lines that are continuing to produce those tornadoes as well. Big zoom out so you can see what we just went all over. And there we go. Now let me answer some more questions. Those are your tornado warnings. St. Louis is in the clear for the second time. Indianapolis, Indiana, I believe is going to go underneath a tornado watch here very soon. Tornado conditions are expected to get there. A couple of isolated tornadoes, widespread high wind damage, very much likely within the next 1 to 2 hours. North Carolina, tomorrow, severe weather threat. Oklahoma is all clear. Cape Girardeau is still underneath a tornado warning. Your actual circulation of tornadoes is coming right now. Elkhart, Indiana is going to see severe weather increase within the next 30 minutes. It's coming right now. Champaign, Illinois, currently underneath a tornado warning. Actually, it's right between 2 tornado warnings, but I think it's going to go underneath a new tornado warning here very, very soon. So get ready to seek shelter in Champaign, Illinois. Thirsty for some champagne. Indiana has horrible winds all day. A couple of single shingles came off my roof. Trees got knocked down. Yeah, unfortunately, that's like the appetizer for its full-on coming. Not yet, Abby, but the storms are getting much, much closer. So the next 30 minutes, get ready. Yeah, guys, all these areas in Indiana, it's nothing ongoing just yet, but it's just about to enter western Indiana, so be weather aware. I think Elkhart, Indiana is going to get a tornado watch here at literally in the next 5 minutes. I would be surprised to not see a tornado warning here, or excuse me, tornado watch here soon. One moment, guys. I'm just looking for my portable charger. I need to charge my phone really quick, guys. Sometimes on the longer streams, I need to grab my portable charger for my phone because I lose too much power. All right. We are about to cross over 3 hours and 30 minutes of streaming, guys. If you've appreciated the updates or want updates for tomorrow, feel free to drop a follow. Directly supports me as a student meteorologist. Trying to make it big, but honestly just trying to make a difference. So appreciate your help. Fort, Illinois has just gone underneath the tornado warning. That's an extension on this tornado warning here north of Champaign. This is for, oh my gosh, I hate when it does this. This is for Gibson City and Elliott, as just well as west of Paxton. Oklahoma's fine. All of Oklahoma's clear. All of Oklahoma's clear. Well, West Memphis, I can hear sirens but can't see anything. Oh, that's kind of surprising. West Memphis is not underneath a tornado warning as of right now, but you might be a little bit ahead of me. No, I don't have any tornado warning in the range of Memphis. Only severe thunderstorm warning up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. So it will be damaging winds, but no our current active tornado warning within the proximity of Memphis. I'll let you know if that changes. I have a flight out of Raleigh tomorrow night. Tomorrow, depends on how late it is. If it's very late tomorrow night, you might be clear. But because there's going to be so much trouble with traveling, I cannot promise impacts will be felt even if you don't have direct weather because of delays and impossible landings and stuff like that. Those will be tough. You guys are hanging in there. I know we're going on a marathon stream here. We're working our way into our dinner hours as we have numerous tornado warnings ongoing. Let's go back to this storm here, and now entering Mississippi. It has a significant tag. It has golf ball size hail about to enter Cleveland, Mississippi, including True and Rosedale. It says tornado possible tag on it is a supercell, and it could produce a significant tornado because it is broken away from the front. So keeping an eye on that. Side rotation, St. Louis, heavy hail. Oh, geez. Yeah, St. Louis is pretty clear now, so the actual storm, it's actually about to snow in St. Louis, so let's look at the just quick little observation here. Let's look at the temperature. Look at that cold front, guys. It's 71 degrees ahead of the cold front. It's like 46 behind the cold front, and even colder, 35 on the back end. Look how significant this cold front is. Did anyone identify where the cold front is? Does not take a meteorologist to see this cold front. That is what's driving all of the severe weather, guys. And some upper level dynamics, but really the difference in temperature is what's causing this absolute madness in which we have so many tornado warnings and just absolute madness severe weather-wise. Oh gosh, okay. There we go. Indiana, Elkhart specifically is going to see an increase of severe weather relatively soon here, within the next 30 minutes. Get ready to be weather aware and seek shelter due to isolated tornado risk and high wind risk. What part of the storm should people in Indiana be watching? Definitely this area that's, marching its way out of eastern Illinois. A couple of, especially on the northern end here, lots of tornadoes kind of aiming towards Indianapolis and the Lafayette region. That's going to be continuing to go eastward. All threats are on the table. I don't think significant tornadoes on the table, but significant winds, 80 mile per hour, are possible within this corridor. So get ready as they continue to march in. And if you get a tornado warning, which is very much possible because of embedded tornadoes, please take shelter alongside those as well. Tennessee, Hollenwald. Look at that. New severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for Memphis. 70 mile per hour winds now issued for Memphis, Tennessee, guys. Let me get Hollenwald. Thank you, Shuri, for the coffee. Honestly, that's the thing I need the most, guys. I've been holding off on drinking this, but I think I'm going to need it now. I also need a snack. I have like a snack here. Hollenwald, Tennessee. He's going to see severe weather coverage increase here relatively soon. No way, why is my phone not charging? There it goes. So you should be weather aware. I believe you're just outside the tornado watch, but you're probably going to be extended into it very soon. I don't know why they're waiting on the watch here. I actually don't know. I think they're waiting on to see if it's going to be tornado or severe thunderstorm, but honestly, I just tornado it because there's so many tornadoes ongoing. And Champaign has just gone to Champaign, Illinois, and wow, look at that. An absolute massive tornado warning has just gone for a lot of people here. So let's go over this. In Illinois, brand new, extremely large tornado warning here for eastern, central Champaign, Illinois, St. Joseph, Broadlands, Villa Grove, and Tolono. You should seek shelter immediately, as well as I-74, I-72 combo coming in here. They're moving northeast about 55 miles per hour, so very fast moving storm. Producing some very high winds, as well as, of course, that tornado threat. So seek shelter at the lowest level of your house in Illinois, in Champaign, Tolono, and Broadlands, guys. So we got another tornado warning on top of that. Seek shelter immediately. Oh, gosh. Okay, there we go. I don't know what was going on. City and state, guys, helps me the best. Counties are harder for me to find out. So now we got a lot of tornado warnings here in central Illinois. So, wow, that's making its way into Tennessee, just to let you know. Gotta have groupings of tornado warnings. New tornado warning has just been, Champaign, Illinois has gone under tornado warning, so there you go. Seek shelter immediately. Let's go back to our tornado warning here in Dryersburg. So only active tornado warning right now is in Dryersburg for Tennessee here, but of course, this entire line is producing some dangerous weather. So all of western Tennessee is underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. At least the tags on this, guys, are 70 mile per hour winds. So damaging winds. Expect power outages to be coming. Speaking of which, just go to our power outage tracker to see if we can track our power outages here. Look at that. Arkansas up to 55 plus thousand homes without power already. And we have a total of almost 400,000 customers, 400,000 homes without power right now. So a pretty ongoing threat. And it's pretty widespread here. Oops, wrong thing. There we go. All right. Appreciate, is it not Dryersburg? It's Dyersburg. Is that better? Sorry. East Tennessee near Greenville. Gonna be a little bit later tonight. So that's gonna be more of a high wind risk, less tornado risk. Definitely isolated tornadoes possible. Ford, Illinois has just got underneath the tornado warning. Continuing in Franklin, Illinois, and Williamson, Illinois, still underneath the tornado warning. So many tornado warnings ongoing. Keeping a very close eye on this tornado warning here to just southwest of Memphis. Just absolute mess of polygons, guys. Absolute mess ongoing. Is this the tornado and severe weather threat? More of a threat in southern Ohio. Ohio's kind of in a weird spot in which is going to be between today and tomorrow's severe weather threat. Isolated severe weather is very much possible in southern Ohio. Let's go back to southern Illinois, where we have a brand new tornado warning for Heron and Thomasville, as well as I-57, north of our current other tornado warnings right here. So seek shelter within that spot. Numerous tornadoes are possible embedded within our thunderstorm line, heading east about 45 miles per hour. In Normal, Illinois. I don't think you're in a current warning. South Fulton, Tennessee, of course. Appreciate you guys' support. Again, this is getting pretty hectic. So if you're just joining, we have a lot of active tornado warnings, and South Fulton is an area that is lined up for current severe weather very soon. At least 70-mile-per-hour winds aiming at your region, as well as an isolated tornado threat embedded within this line. Look at that! A brand new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued to your north. This is going to be covering 70-mile-per-hour winds. So this entire line is really now producing about hurricane-force winds, guys. So expect some pretty widespread power outages as these storms start to tap into the upper-level wind shear. And we're about to kick on the lower-level jet, which will be increasing that wind even more. So these storms will be really big, powerful storms as well. Washington, D.C., going to see severe weather tomorrow. Could be very significant. Please stay tuned for that. We'll be live as well. Yeah, okay. City and state, guys. City and state corridor of like our main tornado warnings is like central and eastern Illinois up there by the goal, by Cape Gordeau in southern Illinois, as well as one tornado warning in east central Arkansas. Those are kind of a corridor for tornado warnings, but we have a lot of significant thunderstorm warnings now, which are producing up to hurricane force winds. Currently 70-mile-per-hour winds is what we're looking at right now. Decatur, Alabama, going to be a little bit later tonight. All threats on the table. A couple of tornadoes, some significant, as well as high winds. This entire line is marching its way to you guys. Not going to be 4-bit here. Not going to be 4-bit. But definitely going to be later tonight. What do we got? Wow, we got a lot of counties underneath that tornado warning. Who is this for? Okay, this is the new tornado warning here. This is for southeast Missouri. This is just cutting into the south portions of Illinois and the western portions of Kentucky. This is a brand new tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately. This is for Charleston. It's going to be Charleston, Missouri, by the way, for clarification. Cario and La Center. Please seek shelter immediately. There's also some other towns here: Mound City, Kelville, Lovelaceville, Wycliffe, Wyatt, Charleston, Bertrand, and that's going to be Charleston, Missouri. So a very large polygon here for a lot of people. Seek shelter for an active tornado warning for your region. Can you scroll to Indy really fast? Yeah, of course. You can see perspective-wise where we're at. Here's Indianapolis, and then here's our line that's incoming as well. Our severe weather line has a couple tornado warnings on it. It's getting dark here in eastern Memphis. Yeah, you can see that the strong storms are really trying to converge on your corridor here. Kind of a smorgasbord of like, there's lots of some prefrontal storms, a little bit less severe. You got a severe thunderstorm here, and then you have a 70-mile-per-hour thunderstorm here, just all kind of converging onto one spot. The bottom of Indiana, yep. The bottom of Indiana right now, especially Evansville, is underneath the tornado watch. I really don't know why the watch has not been issued yet for Indianapolis and the central portions of Indiana. I'm a bit curious of why they're not doing that just yet. Which I'm actually going to turn on discussions really quick to see if they've said why they have not issued or what they're thinking. And there's no discussions, really? That's very surprising. You think East Tennessee might get tornadoes or just thunderstorms? High winds are very likely in eastern Tennessee, and isolated tornado risk is very possible as well. So it could be both. Could be both. Can you give an update for Champaign, Illinois? Of course, let's go back to there. You're currently still underneath the tornado warning. The good news is, circulation-wise, they're starting to move to the east of you guys. So the actual, I guess, eastern Champaign still pretty close to that couplet there. So stay in your safe place until this warning gets canceled. You're almost there. Maybe 5 more minutes until the actual main threat gets past you. You're still experiencing 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds, even without an active tornado threat. So please remain in shelter in that corridor there. Yes, there has been confirmed tornado on the ground today. We can take a peek at the reports for tornadoes. So far there have been. Wait, that's definitely not for today. What? Well, I'm trying to see. Okay, so there was a mesoscale discussion 13 minutes ago in which they were saying they're going to issue the watch. in which they actually were expecting to watch about 22 minutes ago, so I don't really know why they have not pulled the trigger. The tornado and high wind risk is what the new watch will be issued for. It's interesting. Yeah, so tornado watch is going to be coming. So there's a tornado watch coming for central Indiana, by the way. If you're wondering, like, where's my watch? I don't know why they haven't issued it yet, but yeah, there you go. Looks like we do have a new tornado warning, actually. Wow, this is entire line is becoming an absolute mess here. Now we're working again into Kentucky. If you are in western Kentucky, this is for Clinton. Fulton now. I did see someone in Fulton. Fulton's now underneath a tornado warning. Bardwell, Arlington, and Hickman, Kentucky are now underneath a tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately. East Prairie in, what state are we in? Missouri. In Charleston, this is an old warning. Charleston, Cario, La Center, all these areas are underneath a tornado warning. Active tornado threat. QLCS embedded. Going to be very hard to impossible to see those tornadoes. So please seek shelter. You can see multiple areas of rotation right here, near East Prairie, near New Madrid, near Charleston. Surveys are going to have quite the fun activity to try to survey possibly many tornadoes. I mean, all of these systems could produce tornadoes down and up very quickly. So Union City, you're really close. Union City, Tennessee, you're just about 5 miles south of the current active tornado warning. I would be ready to go in a safe place. Very similar looking storm is just your west. So I would not be surprised if they just issued a tornado warning for your region as well. So be ready to go within that corridor in Tennessee, okay? Yeah, look at this tornado. A new tornado warning has been issued for just south of Effingham. This is for Louisville, Illinois, just for clarification. Dietrich and Newton, seek shelter, as well as Bible Grove, seek shelter in that corridor there. For Kankakee, you're underneath a severe thunderstorm watch, but the current storms are coming through. They're sub-severe. It's not like you need any tornadoes or severe weather. So luckily, looks like it's going to be sub-severe for today. Baltimore, Maryland, significant severe weather coming tomorrow. Significant tornadoes. Widespread power outages from high winds, very likely for tomorrow. Stay very weather aware in that region. Stuttgart, Arkansas had a tornado on the ground on Highway I-65 Lennox Road. Thank you for the report. Should East Tennessee take shelter right now or wait? Well, definitely. I mean, if you're in East Tennessee, you're fine. I mean, we're talking about West Tennessee right now. There's a new tornado warning for, oh my gosh, so many counties. SPC is probably like clipping a ton of counties here. You see this entire corridor here is just a giant tornado warning. So that's what we're talking about. The quick hitting tornadoes, spin up tornadoes are just absolutely going crazy right now. Let me know. I just want to do a little poll of let me know where you guys are watching from right now. I'm curious where everyone's watching. If you wouldn't mind, let me know where you're watching. There's a Champaign warning look concerning in Illinois. We can take a deeper look here at the current rotation-wise. Generally, I'm not seeing anything that really is concerning right now. Mostly the high wind kind of pushing through the region. And now main circulation is moving east of you, so you're almost out of there. Seeing a lot of people watching from, a lot across the country. A lot of people in the risk zones, some people outside the risk zones. Appreciate you guys being here. Again, yeah, tomorrow I will be definitely seeing a lot of you, see some people from our tomorrow risk in the eastern United States. So I see someone in Fulton, Tennessee. You're now underneath a tornado warning, so it's time to seek shelter in that region. Eastern Fulton, please seek shelter. You do have a new tornado warning since I last checked, so please seek shelter as we're continuing to check that threat there. Indiana is about to get issued a tornado watch for Indianapolis, Bloomfield, and the southern portions of Indiana across that area. That's a given 95% chance to be issued here very soon. Stay weather aware as the line is just about to enter the kind of corridor on the border here, so be ready to go very soon here. Where in Tennessee are there warnings? There are currently no Tennessee warnings right now. We just got 3 new warnings, so you heard all those pings. 3 new warnings or updates to warnings. Looks like most of them are updates. Absolutely huge storm. Currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We currently have 10 active tornado warnings, guys. Should I be worried if I'm Hendersonville, Tennessee? Why am I blanking on where that is? Let me see really quick. All right. Yeah, you can see all the pings going on. There's a lot going on. Hendersonville. For Hendersonville, Tennessee, you should be on alert for later tonight. Later tonight, severe weather is going to be coming through. The same line is going to keep pushing onwards and producing those isolated tornado risk, as well as that very high wind risk continuing to move eastward. I'm in Ruston, in Louisiana, and I see it coming. Yeah, you can see the line is pushing into Louisiana. Some very strong storms here. Less tornado risk, more of a large hail and high wind risk pushing into the area. An isolated tornado cannot be ruled out. Please stay weather aware across most of Louisiana, including Alexandria, Winsboro, DeRidder, Monroe, Jonesboro, as they continue to move and sink eastward. Appreciate you guys all being here. If you're enjoying the stream, join the Rainy Day Weather family. We are 6 followers away from over 200 new followers this stream, guys. So if you're appreciating the stream, those likes and follows really go a long way into helping more people hear warnings. Of course, we have a lot of warnings, a lot of tornado threats on the ground here right now. I'm here to help you guys through it, answer as many questions as possible. And thank you, Finn, for the support there. Appreciate that. How's it going, dude, on YouTube? Appreciate you being here. Good to see you. Is Southeast Louisiana safe? Southeast Louisiana is currently not underneath a watch, but I'm expecting severe weather to come through your region. Main threat is going to be high winds with an isolated tornado threat. Okay, there you go. There is a new tornado watch that we've been waiting for. Indianapolis, Louisville, Lexington, and Central Kentucky is now underneath a tornado watch. Includes Bowling Green, Campbellsville, Elizabethtown, Madison, Bedford, Bloomington, Jasper, up through even Lafayette is now underneath a tornado warning. So Purdue's on spring break, right? Anyone familiar? I think. Wait, it's Monday. Oh wait, no, it's Monday for me. Saturday or Sunday for everyone else. There is a tornado watch for anyone who is in that area, but obviously a little bit less population now. So Bloomington, Indiana is now underneath a watch. Just a reminder what a watch means, tornado watch. The ingredients are now in place for tornado development within that region. So you should be on high alert to go into your safe place if you get a warning. That's kind of what this means here. We're ready to go. We're continuing to track the weather very closely. I'm currently, a little background, guys, really quickly, as we track all these tornadoes. I'm studying abroad right now in Madrid, so it's 1:30 a.m. for me, but I am ready to go. I'm going to step with you guys and help you through this process. We've been live for almost 4 hours now. I think I can pull a 7-hour stream, so you can expect about 3 more hours of live coverage for me. That should help us get through the peak of the tornado coverage, as well as anywhere that's currently underneath the watch. That should help us get through there. And then I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to go to class, but don't worry, my class ends in your time morning, and then I'll be back for your morning threat for severe weather on the East Coast. And we'll be live for probably like 10 hours for that. I'm anticipating a very long stream for the moderate risk, so I'm going to help you guys walk through this. Now let's get back to the threat, answering you guys' questions. This is a big one. This is a very widespread threat, and actually let's do a full roundabout on what's going on here. I cannot believe this. This is crazy. Illinois currently has 8 tornado warnings, heavy snow, and ice, all at the same time. What is going on? Welcome to spring, everyone. Let's go through the active tornado warnings. Just actually crazy. Looks like we had some canceled right when I said that. It was kind of funny. Looking at storm relative velocity. Current tornado warning is just east of Champaign across I-74. Seek shelter there in St. Joseph, Homer, Oakwood, Royal, and Fairmount in east central Illinois. And I really appreciate the kind words, guys. It really means a lot. Thank you so much for the support. Tornado warning here in south central Illinois for Newton and Dietrich. Please remain in your safe place the next 28 minutes as it moves very fast to the northeast, about 50 miles per hour. Cutoff tornado warning. I don't really see. I see a little bit tornado circulations here. Thomasonville, the seek shelter in south central Illinois, and then we are moving now towards the southeast corner of Missouri, the western portions of Kentucky. Tornado warnings are stacked on top of each other right here. And whoa, we have a pretty big couplet here. Wow, that's not good. Let's look for debris. 1 second, guys. That really piques my attention here. And whoa, oh no, that's not good. Right there. Got it. Tornado on the ground here in Mound City. So we have debris confirmed on the radar. heading towards Mound City. So we have a confirmed tornado. I'm going to confirm it myself because I can see it on radar. And looking at the actual relative helicity here, you can see this is a very strong couplet for this type of tornado. And actually, notice how the entire storm has bent around this. So we possibly have a very dangerous tornado on the ground heading eastward. We're in southern Illinois, technically. We're right in the intersection of Missouri, Illinois, and Kentucky. So Mound City, we're coming towards Mound City. Let's see if we can get some kind of movement on here. Look how fast this thing is moving. Very fast, very deviant motion, guys. So you have a very dangerous situation here. Very dangerous couplet heading towards Mound City. I believe that technically is in Illinois, if I'm correct. Yeah, you can see it's right on the border of Illinois right here. So Mound City and Mounds, actually, there's two separate towns, Mound City and Mounds. You have a possibly dangerous situation with a tornado on the ground just west of you. You have mere probably 2 minutes from the radar scan to get to your safe place. So immediately go to your safe place. That really goes to show you guys how quickly it really was not showing much, like about 3 minutes ago. But then you get the update here, new radar scan, a very quick moving tornado. That's why if you get a warning, you must seek shelter immediately. New radar scan, and not liking this look. Still a very strong couplet within there. Possibly a dangerous tornado on the ground heading towards Mounds. Man, this is taking a direct route right towards Mounds and Mound City, I-57. Here in the extreme southern portions of Illinois. We're in the cross-section of Illinois, Missouri, and Kentucky. So seek shelter immediately. The tornado warning is in effect. Let's go zoom out. We'll come back to that just in a second. That's the tightest couplet I've seen, the most severe tornado I've seen so far in the past probably hour here. Tornado warning down to the south, East Prairie, Hickman, Clinton, Arlington, and Bardwell, as well as Fulton in western Kentucky. Seek shelter in that corridor. Tennessee, you don't have a current active tornado warning, but you do have severe thunderstorm warnings that include a 70-mile-per-hour wind tag across this region. So you see the thicker boxes, those mean 70-mile-per-hour winds ongoing in western Tennessee. Thank you, Mar, for the support there, the donation. Appreciate that. And then kind of zooming down to the south, no active tornado warnings, but a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings, including 60 to 70 mile-per-hour winds. Let's go back to our active tornado threat that I believe is very, very serious right now. Here, about to possibly make impact in Mounds. Not a good look here. Not a good look. You can see a very strong hook on the left side of your screen on the reflectivity. This might get upgraded here. Very strong hook right here. And let's look at the update. Right there. Actually, I think we need a new tornado warning because I think we're going to slide a little bit outside of our tornado warning here in Mounds and Mound City. So please seek shelter immediately. This is a dangerous threat here. Keep an eye on the tornado warning to see if we get a new update. And yeah, dude, that's you gotta be careful out in the enhanced risk. I can't find the storm. Yes, the storm is in the extreme southern portions of Louisiana, or excuse me, not Louisiana, Illinois. Kind of west of Paducah. Here's Paducah. Here's the actual warning polygon in the highlighted red. And the circulation is, oh, wow, we got a new tornado warning polygon to the north of that. The circulation is dangerously close to the edge of the polygon. So we might need a new issuance in the warning here right there. You can see how we're just on the edge of the polygon. I believe we're going to need a new warning on that soon. We do have a new tornado warning for south central Illinois. This includes now Dongola, Goreville, Vienna, Simpson, and I-20, as well as Cypress and Buncombe. So take shelter in that region as well. I just want to shout out as well this kind of tornado that really is piquing my interest here. Right there is heading towards large areas like Paducah. So stay tuned. I wouldn't say you have to take shelter yet in Paducah, but I'd be ready to take cover in the next 10 minutes if this tornado continues to move to the east. All right. There you go. We're going to come back to that generally very soon here. I just want to zoom out so you can see the full radar and as well as all of our tornadoes. All of our tornado warnings are currently north of Tennessee, but that may change relatively soon here. So let me answer some more questions. Any change for North Georgia yet? Not necessarily, no. Champagne's all in the clear now. Every beep means a new tornado warning has been issued. Pretty good question. I should probably put that somewhere. So, like the tornado going to hit America? Is that a serious question? Oh, guys, we need one new follower for 200 new followers to stream. Come join the rainy day with our family. Thank you, guys. I see a bunch of people joining in. What's it look like for the North Georgia later tonight? Could see some decent severe weather. Actually, I think your core risk is an isolated supercellular tornado with a risk of high winds as well. Paducah, Kentucky is lined up to see some dangerous weather very soon. You have about 10 minutes. Just west of you is a tornado warning, so you should be close to your safe place. And especially because I'm keeping a very close eye on this storm that has a pretty decent rotation. Let's go to storm relative velocity here. Yeah, right here, just north of Mounds City. Unfortunately, we have a direct hit possibly in Mounds. Let's take a look at debris here. This is stuff I always get nervous about looking at. Maybe a little bit here. Keeping a close eye on this. A very strong rotation. And there you go. Wow, look at that. It's sometimes I get really proud of myself for being on top of these warnings. But there's a new tornado warning where exactly I am very concerned of a tornado. This is now a new tornado warning heading the more of a northeast vector towards Olmsted, Badamda, Jopa, and Karnak in South Illinois, as well as north extreme west Kentucky. Kind of hip hops between Kentucky and Illinois. So this is a pretty dangerous storm here. Active tornado warning continuing to push towards the northeast east, about 55 miles per hour. Look how fast the storm is moving over just the past minutes. The just past 10 minutes it is moving very, very, very good, very fast. Dayton, Ohio is going to be a little bit later. The Piggy the severe weather threat's pretty isolated though. Could see a couple of high wind threats, maybe isolated tornado threat, but nothing that is really high concern. And I just really want to stress the fact this entire line is basically tornado warned now, stretching from kind of just north of Vienna all the way down from the Kentucky border. So this entire line is dangerous and producing many, many tornadoes all at the same time embedded within its tornado-lined area. So that's why we're having such a difficult time here. We have multiple tornado threats ongoing, and I think that's currently our highest corridor of tornado warnings. They're really situated along this corridor here. Anywhere south of that, it currently doesn't have a tornado warning, but very high wind threat is ongoing as well. Okay, let me zoom out just a bit. We'll come back just to that tornado warning in just a second. There you go. Martinsville, Indiana. Let me take a little closer look. Again, guys, make sure you join the Radio Weather family. I will be live tomorrow. I have updates on the page for any future severe weather threat, and of course, all these live streams. Produced Martinsville is now under a tornado watch. That's a huge, significant line is pushing towards you guys. Within the next hour, you have an isolated tornado risk as well as that 70 to 80 mile per hour wind risk working its way into the region. So get ready. You're now in a tornado watch, meaning ingredients are there for tornado conditions. Is Paducah cooked? Paducah is now just almost surrounded by tornado warnings. So here's Paducah. Here is there's literally like 4 tornado warnings just to the west of Paducah. So I would say cooked, but please be ready to go. If you guys live in Paducah or anywhere in this area, Mayfield, Kentucky, if you're not in a warning yet, get ready to seek shelter. These are many, many tornadoes happening all at the same time. Basically, chaos is happening. Let me just circle all the areas I believe a tornado threat is ongoing. Definitely here, right here, right here, right here, right here. Oops. Right here. So I picked out like 6 tornado threats all in with it. That's what we're dealing with. Just many, many tornado threats all at the same time, just crossing now into Kentucky and southern Illinois. If you guys are just joining in, see a lot of people join in, guys. Make sure you like the stream so we get to as many people as possible. Severe weather threat is still ongoing and is going to go on for about 30 more hours. So hold on. I don't think I'm going to be able to survive 30 hours on stream, but I'm here to help you out. We currently have 6 active tornado warnings. They are all located within Missouri, Kentucky, and Illinois, embedded with our line here. So we got a couple of very troublesome spots. We're just entering. We're moving east about 45 miles per hour. These are fast-moving, quick-hitting tornadoes that should be taken seriously if you get a warning. Here to answer your guys' questions and continue to track these storms very closely. My school's canceled. Oh, yeah, I have a question for anyone. Who has had their classes canceled for tomorrow in the eastern United States because of severe weather? I actually do agree with this decision if there is not a well-built structure or plan in place to protect students from severe weather, including large and dangerous tornadoes. It is just a very rare event. On average, it happens one in every 3 years, so it's kind of a very significant event to happen. 2 hour release. See, I don't understand the 2 hour release in Maryland. I'm going to harp on this just for 1 second here while we watch these tornado warnings. The risk starts in the morning. There's a couple of rounds of risk. It's not just one round and done. There is multiple rounds of supercellular tornado risks. So early risk is honestly more dangerous than keeping students at school, in my opinion. It's honestly just not a good idea. So hopefully people can consult a meteorologist and actually think about this thing other than looking at the weather app and seeing when the actual squall line is coming through. Please, 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 if you are an emergency manager or you manage a lot of people with possibly schools, do not use Apple Weather to, oh my gosh, I know there's probably schools out there that do this, but please do not use Apple Weather to schedule or forecast around a possibly widespread severe weather outbreak. It is not good at deciding on how these storms move, and it cannot tell you how unsure or uncertainty or strength. It does not do these things. So please, I beg of you, if you are making decisions based off Apple Weather, do not do that. I literally cannot beg you enough. That is a great way to cause a significant disaster in which you will be at fault, because that is something that is well known right now. There is a significant severe weather risk. Okay, tangent over. Just a little tangent, because if we have a school bus get thrown by a tornado tomorrow, I am going to be very mad at whoever school that is, because they knew this was going to happen. I really hope that does not happen, though. That is really concerning, but we can only hope, right? We can only hope that something like that does not happen. And wow, we got a actually really significant tornado here on the ground. Look at that couplet, and again, we're getting a lot of couplets that are pointing out that are really showing their strength here, heading towards Columbus in about to cross over into western Kentucky. We're right on the border of western Kentucky in the southeast corner of Missouri here. You can see the couplet, reds and greens are right next to each other, possibly a strong tornado on the ground right now, heading east about 55 miles per hour, very, very quickly here. Stay in shelter. These numerous tornado warnings ongoing. I'm in Alabama. Alabama is going to see the storm a little bit later. Thank you, a person. Let's see what their names actually is. Thank you, Katricia. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm really worried about tomorrow in schools. Sometimes they can make little silly decisions with faculty who believe they're meteorologists. Gage says it's right on top of me right now. Well, definitely stay safe out there. Well, looks like we're about to get our first warning for Indiana very soon here. Actually, no, we do have our first warning. A severe thunderstorm warning for the northwest corner of Indiana. Look at the snow here building in the back end, by the way. Absolutely crazy. Shows the full strength and power of this absolute massive storm. So do you know there might be... Okay, so I think Paducah might go underneath the tornado warning in the next 3 minutes. So I don't know for sure if there's going to be a tornado going right through Paducah, because these tornadoes are usually a little bit smaller and very short-lived. So they're really hard to predict exactly where they're going. You get a tornado warning, you should act immediately. There's no time for delay. Edwards, Mississippi should be ready to go for severe weather. And severe weather is increasing right now. All threats on the table, including high winds and isolated tornadoes, maybe a few strong. Stay weather aware as the line continues to push to the southeast rapidly. Core threat right now, guys, is in western Kentucky and southern Illinois. As we have now, a severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for Paducah and Mayfield, Kentucky. 70-mile-per-hour winds and tornado possible tag on that. How fast is the storm moving? Storm motion vector eastward is about 45 miles per hour, 45 to 55. So extremely fast for a storm, extremely fast. What app do you use? It's a radar, it's a weather front on the radar mode. Weather front, the link to the app is on my bio. So if you go on my bio, you can find the link. And actually, if you use the link, you can get a free month of the premium subscription, which enables for a ton of models and other stuff than other radar. Look at the development of this tornado. So you're going to see a pretty common trend like this. You have broad rotation. The next minute you have kind of tighter rotation. The next minute you have very tight rotation. And the next minute you have a broad rotation. So over the course of just 10 minutes here, our tornado really flings itself. Let's see how far it went. I'm just curious. About 6-7 miles. Oh, I did not mean to do that. And it traveled that fast in about 8 minutes. So, I just do the math. It's moving very fast, almost 55 miles per hour, and continuing to watch that very closely. So we got a cut off on our tornado warning. They did not extend it just yet. They just cut it off. And here it is. Here's all of our active tornado warnings. Indiana might get a tornado, yes. If this is so bad already, can we expect, yeah, I mean, sometimes you can expect stuff, but honestly, tornado season doesn't always go like with the flow where you have a really big early season. It doesn't really necessarily have a big middle season. I am expecting the rest of kind of at tail end of March to pick up again, and then April to be an active season. May is kind of a questionable season depending on Enzo phase. But I'm expecting June to actually be some of the biggest month as well. Kind of using a little bit of teleconnections here in a little bit longer range. We'll see. Predictions like that are very hard to make. Thank you, Squishy, for the support. Appreciate you being here. As it's heading towards Louisville, yes, Louisville is now underneath a tornado watch. Conditions and ingredients are now in place for tornado development within the next couple of hours here. Your threats include a very high threat of 60 mile per hour winds plus, and a very high threat, I haven't seen this yet, this is a very high threat of 75 plus mile per hour winds. So you have a very high threat of seeing hurricane force winds in Louisville. Expect widespread power outages. If you have a power bank, you just have a few more hours to charge them before you might lose power within that area. That's also for Indianapolis too. So that's kind of the entire corridor. Is your tornado threat is not huge here. I mean, you have a moderate threat for tornadoes, but the high wind threat is really picking up here. Really picking up beyond tornado threat. How's the storm moving? Is it shifting? Oh, yeah, I can put it in motion so it's just easier for me to just show you than rather tell you how well it's moving, right? You can see it moving in time. We've been seeing so many tornado warnings. I don't even know. I should have made a counter on my my stuff here. I vibe coded that tone you're hearing. So let me know any feedback on that. If the tone's too annoying, or if I should. I'm trying to get some more products and stuff in place for when we go storm chasing, so it's a little bit more interactive, a little bit more interesting as well. So if you have any questions, feel free to comment or DM me any recommendations. I would love recommendations. I don't think I can say that, Moonlight, but me too. I agree with you. Fear of storms is going to be bad in Eastern PA. Lex, you gotta be weather aware. I'm not here to cause fear though. I'm here to help you prepare. And what you can do tomorrow to prepare and be ready for tomorrow and ease that storm anxiety is to have that plan in place for if you get a warning. Because we're talking about a couple threats here. We're talking about tornadoes, and unfortunately some may be significant. So you got to take action if you get a tornado warning. Remember to seek shelter. Think wherever you're going to be tomorrow, where each and every place you're going to be, think of a place you're going to go for shelter if you get a warning. Interior room, lower level, stuff like that. That's very important. That way you can be prepared if you get a warning. Good news is we're very good with warnings these days, so you're going to have a good heads up, about 7 to 9 minutes on average between the time you get a warning and the time you're affected by the actual weather. That's on average. So you should be able to get some good heads up there, and the amazing news is you're being ahead of the game. You already know there's severe weather coming in Eastern PA. This is a pretty rare risk. Eastern PA is just outside the moderate risk. I wouldn't be surprised if they're added to it. If they do, it will be the first time in about 3 years. And Eastern PA is very rare to see a moderate risk, so please take it very seriously. Stay safe. Of course, follow for more updates and use reliable sources of information for updates like the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center. It kind of goes for everyone in the Eastern United States for tomorrow. It's a very rare risk, so stay with me. And we do have a tornado possibly on the ground here in Columbus, by the way. This is going to be Columbus, Kentucky. We're just on the border of Kentucky and Missouri. When we get close to these borders, it's really tricky to sort these out. The good news, our actual spread in tornado warnings has reduced. So we currently have 4 active tornado warnings. It's actually the least amount of tornado warnings we've had in like 3 hours. I'm not going to lie. It's been a huge amount of tornado warnings. How long am I going to stay on? I think I wanted to do a 7-hour stream. I'm currently an hour 4. So I think you're going to have me around 3 or 2 more hours, depending on how I able to continue to sustain my energy level. I'm studying abroad in Madrid right now, so currently it is almost 2 a.m. for me, but it's okay. I'm built different, and and that's just kind of is what it is. But don't worry, we're going to be getting through it together. Please stay on. I'm going to try my best for as long as I can. I do want to not do pull on all-nighter because we have a severe weather risk for tomorrow as well. So stay tuned for that. Don't want to destroy myself. Erie, Pennsylvania. I really don't think there's a really big risk out there. Please don't spam chat. What are the main areas of concern for today? Let's see if we got a new update. Categorical wise. Oh yeah, we did. Okay, perfect. So we have a new severe thunderstorm update. This is by the Storm Prediction Center. You can see our corridors of risk. Our orange one is the highest concern so far for the rest of the night. Anywhere east of the line. Anywhere west of this line, guys, you're done. You're donezo. You're all in the clear. So you can see our orange risk. That's our enhanced, it's our enhanced risk. It's actually, I'm going to pull up the outlook so we can give you a little bit of a breakdown of what we're expecting. So here you go. Here's the rest of the outlooks for today specifically, just today. Tornado risk. In the meantime, highest tornado risk remains right on the frontal boundary, and it's expecting to decrease in likelihood by the time it gets to Nashville. But comes with a caveat: it's going to increase in likelihood in the southeast corner of Alabama because we're actually expecting a supercell threat between 2 and 5 a.m. in that region. So it's going to be a nocturnal, possibly strong tornado threat. So please stay weather aware. Anywhere in this corridor, of course, could see an isolated tornado still, including Indianapolis and in this area in the brown and in the green. So don't outrule a tornado, but it's not the most likely thing to happen. Here's the most likely wind risk. You can see pretty still widespread wind risk ongoing, especially close to the squall line. And lastly, hail risk is very low. There you go. That's what we're expecting for the rest of the day. And lastly, a little shout out to tomorrow. I don't think this has been updated since I last made a video, so I will be making an update on the once this get a forecast update if they get an update before I go to bed. So if I go to bed and if there's an update, I'll make sure there's an update video as well. Okay, there we go. That's kind of the rest to what to expect. Let me chop that off because it's honestly a little busy. And we do have a new tornado warning here for eastern Illinois. This includes KC Greenup and I-70 as well as Marshall, Martinsville. Seek shelter immediately. This is for Illinois. See, let's scoot down. So there's 2 tornado warnings there, and there's 3 tornado warnings right on the western border of Kentucky. And it's still probably have tornado on the ground here in Arlington, Kentucky. Please remain in shelter as we continue to watch this very closely. Might see an extension on that tornado warning here relatively soon, and I won't be surprised if things keep rotating here to see just an entire extension of the tornado warning, just to be extra safe and cautious on this line. As the tornado warning is dying down a little bit. I think the actual tornado threat, we're starting to get to the point in which we might be waning a little bit. A sniffy tornado still cannot be outrolled just because we have these cells ahead of the front. I think that the best thing so far, and I'm going to knock on wood here as I say this, is we've not had a supercell fully tap into the significant tornado dynamics that was possible today. And that's what happens. However, the QLCS tornado threat has really been ongoing. We've probably had, my guess, this is tough. My guess is we probably had 15 tornado touchdowns today so far. That might seem like a lot, but we've had a lot of places where we have quick circulation. I'm not saying like 15 long track tornadoes. I'm saying 15 different tornadoes that possibly were very short track. And that's kind of the nature of these storms. They're basically just a shotgun of tornadoes all over the place. They're sporadic. They're all over the place as well. So it's kind of the nature of the storms. You got to take them seriously. The good news is Memphis is almost in the clear. You have 70-mile-per-hour winds. I see someone, anyone in Memphis experience a storm? Curious what you saw out there. Continuing to watch the storm very closely. Jackson, Tennessee, about to see the same storm Memphis just saw. Still an isolated tornado threat, but 70-mile-per-hour winds are racing towards you right now. That makes me actually curious to see if our power outage threat is going up. Sometimes these power outages lag a little bit behind the storm, so we'll come back and check that a little bit later. But these storms are producing some hefty winds. Indianapolis, you can see our storms are now about to enter into Indiana. You can see Terre Haute. I keep saying this town wrong. Is it Terre? Someone help me. Please don't spam chat. DC is not okay for tomorrow. You got to be very weather aware in that region. Paducah. Paducah's right on the edge of severe weather, so you're really not clear yet in Paducah. Sorry, 1 second, guys. I'm pulling up my code. There we go. Terre Haute. Is that correct? Terre Haute is right downstream of the current active tornado warning, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning there within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Severe weather is right on your doorstep on the western portions of Indiana. Your main threat for Indiana is an isolated tornado, but the core threat is 70 to 90 mile-per-hour winds as these storms just absolutely accelerate because of the lower level jet kicking in. That's some extra little help from it becoming nighttime for severe weather. 1 second, guys. I'm going to step away to refill my water. I'm going to put on the national radar and put it in loop. I'll be really right back in 1 second, guys. Alrighty, we're back, guys. We're back. Just rain in South Fulton right now. Oh gosh, okay. I left for 1 second. What did you guys do? What did you do? Paducah is now underneath a tornado warning. Please seek shelter immediately. This includes western and northwest. I guess just western Kentucky, Massac, Smithland, Golconda. Please seek shelter right now. If you're in Paducah, Kentucky, I know we have a lot of people there. Seek shelter immediately. You have an active tornado warning issued for your area. So that's what I was saying. I was thinking this was going to be extended, and not too surprising to see an active tornado warning. We take a look at the active velocity scale on here, and there are a few troublesome spots of rotation generally along our line here. So that's why we have an active tornado warning. Metropolis and Jopa, some pretty strong rotation here. Hendron, Reedland, I-24. Please seek shelter immediately in western Kentucky. Active tornado warning as well. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, now 7. Actually, we have a tornado warning here in northern Mississippi, and southwest Tennessee. This is brand new. This is the first tornado warning issued for. Oh wow, we actually have 2 tornadoes and possibly a strong one here. That is concerning here, crossing Route 72, and another rotation here, another rotation here. So Faulkner, Corneth, and Koseth, and Glenn. Let me get some counties out here. Elkhorn, Mississippi, Tippah, Mississippi, McNary, Tennessee, underneath a new tornado warning. Please seek shelter immediately. I'm not liking this rotation here. Heading towards Eastview, Chihuahua, Mitchie, Stantonville, and Adamsville. You can see a very large warning polygon right here. A couple of rotating storms, possibly producing tornadoes as well. Western Indiana is about to go underneath some severe thunderstorm warnings. Lafayette is already underneath severe thunderstorm warnings, and tornado threat is going to rapidly increase, especially western Indiana first. It's going to increase in coverage very soon here. So we now have a tornado warning in Tennessee, in Mississippi, in Illinois, and in western Kentucky. So we have a significant severe weather threat ongoing. I mean, we're now ticking up in tornado warnings yet again. And this is our first tornado warning in, did we get a tornado warning in Tennessee? I believe this is the first tornado warning in Tennessee and Mississippi. At least first tornado warning in a while in Tennessee. Definitely the first warning in Mississippi. So please seek shelter right now. These are kind of the spooky ones because they're a little bit isolated, so they could be a little bit stronger than our QLCS tornadoes, a little bit more dangerous than what our other storms. National Weather Service is continuing a tornado warning for Clay, Illinois, and Richland, Illinois. Please continue to seek shelter there. Is anyone in Paducah, Kentucky? I mean, you guys should be in your safe place first, of course, but I'm wondering if we have anyone on the ground there in the active tornado warning. Alabama has a severe weather risk for today, especially southeast Alabama. I'm concerned about a couple of significant tornadoes very late tonight. Paducah, western Kentucky. I got a question for Kentucky. Western Kentucky, including Paducah, as well as Clinton, Arlington, and Bardwell. Please seek shelter. You're underneath a tornado warning. That means active threat. I'm in North Carolina, but I'm scared about tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's a scary day. Make sure you take a deep breath and make those plans, because then you're going to be okay. What is a tornado warning in Tennessee? It's for South Tennessee here, Southwest Tennessee. It's for Eastview, Stantonville, and let me get the exact counties. McNary, Tennessee, underneath a tornado warning. Please seek shelter right now. This is a radar indicated tornado heading northeast. Let's see the vector tag. I'm curious how fast we're moving down here. Tornado and quarter-sized hail. Moving northeast 50 miles per hour. So this thing's absolutely steamrolling, moving extremely fast. City and state, guys. City and state helps me out a lot better than counties. Unfortunately, counties are just really hard for me to pinpoint. Really appreciate the participation. Guys, we're just 2,000 likes around from 35,000 likes to stream. If you wouldn't mind liking the stream, and if anyone wants to go crazy and be trying to take down the top supporter, Abby with 51 supporter points right now. It's going to be really hard to do that, but if you want to, you can be displayed on the stream. The main reason I ask for that is just so we can get as many alerts out to as people as possible. And of course, liking the stream shows TikTok that I guess you don't have to enjoy the stream, but at least you support the stream as we continue to track this dangerous weather day here. Thank you, Miss Park, and thank you, Gigi, for the support there and the donation. Really appreciate it. You know how bad it's going to hit Maryland tomorrow or around that time, possibly. Unfortunately, time-wise, Maryland's talking about earliest morning, but unfortunately, there's multiple rounds. So you have a morning round, you have an afternoon round, and then kind of late afternoon round pushing out of the area. And all of them have the kind of similar risks of significant tornadoes firsthand and significant wind on the back end. So prepare for a possibly all-day event, unfortunately. Just take a note, guys. Some schools have been canceled in places like North Carolina, South Carolina, up through Maryland. At least some shatters have reported due to the severe weather risk for tomorrow. And I do agree with that type of thinking, especially if there is not a good plan in place for severe weather. We do have a tornado warning continuing for Massac, Illinois, Ballard, Kentucky, and McCracken, Kentucky. A tornado warning in place for that region. Any advice for schools in Altoona, PA, or general and for tomorrow's risk? I mean, Altoona is also an area where you can see significant tornadoes. And I think general guidance is really depending on your emergency action plan, infrastructure. If you don't have a plan in place or haven't practiced a plan for tornadoes, don't act like you can wing this type of thing, especially with a risk that's pretty rare, one every 3 years. Definitely do not think you can just wing a risk like this, because if you, like, let's say for example, your infrastructure are driving students home and your bus drivers don't know what to do or don't have a way to receive a tornado warning, that is extremely dangerous, right? You have a bus, you have a metal tin can full of children on the road, and if you don't have an adult who knows or has the knowledge on receiving a warning and knows what to do with a warning, then maybe you should really rethink your kind of risk-taking on those type of things. That's where I think it really depends. But if you have like plans in place, you people train for these things, then I'd be like, okay, well, you know the kind of the best thing for your specific situation. If you don't pretend like you do. And lastly, don't use Apple Weather to forecast, please. Gosh. That's honestly, you want to know my biggest concern for the next 48 hours is literally school children being on the roads for possibly significant tornadoes tomorrow, because the school district thinks they can outsmart weather. And that is honestly just horrifying to me as a meteorology student and someone who's seen some pretty crazy weather and seen the power of tornadoes as a storm chaser and a student researcher before and actively. That is a really big concern. Of course, I'm concerned about today. Of course, I'm concerned for everyone in the way of the storms, but things that like haunt me at night, stuff like that, really makes my stomach churn. It's like, oh gosh, we got to be aware of this one. Now, Morganfield, Kentucky. Let me see. Keep the questions coming, guys. We're almost at 250 new followers a stream. Come join the Rainy Day Weather family. I will be live tomorrow. And a little shout out. We'll be storm chasing in 50 days. 50 days. For Morganfield, right here. Right in my radar. Severe weather is imminent here. You can see a couple of tornado warnings to your southwest. No active threat right now, but you're underneath a tornado tornado watch. I heard the tornado warning tone during that time. Be ready to take shelter from isolated tornado threat, as well as winds pushing 70 mile per hour. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm expecting to do 5 to 10 weeks of storm chasing this summer. So once my study abroad ends around the first week of May, I will be going immediately into the field, and I'm really going to be helping you guys learn about the severe weather. It's going to be honestly a similar style to what I'm doing here, except we'll have like radar being a little bit smaller, me being a little bit bigger, and we'll be out there actually looking at the storms together, and I'll be teaching you and informing you about the risk as well as what is the mechanics of this actually happening. I'm very excited for that situation. I do think we have dual tornadoes on the ground here in northeast Mississippi, heading towards the border, towards southern Tennessee, in Eastville, in Mesquite, Statenville, and Adamsville. So get ready for that, guys. If you're within the region, seek shelter in Chewell, Route 45 in Corinth. Active tornado warning. There's 2. So actually, I see 3 circulations, right? Reds and greens here, reds and greens here, reds and greens here. All active threats. And you can see they're all within our active tornado warning. Seek shelter for that corridor there. Oh, great. Let me get supplies put in the bathroom. Oh, gosh. Yeah, stay safe. So you have to be a little more specific. You're saying, so you do go to shelter. If you got a tornado warning, guys, on your phone, please act upon it. Do not wait for me to confirm a tornado warning on your area, please. Clarksville is going to see severe weather entering the region here relatively soon. Okay, a couple of thunderstorms within the proximity of you. I believe another tornado watch will probably be needed here relatively soon for your region as these storms continue to push towards you. Peak threat should be about 1 to 2 hours. And then once you're behind the cold front, weather should taper off. Was that Max? Jimmy, I don't know. You got cut off. Is it Kentucky Puck? Is there a warning for Anderson, Indiana? Okay, I'm just keeping an eye on stuff here. Obviously, there's a lot going on. Anderson, Indiana. No, not right now. You're underneath a watch. Let's take a look at Mississippi down here. Look at the strong wind threat that's entering the corridor here from just absolute mess of thunderstorms, bunch of 60-mile-per-hour winds, bunch of tornado possible tags. Yes, there is a warning for Kentucky, specifically Paducah, Western Kentucky, Arlington, Clinton, Fancy Farm, Bardwell, Massac. All these towns are underneath an active tornado warning. You need to be seeking shelter right now for a QLCS tornado threat. South Fulton. South Fulton. What state is that? Because I have Fulton here. And this is Fulton in Western Kentucky. Right on the border of Western Kentucky and Tennessee, northeast of Union City. So if you're in a different one. Paducah is not in the clear. No, Paducah is definitely not in the clear. You need to be in your safe place. The actual line has not made it to you yet, so please remain in your safe place. Active tornado warning. Wait until that line passes you. You see a couple of cells that are possessing pretty decent rotation here. So remain in your safe place in Paducah. Lafayette, Indiana is just outside of severe thunderstorm warnings. Core threat is there's a bow echo coming towards you. 60-mile-per-hour winds as well as an isolated tornado threat. A tornado warning might be necessary. Stay tuned and stay ready to go in your safe place. What is this? When does it hit East Tennessee? Honestly, could be 3-ish hours before it makes it all the way over there. Oakley, can you give me a city? Unfortunately, I don't have counties available to me. How do you know when there's a touchdown? You usually can tell off of damage as well as strength of rotation. Strength of rotation is really what I use. And also the National Service does say when they have confirmed information from someone on the ground. All right, we do have a new tornado warning for south and the west corner of Kentucky. This is now for Farmington. Wait, what? They like chop this one, or am I going crazy? Oh, Fancy Farm. Okay, so just south Mayfield, Wingo, Dukedom, and Farmington are now underneath a new tornado warning in Kentucky. So another tornado warning for the extreme western portions of Kentucky. Notice how we have a little bit of a hole here, a little bit of a gap. That's quite interesting to leave when I see some rotation happening here. So I guess if you're in Hickory, you're not underneath the tornado warning, but you are surrounded by a tornado warning. So we'll see if they add another tornado warning to that one. Oh, Indiana, yeah, Indianapolis, Indiana. The line is approaching Indianapolis, Indiana. So that's going to be an isolated tornado threat and a relatively high wind threat beyond 60, possibly 75-mile-per-hour winds entering the region. Get ready for some power outages and some possibly time in which you might need to take shelter. What does the reflectivity look like for Western Indiana? Let's take a look. Break it down. See a huge bow echo happening about to enter western Indiana, a little bit further south. You can see very strong line, guys. I mean, the entire line is very strong, producing winds and those isolated tornadoes. We can even take a little bit of a larger look here at this entire line of storms rotating around a just giant storm. This is our cold front. And then a little bit of some pre-fire convection happening in front of our cold front, in which has that tornado risk as well. There you go. Not entering 2026 well. Yeah, it's been a very active weather season here. Very active weather season. A possibility for Michigan. Actually, South Michigan is underneath a severe thunderstorm watch for the next 4 hours and 47 minutes until 2 a.m. local time. Generally, your core threat is maybe some high winds, maybe a couple storms producing high winds, isolated damage, power outages. Chicago is done with severe weather threat. You're actually going to be getting snow or ice here relatively soon in the next hour or two. I know it might be crazy to hear, but yes, snow, ice. Let's go down to our southern. So this is our only tornado warning for Tennessee and currently Mississippi, in the northeast corner of Mississippi, for Eastview, Tennessee, Stantonville, Adamsville, Mish. You can see our main circulation right here. Pretty broad right now. Let me see if I can get better radar. Anything else better here? Yeah, pretty broad. Not seeing anything that's crazy within this tornado warning anymore, so we'll keep an eye on it if anything does develop. Our kind of mess of tornado warnings is all along the southern Illinois and western Kentucky borders right now. New York going to get a tornado. The tornado threat isn't super high in New York for tomorrow. More likely high winds. An isolated tornado can't be ruled out, depending on where you are in New York. Ellettsville, Indiana. You're going to see a really high increase of severe wind incoming. Literally just in the next 10 to 30 minutes. Looks like we got a new tornado warning here for Carlisle, Kentucky, Fulton, Kentucky, Hickman, Kentucky, and Mississippi, Missouri. Wow, looks like we're going to see... I think they're just chopping off this one, actually. Let's get that again. Yeah. All right. Is there a threat for South Fulton, Tennessee? You're still in some high winds right now. The tornado threat has really... Wait, actually, let me just make sure. So South Fulton, is that a different place? Okay, hold up. Oh, yeah, I see. Okay, you're almost out of the threat completely. A couple more minutes, and you should be done for tonight. Congratulations. Finally, right? You think Lafayette, Indiana will get a tornado? You're really close to the line right now. I do think, actually, Lafayette is increasing. Well, you're right on that border. There's a tornado happening. It happened right in this corridor here. So I think a tornado warning is possible within Lafayette, Indiana. Stay weather aware here within the next few minutes. And also, well, look at that. A severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued. There is a tornado possible tag for Lafayette, Indiana. 60-mile-per-hour winds and tornado possible. So be near your safe place if you need to take shelter in that region. Is Tennessee going to get a tornado? Well, right now there's a tornado warning for South Tennessee here in this region. Right now, Tennessee's getting slammed by some pretty significant winds, 70 to 60 mile per hour across the corridor that's seeing the winds blow across. Isolated tornado threat that exists as well. Martinsville, Indiana. Keep up the questions, guys. Appreciate the questions. If you're enjoying the stream, leave a like and join the Rainy Day Weather family. Also, if you like the stream, it looks like Honey Buns is closing down on Abby as being the top supporter of the stream. And Dean is number 3. So thank you guys for being up there. Of course, top supporter is displayed. Martinsville's severe weather threat is increasing. You see these storms are approaching quickly. Isolated tornado threat and a very high severe wind threat. We're talking about damaging winds incoming. Charge those devices while you still can. Probably about an hour before severe wind incoming to your region for that. Stay weather aware. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Big Wayne, for the support. Appreciate that. I can tell you only the southeast corner of Arkansas is underneath a threat now. Only Greenville. So if he's other than Greenville, you're all in the clear. Is Goshen in the tornado threat right now? I think if you guys wouldn't mind putting a city and state, just because obviously there's a lot of repeats. Let me see if I can get this one though. Goshen, Indiana. Okay, I got it. Goshen, Indiana is pretty far north. It's going to be just a high wind risk, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Not a super high risk there. You think the storm will calm before it hits East Tennessee? Not necessarily, no. I think that it's going to be pretty sustained, unfortunately, pretty sustained energy as a storm goes through. The main reason I say that it's not super cape, not super surface temperature based. It's going to be pretty warm anyways for storm fuel, but it's very shear based. So it's using a lot of high wind speed just above the surface of the ground. It's really fueling these thunderstorms, keep pushing it. These thunderstorms aren't gonna like die off very much until it's gonna basically run right into tomorrow's threat. So it's not gonna be any like hard cut off between today and tomorrow's threat. This thing is probably getting pretty fast though. I mean, we're already past Arkansas. We're moving quick. We currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 active tornado warnings, 2 in central eastern Illinois. You see, this is all driven by this just absolutely huge line of velocity change. I mean, this entire line is literally tornado capable. Look at those reds and greens right next to each other. We're talking about so close to creating tornado, but then you have a little kink, and then you get a little tornado. And it spins up quickly, and it dies out quickly on that entire line. So the entire line has the capability of producing tornado. And basically, if you keep going down the line here, we do have an active tornado warning for Paducah, Kentucky, should be in your safe place, and the southern portions of, southern portions of Illinois as well. Bowling Green, Kentucky, yes. So Bowling Green is being approached by severe weather. You're underneath a tornado risk, tornado watch right now for the next 5 hours. It expires at 3 a.m. I can tell you there's a first line that's coming that has a tornado risk, and actually it's starting to grow there. So stay weather aware, as well as there's a secondary line that's going to possess a high wind risk and an isolated tornado risk. So stay alert. The main thing I have to say, if you're nervous out there, have that plan in place. It's to seek shelter if you need to. And act on it, especially if you do go to sleep. Please don't spam chat or you will be muted. I do apologize if I'm not getting your question as fast as possible. I can tell I'm getting a little bit less fast because I'm on 4 hours and 30 minutes of streaming. So hopefully you guys are hanging in there. In Mount Carmel in Illinois. What is this? North. I'm looking too far south. Okay. Where am I going? Oh, wait, no. What? Okay, you have a severe thunderstorm warning right now. 60 mile per hour winds, possible isolated tornado ongoing right now. Do you think it'll be bad in Ringgold, Georgia, or do you think we can save us from the bad stuff? So, unfortunately, Georgia is going to have some more amplified secondary supercells come on from the actual coastline. Let me see exactly where that is so I can do a little bit of a better forecast here. Yeah, for Ringgold, that far north, I mean, I don't think it's going to be super high end. I don't think I can you really can say there won't be an isolated tornado. The only problem is there's not going to be super large weakening. There's a new tornado warning, by the way, new tone there. So get ready to forecast that. I'd still stay weather aware, especially as I think you're still in the enhanced risk for mainly that wind. The wind is just going to be relentless tonight. Widespread power outages are expected to build. Let's see if we can get a power outage counter here. Looking at power outage counter. 385,000 people without power. So Arkansas has now worked up to 47,000 customers without power. And I'm expecting this to continue to build. So that's actually a decent amount of people. Houses. So that's 3% of the state. Not an insane amount, but it's definitely noteworthy because of the storms. Please don't spam chat, guys. I will have to mute. Evansville, Indiana is just west of a severe thunderstorm warning. 60 mile per hour winds entering the region. Isolated tornado cannot be rolled out as this line approaches you pretty rapidly here at 55 miles per hour. Let's see where did that tornado warning get issued. Tornado warning is for Alcorn, Mississippi, and McNairy, Tennessee. So it looks like they extended this tornado warning. They're continuing to watch it very closely, and you can see pretty decent rotation here. Now entering Tennessee. So our first rotation we're really seeing enter Tennessee, heading towards Mitchie, Eastview, Shiloh, and Statenville. Please seek shelter in that region there. Also want to say we've had an upgrade now in kind of the northwest corner of Mississippi. or oh gosh, northwest corner of Tennessee. Tornado possible tag on that, as well as 70-mile-per-hour winds across Paris and McKenzie, Tennessee. We get ready for power outages there. What weather tool am I using? This is a weather front. It's an app you can get for yourself for free. You also can get 1 month of premium on me, and the link is in my bio, my TikTok bio. Feel free to use, or let me know if you have any questions, if you need help downloading it. Happy to help out. Really, I mean, honestly, it is a really good radar. You can see we have products too. We have outlooks and models. Tennessee's getting hit hard, on the western Tennessee right now. 70-mile-per-hour winds, and a tornado is entering the region right now. It could have been worse. Thankfully, we did not see the significant tornadoes build, but the winds are really going to start going now because we've built. Let me look a little bit larger here, because now we're starting to build this basically wall of storms. Right? I really like this analogy. Think of a sail on a sailboat. What sail is going to go faster? A sail with a bunch of holes in it, or a sail that is just one uniform line? And I guess 3-dimensional sheet. And what we have here is a 3-dimensional sheet becoming very large, as well as our wind that's coming behind our imaginary sheet starting to really ramp up. This is going to start increasing the surface winds as our line gets more and more organized. And that's why we were seeing upgrades here on these wind tags. Another 70-mile-per-hour wind tag for Tennessee one, and it's including Savannah, Nixon, Walnut Grove, Clifton, and Saltillo. So, the good news is we're reducing our tornado threat. The bad news is we're upgrading our high wind threat. And that's going to start increasing our power outages, trees down, and stuff like that. So yes, the lines are becoming stronger. They're becoming more uniform, which will increase the wind threat. And that is still pretty expected, especially for this corridor right ahead of the line. Hampton, Georgia could see some severe weather, definitely a little bit later, a lot later tonight. You can see how far away our line is right now. It's currently almost 10 o'clock in Georgia, so get ready for things to eventually make their way down there, but it's going to take some time. It's going to be late night. Have emergency alerts on. Lafayette, Indiana is underneath a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Tornado possible tag with 60-mile-per-hour winds incoming, and we might need a warning here. Might need a tornado warning. We're getting very close to some circulation right there. And that's kind of a common area right on this corridor here of a tornado being spawned on the north side of Bow Echo. I'll let you know if a warning does get issued. Good news is we haven't had a tornado warning in about, knock on wood here, 6 minutes. 6 minutes we have not had a tornado warning issued. Columbus, Ohio has an isolated severe weather threat. I think your main concern is just anything that's left over. High winds are possible, but not going to be high in threat here. Thank you, Big Wayne. Thank you, Wyatt, and thank you, Blaine, for the donations, guys. What radar is this? This is Weatherfront, guys. Weatherfront app on Apple. And please feel free to use my link on my TikTok bio for a free 1 month of premium. The actual app is free. The stuff you're seeing right now is a free, what is it? What word am I looking for? My 5-hour streamer brain's getting to me. A free service. I don't even know. Anyways, that was not the word I was looking for. Free product. There we go. Oof. And the premium products are really, really cool. So, Washington, Indiana. Yeah, if you're in Indiana, we got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings on this entire line. Really goes to show we're getting some pretty high winds here, 60-mile-per-hour winds. The entire line has 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as tornado possible tag. That's pretty much going to be the theme of the rest of the evening. And there is a new tornado warning issued for Richland, Illinois. It actually might be just chopping off one, I think. Maybe where are we going with that one? That's going to be valid until 8:30. It looks like that actually is going to be just a chopped. So we're still going to sustain no new tornado warnings, hopefully. Android will be released hopefully in the next few months. They're developing right now. Another reason I really like them is because I'm a Penn State meteorology student and they're Penn State grads. It's a 2-person team that's made this entire product in less than a year. It's actually insane what they've done. Also, just want to point out, Nashville, in northern Alabama has now gone underneath a tornado watch, including Murfreesboro, Cookeville, Shelbyville, and Chattanooga, Huntsville, Florence. So all these areas. Let's take a look at the threat levels here. And you may notice, wow, we've actually seen a little bit of an increase of a tornado threat compared to our northern watch, but I really want to point this out. Look at the wind. Very, very confident on seeing some very high-end winds. That's hurricane force beyond. And look at that, we got double tornado warnings. What do we got? We got Clark, Illinois, and Graves, Kentucky underneath tornado warnings. But now I really want to point this out. This will probably be my last sector I'm able to cover before I need to go to sleep here. So we'll be covering this sector as well as obviously this sector. It's whiplash with this sector up here in Indiana. What does the right around Florence mean? So that now means the ingredients are in place for tornadoes to come to your region within the next couple of hours here, or in Florence, your case, the next 30 minutes. So that means your threat level, your awareness level should be increased, and you should be near your safe place if you need to act, okay? You should alert your friends, your family, your neighbors here within this region. You should say, hey, you have a tornado watch now, and our core risk is high winds. You have a really honestly high chance to lose power if you are within this region and you get a 75-mile-per-hour storm. This is a very strong storm. Also, this is an area which I'm sure if you live from here, you know your ice storm that happened a couple months ago has really weakened a lot of trees in this area. And sometimes the trees don't fully die. They just get very weakened with the ice storms. Then you have winds in the 75-mile-per-hour hurricane plus force. You're going to have a lot more trees down than if they were healthy. So that combo really leads me to believe we're going to have a lot of power outages within this new tornado watch zone. And then we do have still a decent risk to keep an eye on for tornadoes, as well as there's still a decent risk for an EF2 tornado. That's a EF2 plus tornado, which could be a significant tornado. All things are on the table. Definitely be ready for those power outages, and secondarily, be ready to take shelter from those tornadoes. May be strong still. So it got us hang in there. Yeah, the ice storm was brutal, exactly. And unfortunately, those repercussions just continue to echo and will probably echo for the next few years. And that's kind of crazy to say, but when you have an ice storm that significant, it really puts heavy damage on some of these trees that obviously will be in trouble. So the app is called Weatherfront. Feel free to download it using the link in my Discord, or not my Discord. Well, it's in my Discord too, but it's in my bio as well. So it looks like we just had chop-offs for tornado warnings. We haven't had any new tornado warnings issued, but we are having some significant severe thunderstorm warnings issued for significant winds. What about Lafayette, Alabama? Yes, you can see Alabama is now involved in a watch, so it is your time to shine. Geez, there's a lot of Lafayettes, right? I don't think I've ever heard of Lafayette, Alabama, actually. It's very small. Lafayette, Indiana, Lafayette, Alabama is actually in our 10% tornado risk for later tonight. You actually could see a significant tornado because of a supercell coming off the Gulf. And that's pretty concerning there. So you should have emergency alerts on, and unfortunately it's going to be around most likely a time between 2 and 5 a.m. local time. So please stay weather aware in that region. Yes, Florence is now in the tornado watch, correct. Florence, Alabama, as well as Huntsville, Alabama, underneath an active tornado watch. Ingredients are now in place, guys. Frankton, Indiana, we got no safe place, so my mom's wondering where we should go. Okay, so let me walk you through this here, risk-wise. Blaze, if you don't mind me asking, are you like in a mobile home? What's the structure you're currently in? I'm gonna look up your exact location so I can get you some assistance here. Okay, so you are in a tornado watch, and what you have here is a pretty big Boeing segment heading towards your region here. You can see you're actually right in this zone. So you're right on the tornado watch. Okay, so if you go underneath the house, so if you have anything really anything beneath ground level, even if it's a wooden house or not well built house, if you're underneath ground level, it's significantly safer. It's actually very safe because the winds will go right over the lip of the actual ground. So the actual winds, especially if you're down low on the ground level, below the ground, you're extremely safe. So something like that, if you have something beneath ground, I feel like you're pretty safe, especially with this type of risk here. But let me know if you need more clarification on that. Yeah, let's we can take a look at the warning. Actually, all the warnings down in Kentucky, it looks like they have expired. They have now expired. Some good news out there. I might see another tornado warning honestly come out of this because I'm seeing some rotation again. What time is this tornado? Storm's gonna hit DC. So that's kind of a tricky question because there's gonna be multiple rounds. I'm expecting an early morning round around your morning commute, then another round around your mid-afternoon, and then you're kind of kicking around out in late afternoon. So be ready for multiple rounds. Unfortunately, of thunderstorms. Can't really pinpoint an exact one. I will have an update later. Actually, the moment I end this stream, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to update on this current severe weather, and then I'm also going to make a post on the current models for tomorrow. Because tomorrow is obviously a very significant day for a lot of people, moderate risk involved. And I'm happy to answer some questions here, but of course, my main priority right now is keeping the people safe under the most immediate risk. And then I'll be live again tomorrow to guide you through that risk as well. It is a serious day. Very serious day. I really want to point that out. Moderate risks are very rare for the eastern United States, and especially in that region. They happen about once every 3 years, and they usually are wind-driven, but this one also has a significant tornado driver as well. Flight from DC at 8:40 a.m. It might be pretty disrupted, honestly. It might be disrupted. Please do Montgomery, Alabama. Yeah, Montgomery, Alabama, I believe, is underneath our significant tornado risk for today. Let me just confirm that before I full on give the forecast. Yes, you are. So the problem is in Montgomery is around 2 to 5 a.m. You're actually going to have supercells that are going to fire off and move on shore and move into this region here. So you actually have significant tornadoes way, way, way late tonight. So you need to have emergency alerts on in Montgomery, in Columbus, in Bainbridge, Albany, all this corridor here, because unfortunately we have a very sneaky tornado threat that could be significant. So I really want you to take this seriously. It's going to be very nocturnal, and once you have that plan in place, so you're not caught on surprise when you get an alert on your phone. It's like 3 a.m. You're like, psh, I'm not doing anything. No, you need to take action because this is talking about a significant threat here. Okay, please don't spam chat, guys. You will be muted. Things have calmed down a bit, so please don't. I mean, weather-wise, not really, but chat-wise, it's been calming. Cincinnati, isolated severe weather risk, a couple of isolated tornado, but mostly high winds. Metro Atlanta, I believe, could see a significant tornado. I mean, it's not out of the question there. It's honestly your core threat for tonight. Maybe some wind as well. South Carolina, that's going to see a significant weather risk for tomorrow, guys. All right, continue to track here. Well, the good news is we've gotten down to one active tornado warning. If we lose this tornado warning before a new one is issued, this will be the first time we have had no tornado warnings in 5 hours. 5 hours since we've had no tornado warnings. We unfortunately we really have a long way to go before we're out of the tornado risk. Jonesboro, would it be safe to have school tomorrow? Can you give me state on Jonesboro, please? And I've heard a lot of schools canceling in Carolinas as well as Virginia. And I think if you don't have emergency action in place, it's important. Yeah, I mean, as long as you have an interior room, I think that you should, especially in this corridor here in Indiana, Blaze, I think you should be okay. Of course, seek shelter if you can. We get a warning. I was trying to look for clarification on that Jonesboro, but I don't see it in chat. Yeah, guys, please don't spam chat. You're getting hit right now in Lafayette. It's bad. Yeah, you have a current severe thunderstorm warning. Well, look at this bow echo. Psh, absolutely huge winds coming through. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Tornado possible tag. Crossing in Lafayette, Indiana. That's where that chatter is currently reporting from. Does it look like East Tennessee? There's a tornado risk for Eastern Tennessee. Yeah, it's possible. Core risk is high winds. What does it look like for south central Georgia tomorrow? Tomorrow or overnight tonight, you could see some significant severe weather, tornado-wise, in southwest and south central Georgia. So be weather aware overnight in that corridor for Georgia. How hard do we think Georgia, Carrollton area? Let me take a closer look here. Lafayette, Indiana is currently getting slammed by winds of 60 to 70 mile per hour. Expect some isolated power outages associated with that storm as it continues across the region. No current tornado warning, so that's good news. But the weather should be out there relatively soon. For Carrollton, Georgia, yeah, I mean, I think you're right on that border between tornado risk and high wind risk. You kind of have a slight risk of both. I think you're in the enhanced risk actually here. So all risks are on the table. Yeah, you do. So you could see some pretty widespread power outages if the wind continues to hold on to its strength, as well as a couple of tornadoes also cannot be ruled out. I'm waiting for the day 2 update. I'm waiting actually to see if they've done that yet or not. 1 second, guys. Birmingham, Alabama is just outside the current tornado watch zone, expecting tornado threat and high wind threat to rapidly increase a little bit later tonight. I think we're talking about the next 2 to 3 hours is when you're going to get the risk zone. Okay. Here to answer your guys' questions again, a significant severe weather threat is ongoing. I guess you can look at the tornado reports. If you take a look at the tornado reports, I'm interested to see how many tornado reports we've had so far today. Sometimes it does not come up, but I'm like, maybe it's not. Why is this like not updated? Okay, well anyways, let me answer some. Guys, stop spamming chat. Fairview, Tennessee. Yeah, 1 second, guys. I'm just trying to get the... Oh, we do got our first tornado warning here in a while here, so let me get to that in just a second. I was just trying to look up a report map for today so I can tell you how many tornadoes have happened confirmed. Oh. So actually, 0 confirmed tornado reports have happened yet. Yeah, we've had probably 45 to 50 tornado warnings. The thing with these types of tornadoes is there won't be like a huge damage indicator. There have been over 61 reports of high wind damage and 23 reports of large hail damage. So, obviously, the wind threat being the core enhanced risk is not surprising and verifying. I would be very surprised if we didn't see at least like 5 tornadoes confirmed behind the fact. But these are like very more the weaker side, not very weak, but on the weaker side. Is there a second wave? Not behind this cold front. So after you're behind this cold front right here, which I'll highlight on your map here, once you're behind it, you are all in the clear because there's not enough energy in there. That's kind of the final say, right? Okay, sorry. Fairview. Let me go to that. Yeah, if you guys just joining in, you can see main threat here. Actually, I think that was just an update for our other tornado warning. So for Fairview, Tennessee. I view this Fairview, Tennessee, right? Yeah. We got severe weather incoming right now. The main risk right now is an isolated tornado is possible. Most likely is the 70 mile per hour winds racing towards your location. Expect some possibly numerous power outages and difficult travel as multiple trees and branches might be ripped off there. Obviously, the trees. So stay weather aware as that threat continues. You are underneath a tornado watch for the next few hours here. Of course, Anna. Evansville, Indiana. How's everyone's? Did everyone have a good weekend? I'm just kind of wondering. Evansville is underneath just close by a severe thunderstorm warning. 60 mile per hour winds are about to come through your region. Isolated power outages are possible. No active tornado warning for your current area. Great weekend. That's good. Thank you, Chicken, for the donation. Thank you, Alexis, and Dana K. Thank you, Denise. Right, yeah. Appreciate those donations, guys. It'll help struggled to fund the fuel for the storm chase, as I'm hoping fuel prices don't go too high. Lexington, Kentucky is underneath a tornado watch now. An isolated tornado watch. Isolated tornadoes are possible. Very likely to see significant wind, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Numerous power outages are likely across the corridor there, across the region. That's going to be within the next hour or two. Burlington, North Carolina, an absolute monster storm. A very rare storm is coming. A moderate risk is in place. Be ready for a few tornadoes, some significant, as well as widespread power outages from some heavy winds. It's the same system, but actually it's going to have more potential, unfortunately, as it continues to move your area. Guys, thank you so much for joining the Rainy Day with our family. We've had over 260 new followers this stream. And we've also, I like that's how many people have joined on the stream, but we've also had a lot of people joining off the stream, as a couple of the posts are doing some pretty decent numbers right now, of course, with a lot of people underneath. Warnings here. We do have a continuation of our warning here in Hardin, Tennessee. And actually, this is a brand new tornado warning. So let's go to this. A brand new tornado warning has been issued for Hardin, Tennessee. And this is for Nixon and east of this kind of circulation. Not a ton of people just south of Savannah, Tennessee. This is heading eastward at 50 miles per hour. This thing is absolutely moving. This we're talking about. A couple of tornadoes are still possible within the zone. And associated with this storm is also 70 mile per hour winds. How's it going, Tufts? Bro, we've been live for almost 5 hours. Do you mind checking Tupelo, Mississippi before I go sleep? Of course. Again, I'm hopping around quickly, guys, so we're keeping in check of everything as quickly as possible. Come on. I know where Tupelo is. It's up here. I was like, what is going on? Okay, so there's a cell that's just north of you that is severe thunderstorm warned, but actually your core risk is coming in right here. Isolated tornado, unfortunately, is possible here, so you might be woken up by some tag, by an emergency alert, which is okay. You take shelter if you do. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds is the core threat as that cold front line pushes towards you. Have a nice sleep. Hopefully you don't get woken up. Okay. Keep asking the city and state. Guys, we were 3,000 likes away from 50,000 likes. Congrats to Abby for being #1 supporter so far stream. I think you've been on here for a long time. Congratulations. You have 63 supporter points. Dean is up 47 and Shenanigans at 29. Thank you guys for the support. Thank you, Tops, for the donations. Appreciate it. Is East Tennessee in a tornado warning? No. Our tornado watch extends all the way to Chattanooga, but it does get cut off currently at just west of Knoxville. So this is our watch area. That's where we have the ingredients in place for a near-term tornado threat. Clayton, North Carolina is going to see significant severe weather tomorrow. Got to prepare for significant tornadoes as well as significant high winds. Well, East Tennessee is good right now, but you're going to see severe weather later tonight. Thank you, Zero, for the donation. Los Angeles. Well, that's the first time I've been asked about the West Coast. You're underneath a heat warning. All right. Is it warning yet? I believe what is it? Heat watch, high heat watch. You're actually going to see possibly record high temperatures. That's not really a good thing, guys. Kind of besides the point of what's going on right now. Phoenix, Arizona is forecasted to reach 110 degrees on, I think, Friday. That would be its hottest temperature and advisory. Okay, thank you for the correction. I think, Phoenix, Arizona is forecasted to break their March record. And then if they were in April, it'd break their April record. And also if they're in May, it might break their May record for high temperature this Friday or this weekend. So kind of crazy. Just a little shout out for the West and more of a ridging pattern. Of course, that's not the coolest weather, but it is also very concerning for snowpack and water scarcity. It's kind of beside the point here. Oh, thank you, Daniel, for the coffee. I'm definitely going to need a lot of those, especially tomorrow. Caffeine is literally my superpower. Orlando, Florida. I think you're actually outside of any more severe weather risk. It looks like most of the storms have moved to the north of you, and convection has gone a little bit more stable. Greenwood. Greenwood. Indianapolis, Indiana. Severe weather is approaching you guys. Main risk coming into that region is 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. An isolated tornado cannot be ruled out as the storms continue to push out into that corridor there. Expect a couple of power outages. Hopefully not too many, though. All right. Clarksville, Tennessee. Yep, storms are approaching, you guys. Clarksville, especially west of you, currently have 70-mile-per-hour winds approaching, so very high-end amounts of wind, and expect that to rip through the region, and expecting that to possibly cause widespread power outages. The storms are moving about 55 miles per hour, so you expect that bow echo, that line of storms, to be there within 30 minutes. It's going to be a very potent storm. You don't want to be outside for this one, especially driving. It'll be very difficult to drive, and it'll be down trees and branches. So stay safe. Charge those devices. It's kind of the last call before you might lose power. This one's a beast. That's kind of the main threat we're seeing across this corridor here. If you're just joining in, northern Alabama and central Tennessee have just been added to a tornado watch. But honestly, the core threat I'm watching is a very likely, if you look at the actual threat levels, very likely you see the purple, significant winds above hurricane force within this entire region as well. South Knoxville, you're going to see an extension of this tornado watch eventually. That's going to be mainly for the high winds as well. And isolated tornado risk as well. You check for rotation in Lafayette, Indiana, of course. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued downstream of your current storm. And let's see if we get maybe by Delphi. Other than that, I don't really see any spot that really concerns me. Actual Lafayette's all in the clear now. Hooray! You made it. Alrighty. Should I drive tomorrow? I'm going to need way more context than you just drive tomorrow. Jolton, Tennessee. Appreciate all my hearters out there, of course. Jolton, Tennessee. Yeah, should be ready for that 70-mile-per-hour wind gust coming through pretty soon here, probably next hour. I can see basically all of Tennessee is experiencing this extremely strong line of thunderstorm just racing through the area there. And Murfreesboro, that kind of goes for you too. Isolated tornado spin up is possible as they continue to approach, but you can see this is a beefy line of storms really getting closer to you. Bowling Green, Kentucky, please. I have storm anxiety, of course, in Bowling Green. So you got a couple thunderstorms that are entering your region right now. You're underneath a tornado watch, so an isolated tornado is possible. Main risk I think that's coming to you is a couple storms that are producing about 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Could see an isolated or a few power outages around your local region as these storms continue to race to the east. Stay weather aware. I think Southwest Virginia is going to look tomorrow. Let me see the exact updated convective outlook. It depends on how far southwest you are. If you're like in Roanoke, you're like right on that gradient. But if you're like way far west, southwest Virginia, it's going to be pretty much on the lower end of the actual risk zone. So Virginia, North Virginia is in a categorical moderate risk. You got to be very weather aware for tomorrow. We're talking about significant tornadoes, high winds, and getting ready. You seeing tornado risk decrease due to Cape lowering, or is it steady? I think, high-end tornado risk is really decreasing, but not really because of Cape. It's actually because of our storms becoming more linear in fashion. No more discrete supercells being likely, at least near term. However, in a little bit longer term down in our southwest corner, because we have an upgraded tornado risk down there, that's actually going to be derived from a nocturnal supercellular threat, in which that brings our discrete cell back. So the big thing with this setup is you might think, where is the storm fuel? Where is the Cape? Where's the instability? There's really not a ton. The main reason these storms are happening is there's a huge upper-level jet that is just absolutely fueling these with lots of wind shear, lots of venting, lots of lift. So they don't really need a ton of, they can go off poverty Cape, and they still can be very strong. It kind of goes to show that if we had more energy, this thing would be absolutely just a disaster, a derecho. But the good news is we don't have that, but unfortunately we have enough shear in which we still can produce up to 80 mile per hour winds, even without a lot of Cape. What app do I use? This is a weather front. Link is in my bio. Macon, Georgia, that's going to see, that's an area we're keeping an eye on for significant tornado threat overnight tonight if storms can really make their way into you. If not, it's mainly going to be a high wind threat as the storms kind of sweep across the area. It's going to be very late tonight into your early morning. Currently, we have a tornado warning here for Savannah, Tennessee. Active tornado threat. Not seeing a ton of rotation here. Actually, look, storm relative. Yeah, still see some pretty rotation, broad rotation. Maybe a little bit of tight rotation here near County Road. Maybe that's Tennessee Road number 69. Nice. northwest of Walnut Grove, heading towards basically not much anyone. So hopefully that stays away from population centers. Of course, the crown. Thank you guys for the follows. Appreciate that. Welcome to the Randy Other family. Hey, we're almost at 70,300. Like nice round numbers here. Join the Randy Other family. I will be live tomorrow if you're anywhere in the concern area for tomorrow. And we just hit 5 hours of streaming. Guys, can we get some likes down in chat for 5 straight hours of streaming? One-person team here. Guiding you through. I think we've had over... What have we had? We've had over 45 tornado warnings so far. So it's been a very busy stream. So appreciate you being here. And the likes and the follows really help out, obviously, grow the page and also tell the TikTok algorithm to not destroy my page and send it into oblivion. So thank you so much for supporting me as we'll continue to track these storms very closely. Main thing we're continuing to watch is if any isolated tornado threat keeps up, as well as the Tennessee corridor right now, just experiencing possibly hurricane force winds as well. Let me see if I can put on storm reports to see if we have anything of note. Yeah, 60 mile per hour winds sustained in these storms. Looks like we had a 70 mile per hour report. So a couple of these storms really producing some high winds as well. Wonder how bad Tuscaloosa will get. Yeah, I mean, it's not really in the highest end tornado threat. You're in like a 5% tornado threat, isolated tornado threat as the storms continue to march their way eastward. I'd be more worried about wind threat. I mean, look of our... We've really become a nice linear line structure here. That will decrease the strong tornado threat, increase the wind threat as I bring up the sail analogy again. The sail analogy. We got a nice large sail. No more holes in it. That's just going to catch all that wind and bring it down to the surface. And boom. Boom shakalaka, as they once said. Is anyone watching the United States baseball game? Curious. As a Pittsburgh native myself, I'm curious how Paul Skeens is doing. If anyone wants to fill me in. Thanks for the info. Of course, Rick. Stay safe. Jackson, Tennessee. Good. Jackson, Tennessee is currently experiencing a severe thunderstorm warning. 60 mile per hour winds still coming in and out of the area. Of course, lightning coming out. But next 5 minutes, you'll be all done. And thank you, Shenanigans, for the donation there. I really appreciate that. Always cracks me up. Those like little stuff like it also like scares me because I like look over and I see like there's a hat on my face after like 5 hours of streaming. I'm like, what is going on? What is going on? Of course, Master Vader. Sometimes I have to be really careful with your guys' names. Maryland, going to see significant weather for tomorrow. We'll be live. We'll be having more updates on that as we get closer to that threat. Douglas, Georgia. It's funny. Sometimes the TikTok thinks like some of the storms or the zones are like my face. I don't really understand. What was that? Yeah, Georgia is going to see severe weather increase for the next. It's going to be pretty late tonight. Late tonight into tomorrow morning. He got he got a hit for a solo home run. Well, whatever. Are they winning right now? Do you know? North Georgia near Chattanooga. Well, if you're like in northwest Georgia, actually Georgia's now involved in I didn't even realize this, in the tornado watch as the storms continue to move to the east. Oops, my bad. And you have core risk is going to be high winds. Let's go over the outlooks again. So we haven't done this in a while, just so we can see what is coming for the rest of your evening. You see a very tight cutoff behind our cold front because there's not much coming behind our cold front. There's barely anything other than snow and cold and wind and like non-aggressive wind. Tornado-wise, we have a pretty much reducing tornado threat, at least widespread tornado threat decreasing rapidly here. Our highest tornado threats in yellow. And you can see a few tornadoes are possible within our brown regions. So that includes that's going to really decrease here across the north. So kind of take that with a grain of salt. This update's about an hour and a half delayed because it was released an hour and a half ago. So keep that with a grain of salt. This actual tornado risk is pretty much decreasing here. However, I really want to point out this one, that one, and this one, because this is going to be more derived from supercells late tonight between 2 and 5 a.m. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be streaming for that because I'll be trying to get some rest for tomorrow, studying abroad in Madrid, so unfortunately it does put a hamper on that. And of course, if I was streaming at 5 a.m. anyways at home, I'd really put a hamper on my streaming for tomorrow where we have a moderate risk. This is a very rare, once every 3 year average moderate risk for the mid-Atlantic and the eastern United States. in which we could see significant tornadoes, widespread, and then also the big boy risk here is that wind risk. Huge. This is very rare. Significant 60% confidence risk for wind has not happened since 2012 in any region of the United States. So please take this seriously. This is a significant weather day and also includes large cities like Harrisburg, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, D.C., I-95 corridor, Fredericksburg, Richmond, Raleigh, Fayetteville, Florence, Columbia, and Charlotte. So timing on that, unfortunately, is a bit murky because there's going to be multiple rounds starting in the morning, and you're going to have multiple rounds of storms come through. And then I'm going to hop back onto the live radar, and then you're going to have one final round that will kind of end the deal with the high wind threat. So you have multiple rounds come through prefrontal, which could be significant tornadoes and some high end winds, and then you're going to have one last punch, which is going to be the cold front. So you're going to have the cold front, but then you're also going to have a bunch of pre-fire convection, but like it's going to be over here. There you go. An update on that exact conditions, and will be posted tonight when I log off. I'll be posting it tonight, as well as when I wake up tomorrow. I'll post an update with that new forecast information, and then I will be live also during that event as well. How severe is a high wind warning? Should I get off bed by window, or am I good? Depends on where you are. If you're in Tennessee, your high wind, your severe thunderstorm warning is at 70 miles per hour, so it could be damaging. Thank you guys for hitting over 70,300 followers. Doing great. Thank you, DW, for the coffee. I'm gonna need a lot of those. Honestly, you should just make the gift goal just a bunch of coffees. I actually think I was gonna do that. I think that'd be funny. It's lagging. When will the storm get to Nashville? Relatively soon here. Take a look at the live radar. I mean, these storms are absolutely moving quickly. They're actually racing across, so it's coming relatively quickly here. I mean, timing wise, let's say probably the next hour at maximum. Next hour. I don't even know. What am I doing right now? Okay, there we go. Beautiful. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. You shenanigans for the big shot. Okay, let me go back to the questions. Yeah, Murray, Kentucky. So the good news is we have not had it. I've seen my update zone. This is the first time I've seen it completely saying no new tornado warnings all the way across the screen. So we've done good, and knock on wood. We'll continue my situation. Still have high wind warnings, so unfortunately, we reduced the tornado threat. Murray, Kentucky is experiencing winds in the 60-mile-per-hour range right now. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect. In the next 10 minutes, you should be outside the storm and all clear for tonight. Very nervous in East Tennessee. Unfortunately, you're going to have the high wind threat keep pushing out very nocturnally, as well as an isolated tornado threat continuing to come through that area. So that will just be the problem. Yeah, I believe this tornado warning is still in effect here down in the south, but I think that's going to be canceled relatively soon. What are your thoughts on Eastern North Carolina for tomorrow? First 4-5 threat since, first moderate threat since 2015. It has the potential to be very dangerous. I mean, of course, we have that high wind threat, but I am curious and unfortunately nervous about if we get a discrete supercell, there's lots of dynamics in play in which we can have a significant tornado in any time frame, early morning, even afternoon, and as our front pushes through, the high wind threat's really going to increase. 70 to 90 mile per hour winds possible. Just be very weather aware. Have that safe place in mind, and have a plan in place when you get a warning. Is there still school tomorrow? Actually, there's a lot of schools that are canceling for tomorrow across the Carolinas, across Virginia, Maryland. Let me know if you guys have school canceled or things canceled for tomorrow. I'm curious of your current location, because I've heard in chat of the schools canceled. I actually recommended either schools cancel or make an emergency plan, because if they don't have one, don't wing this stuff. Because it could be dangerous. Thank you, Shenanigans, again. And congratulations, Shenanigans, for being the top supporter with 586 supporter points. So I think you're unfortunately going to have to like the stream over 100,000 times to kick him off the supporter leaderboard. But I really appreciate it, Shenanigans. Really appreciate it. Is tornado threat going to go down as the storm travels? So, yeah, technically, yes. However, the storm actual tornado threat will be increasing in this region here that I'm circling because of a supercellular threat that will be nocturnal between 2 and 5 a.m. tonight. So yes, our immediate tornado threat is slowly tapering right now. There's still going to be an isolated tornado threat throughout the entire night, but there's the actual like large and dangerous tornadoes are becoming less likely until around 2 or 5, between the hours of 2 and 5 a.m. Unfortunately, I don't have exact timing here. Which we'll have a couple of nocturnal supercells that will come off the coast and possibly produce large and significant tornadoes. That's a little caveat to that forecast. It's a little sneaky, dangerous forecast for significant tornadoes. Is there still school in Nashville? Yeah, I believe so. I mean, these storms will be gone by tomorrow. The storm is about to affect the area. You think tornado threat's going to be gone by the time it hits PA? No, because it's going to resurge. Let's pop on the outlook again. It's going to resurge for tomorrow. Here is a tornado threat for you guys tomorrow, especially in central and eastern Pennsylvania. I mean, you can see where our highest threat is right in this corridor. So Harrisburg and like Chambersburg and I-76 there, and York and Lancaster. Those are the highest risk for tornadoes. Of course, more of a wind-driven risk overall, but tornado risk are very much possible within Pennsylvania. If you're in western Pennsylvania, then not really, yeah. Any tornadoes in North Carolina? Yes, unfortunately, some significant possible. Significant and long track. Frankfort, Kentucky, keeping a very close eye on that. Yeah, a little bit quicker location. Oh, that's Frankfurt, Germany. That might not be correct. Hey, Frankfort, Kentucky? Oh, Frankfort. My bad. Like, what is going on? Frankfort is going to be eventually... Let's see if you're included. Yeah, you are underneath the tornado watch. So, core risk is going to be severe wind coming through the region. 80, 70 mile per hour. 75 plus per hour. Oh, my gosh. Stroke. 5 hours of streaming. 75 mile per hour winds are possible within this region. A couple of power outages to widespread power outages is likely as the storms continue to organize and become a high wind threat. An isolated tornado cannot also be rolled out as well. Thank you, Shenanigans, for the 25 coffees. Fredericksburg, Virginia, definitely you're underneath a moderate risk. You have a very severe weather risk to watch out for tomorrow. Many tornadoes, some significant EF2 plus, and very high confidence on a lot of people losing power from significant high winds. Please take tomorrow very seriously. This only happens on average about once every 3 years in that region there. We'll go to Florida. Yes, the northern panhandle of Florida is actually underneath a significant tornado risk for today. And specifically today, I mean between 2 and 5 a.m., so a very nocturnal one. The eastern and kind of south portions of Florida are underneath a marginal risk for some isolated severe weather derived from this storm. Good news is right now, I think we have, I don't know how this is still active. We still have an active tornado warning here, but there's not been any new updates to it, so I think it's going to be allowed to expire. Let me see here. There we go. Oh, wow. I'm actually surprised it's not tornado warned. Got pretty good rotation here, kind of heading towards Waynesboro, Tennessee. Might see a new tornado warning on that at any moment here. I'll come back to that if it gets warned. I appreciate the kind words, Shenanigans. It means a lot. Please don't spam chat. A lot of practice keeping up, and even sometimes it can be a lot. Especially, I'm posting online too, so it's trying to keep everything in order. Kind of crazy. Yeah, if you guys are enjoying the stream, feel free to drop a follow. We'll be live for tomorrow. Got to edit the bio. It says 65,000 strong, but now we're at 70,000 strong. Appreciate the support. Quite an amazing thing. And just kind of like a little history of rainy day weather. I started my first ever live stream like this fashion on my tiny laptop 1 year ago, and I was at 700 followers, I believe. It was I think it was really close to 7. It was pretty low. It was definitely less than 1,000, I think. And now look at us now, over 70,000 strong. I would never have thought that as well. Jamie, so you're currently experiencing 60 mile per hour winds, tornado possible tag in Terre Haute. Your significant weather risk is really going off. Is good news is it's decreasing rapidly. In the next 5 minutes, your severe weather risk will be done for today. Elkhart, Indiana. Give me 1 second. Yeah. I think if we don't get any significant severe weather here in the next few minutes, I actually might conserve energy. And Elkhart is in a severe thunderstorm watch. There is some pretty strong storms coming, but they're currently sub-severe. So not a huge concern out there. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Jojo, for the donations. Appreciate that. Tuscaloosa is going to see severe weather later tonight, I should say. You can see, it's kind of intimidating without seeing the radar, but there you go. Maybe it's a little bit more intimidating. Linear line of storms are coming. High winds are your likely threat, with an isolated tornado threat cannot be ruled out as well. Orlando, you can see storms have really dropped off in Orlando. Let's see. Actually, I think they're possibly all the way done in Orlando. Okay, there's a funnel that was reported. That was like 3 hours ago. St. Louis is done for threats for today. It's actually about to snow in St. Louis, so have fun with that one. Kind of crazy, right? Some of these areas possibly had a tornado, then went to snow in just like a few hours. I mean, that's pretty miserable, isn't it? Then when done with winter. How long do you think the storm will last in East Tennessee? It's definitely going to linger a little bit, pretty late overnight. So we're done with Arkansas. We're done with Missouri. We're I'd say we're done with Illinois now. So we've gone through a lot of large states. Almost done with Texas. And continuing to monitor the progress of the storm, rapidly moving across. We've covered this storm now, guys, for 5 straight hours. So if you're enjoying the stream or want to be back here for tomorrow, or just want to support me, join the rainy day with the family. All right, Maryland is going to be really bad. Can you check? I can tell you just off the cusp here. Maryland is underneath a moderate risk, a 4 out of 5. That is a serious risk for tomorrow. Very rare. It happens about 1 in every 3 years, in which you could see some significant tornadoes. And I just want to say this out loud, guys. Significant tornadoes can hit cities. They can hit cities. Just because you're in a city does not mean you're safe from significant tornadoes. We're talking about large and dangerous. So you should be weather about that. That's a pretty decent risk there. You have that corridor of risk, the tornado. You also have a very likely significant wind risk on top of all of that. So all of this stuff, significant wind and significant tornado, need to be very, very cautious for tomorrow. And actually, schools have been canceling in Carolinas as well as Maryland and Virginia, because this is a very rare risk. And if schools don't have proper procedures, because this is during commute to and from school and work, because it is a longer range threat. It's not really a concise threat like a linear line. We actually have multiple rounds, unfortunately. And many schools are just being it safe. And I actually agree with that. If schools don't have a plan in place, and they don't have a way for bus trips, for example, if a bus is on the road, let's say, I'm just going to use this as an example, I'm not going to say this is going to happen for sure. Let's say that they decide, we're going to wing it. Our bus drivers, they can get them home in time. In Washington, D.C., and then they go out and let's say it's 3 p.m. and then a supercell spawns at 3 p.m. and it goes right across. It's heading right towards Washington. Significant tornado warnings warned, but the bus driver does not have warnings because they don't know how to use a phone or something.